There were small borders that were placed around the settlement. They weren't quite walls per se, but more like barriers, where there would be gates and a group of vampires that would stay as permanent guards. This was because, for the most part, the settlement was safe. There would rarely be attacks from beasts, and there were next to no attacks from the outside, but just in case, they did need to install safety precautions. One of these precautions that had been installed were towers. There were several towers that were embedded with crystal energy and technology, and there were guards as well. The idea was that those in the towers could see if an attack was coming from afar, or if one was coming from above. At the same time, the towers had large amounts of crystal energy that could be used to form a barrier, if there was some sort of attack from the outside or above. All of this was an especially automated system designed mostly by Vincent with the help of a few others. It had been a while since the settlement had embraced his crazy ideas and work, and honestly he was happy about it. Vincent was enjoying his passion once more, without having to worry about the responsibilities of looking after the people or trying to run the place. He had even thought about going into eternal slumber himself, but wished to stay at least until everything was resolved and he was satisfied once again. In one of the towers, there were two guards that were standing side by side. Looking out in the distance, one of them was none other than Ronkin. Man, things sure have been quiet around here. Even when we're not on tower duty, it's even quiet in the settlement lately. Another guard, who was a little chubby around the face and belly, named Brett, said, "I know it has to be because of Quinn. Man, he's been doing a lot lately, so much that we don't even have to do anything. He's great, don't you think?" "Yeah." Ronkin smiled, thinking back to when his life was saved once more. Quinn was certainly a great guy, but he was unable to get enthusiastic about the conversation at hand. Because there was something about Quinn's recent actions, it just didn't feel like him. There were even times where Ronkin would wave, and although Quinn would wave back, it just didn't feel the same way. He wasn't quite sure if he was imagining it or not. Of course, the detail of what Peter was currently doing was even kept from Ronkin. There was no telling who would find out, and when controlled, what information could be passed on. As the two continued to look out in the open, they didn't see anything, but a small beep was sounded in the tower behind them. Ronkin went to have a look. In the center of the tower there was a large terminal that looked more like a table. The outside was filled with a number of different controls. What Ronkin was looking at, though, was the projected map. Covered the settlement and more. "Look at this, it's saying it is sensing an abnormal amount of energy in the forest." Ronkin pointed. It looks like an attack," Ronkin shouted, as he went and quickly slammed one of the buttons. If it was a false alarm, then he would take the blame, but he would rather it be a false alarm than have. "Could it be a beast attack?" Brett asked. Ronkin shook his head. It didn't look like it. After all, it was just a single area of energy. However, that quickly changed. From the single area of energy, multiple smaller energies seemed to be coming out. After that, it looked like more large energies like the first one were appearing from all over. It looks like an attack," Ronkin shouted, as he went and quickly slammed one of the buttons. If it was a false alarm, then he would take the blame, but he would rather it be a false alarm than have people die, which was why he had acted instantly. The alarm sounded all over the settlement, and the vampires that were at the gates, including those inside, were aware that something was happening. Out through the forest that was not too far from the doorstep to the settlement, they could see it, charging, though there looked to be groups of creatures coming out. At first they looked like beasts, but there was something slightly different about them. On the streets of the settlement, Peter and Muka had rushed out of their castle. Everyone was in motion as they wondered what was happening. As they ran through the streets, though, they saw something strange. Vampires, those that had familiar markings, and their familiars were coming out of the houses, and the familiars were attacking not only their owner, but were also attacking those around them as well. "Deal with the familiars, and keep an eye on all of those with a marking," Muka shouted. "Make sure they are kept in an area, and have enough vampires supporting them if the familiars are to come back." Muka wanted to help those in the settlement, but she could feel it, that there was something bigger going on up ahead. This wasn't just something small or simple happening, it was a full-fledged attack. It didn't take long for them to reach one of the gates, and Muka was right on the mark. The vampires, they were doing their best, as they threw out blood swipes, used beast weapons and continued on with their formations, but there were many. Is this related to Immortality? Is this his doing? Can he really do something like this? Or is it something else? Familiars, just like beasts, were all shapes and sizes, but they tended to have more tricky powers and abilities compared to beasts, and at the same time the regular familiars were smarter as well. What they soon could see, breaking through the trees with heavy footsteps, was a large type of familiar. It looked like a giant rhino, as its horns stuck out right in front of it, startling at the settlement. It was kicking its legs in the ground, charging up and getting ready to run forward. Stop that! Stop that from coming into the settlement at all costs! The vampire guards shouted. They started to use their weapons and blood aura, hitting the rhino familiar. When they hit its thick skin, it looked to have done nothing. The rhino charged forward and showed no signs of slowing down as it went towards the settlement. It continued to run until, dropping out from the sky, they all could see Hope, the person who was going around the settlement solving all of their problems lately, Quinn. He tensed his fist and threw it out, hitting the rhino right in the horn. Its whole head sunk and crashed into the ground, before it turned into nothing but particles, returning from where it once was. That thing just looked big and strong. I thought it would be a lot stronger than that, Peter said. The others behind cheered for the vampire leader, and they could feel a boost of morale consuming them all. With the strong leader by their side showing feats like this, what trouble could they possibly face? Muka appeared by Peter's side, and she noticed that he was looking deep into the forest. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "These familiars, they're coming through portals," Peter answered. It feels familiar. I think I know this feeling." Peter soon took off running ahead. On his way, though, he decided to help out the settlement a little, as he would jump from side to side, delivering a punch and defeating the familiars in a single hit. Each one of them was getting destroyed, and with each one a loud cheer was heard. Ron Kin, who was watching from the settlement, was shaking his head. "I'm sure of it. That's not Quinn. He hasn't even used his blood powers," he thought. Eventually, Peter and Muka had entered the forest, but Peter had come to a sudden stop. He looked dead straight ahead and could see someone or something that he recognized. You damn betrayer. What are you doing here, you stupid bone claw?" Peter yelled. In the middle of the forest, standing at the back, Peter could see the bone claw right there. It looked the same as he remembered, with its large muscular body, displaying flesh from the top half while its bottom half was covered by a black ripped cloth. Its bony spine that stuck out, along with its sharp elbows. The most notable feature of the bone claw, though, was its large long arms, and its dangling long deadly claws that scraped the bottom of the floor. It was one that would give many people nightmares if they saw it. It was familiar, one of the strongest ones in existence since it was part of the Four Kings, but that was why Peter was so mad, because he could remember it well. The bone claw originally belonged to Richard Eno and helped him in his ploys. Through its visions, Quinn had learnt it played a big part in tricking Arthur and creating what was known as the Punishers. But after that, it wandered around the vampire settlement for a while before it attached itself to Quinn. The reason as to why the bone claw attached itself to Quinn was unknown. Was it his strong energy, his desire, or something else? Maybe it was still following orders from Richard Eno. Either way, it had helped Quinn through his journey and saved his life at times. When Quinn had fought with Graham, he needed to go into eternal slumber to rest, and in doing so, he had given up the bone claw. When the owner of familiars died, it was assumed that the familiar would die with them, but from what they had learned, it was more likely that they just returned to the familiar world waiting to make a new contract with someone else. Of course, this could have just been the case with the Four Kings. They were so strong and full of energy that they were able to survive in this world even without a host or contract. Either way, when the Bone Claw came back, not just the Bone Claw, but the Four Kings had all decided to host in a single person, Aaron Helly, the leader of the Dampiers and the one that was going against Quinn. It had made things more difficult for them when trying to take out Aaron, and now the betrayer, the disloyal mutt in Peter's eyes, was attacking them once again. "Ha ha!" Peter started to laugh. "This is great, I never liked how you were by his side and was supposed to be always protecting him when he needed it most. Now you're attacking the entire vampires with your army of familiars. I can't wait to bring you all down. Peter charged forward, running through the woods. His arm had hit a large tree, but he didn't care, nor did he let it slow him down as it went right through it. Peter, wait. Quinn, wait. Muka corrected herself. She was lucky that there was no one else around. We don't know why they are attacking. This could be a trap. The Bone Claw lifted its hands, and in doing so, several portals opened around the area. Coming right out from them were familiars. Peter raised his hand. The yellow aura started to cover it. All of the familiars went toward Peter, and it looked like his whole body was encased by them. But the next moment a blast of energy came out from his fist, so large that it consumed all of the familiars, making them disappear on the spot. When his feet touched the ground, using his strength, Peter exploded off the floor right toward the Bone Claw. He threw out his fist, but it had hit nothing but the air. Peter felt a tingling sensation coming from his right. He couldn't see the Bone Claw, but it was almost as if he knew that it was there. He swung his arm out, covered in the outer energy he was able to form, and it clashed against the large claws, swinging the Bone Claw's arm wide. Did you think I forgot about your crappy teleporting power? Peter shouted as he followed up with a punch. But the Bone Claw quickly moved out of the way again and was now up high on a branch while more of the other familiars came in. One looked like a giant ostrich, but when it opened up its mouth, flames went out all over Peter's body, covering his head and the rest of himself with both arms. He was unhurt by the flames and directly went to grab the bird creature's long neck. Get the fuck out of my way! Peter screamed as he pulled on the neck and kicked the bird creature's body, leaving only the head of the familiar in his hands. It would have been a bloody sight if it was a beast, but thankfully it was a familiar, and when the two parts were separated, they turned into nothing but particles of energy that were disappearing. That Bone Claw, he's fast with his teleporting, but he can't hurt me with my current strength, Peter thought. If I was able to use my celestial form, then my head-tails would be quick enough to catch him and get him off guard. But I promised her while I was pretending to be Quinn that I wouldn't transform into that form. Muka was dealing with her own troubles. She was fighting off familiars in the forest as well, and she was also debating whether or not to go back to the settlement because she was sure that they were somewhat struggling. All right? It looks like we might have made a mistake, a voice echoed. It wasn't coming from the Bone Claw, but it seemed like it was coming from somewhere else. Peter and Muka were looking around, but they were unable to locate where the sound was coming from. What they did notice was that in the forest, they were still surrounded by a number of familiars. They had created a type of ring around the two, but none of them were moving in like before. I think it is best that we talk because it looks like this current situation isn't good for both of us, the voice said again. Now looking at the Bone Claw, there seemed to be a black cat that was seen on its shoulder. This was Outcast, another one of the Four Kings, one that used to belong to Leo at one point, but once again, just like the Bone Claw, they had teamed up with Aaron. You attacked us first, and now you want to talk? Peter laughed. What is it? Is it because you realize that you're too weak to beat us? Muka wanted to tell Peter to shut up because she wanted to know the reason for the attack in the first place, but she felt like he was right. Why talk now? Why did the familiars not try to talk to them before? Was it Peter's strength? Or another trick by whoever had orchestrated this? In our desperate situation, we were unable to think straight. I assure you as well, this is something that we never wanted to do, Outcast stated. The situation is not like we thought. And honestly, we are surprised to see that you are still here, Quinn. Muka was surprised to hear this. They referred to Quinn by his name, and the way they were talking about him, it was as if he was dead. You want to talk? Well, right now you guys are the only ones giving us trouble, so you can talk to my fist, Peter shouted as he jumped high from his position and headed straight for the two of them. Wait, Muka set off, following right behind Peter. Seeing this, the Bone Claw waved his hand, and a portal had opened in front of the two of them. They entered the portal and landed on the ground, but where they landed, it was not the same world they were in before. The two of them were now in the familiar world. Both Peter and Muka were on unfamiliar ground. The soil, rather than black, was mystic. It was mostly purple in color, but it sparkled like glitter while leaving all sorts of different colors. just to make sure the floor was real. Muka bent down to pick it up while allowing it to fall to the floor like sand. When they looked up at the sky, they were able to see a mystic shifting of blue, green, and purple all mixed in together. It was constantly moving, and it was hard to see where the sky was or space since it all seemed to blend in together in one place. And finally, there were the strange orbs of energy that were floating about, but there weren't many of them, at least not as many as the last time someone had visited such a place. "Where are we?" Muka asked, touching her head, wondering if she was in a dream or under some type of hypnosis, but it all felt real and she remembered the last thing that had happened to them. That portal, did it take us to another planet? Another place? When looking at the landscapes off in the distance, though, they somewhat felt familiar. The land, the trees, everything was different, but it was almost as if the shapes were the same. She might have thought they were going crazy, but it almost looked exactly like the current vampire settlement. Not in terms of buildings and such, but the landmass. "This," Peter said, "is the familiar world. We are nowhere near close to home. A place that very few had ever traveled to." Muka couldn't believe that she was here, just because she was trying to keep an eye on Peter, and it looked like they weren't alone. "You are right. It's been a while since we last saw you," a voice said. Looking around, Muka was trying to find out where the voice had come from. That was until something small that was moving on the ground started to grow until it was around the same size as them. Looking at it, she had to blink a few times to check what it was. But it was indeed a purple-colored turtle. Another one of the four kings, Genbu. In the past, Muka had seen its power, as it was attached to the Greylash family. Genbu had done well not just during the Dalki War, but had also continued to help Owen during his reign of bringing vampires and humans together. So much so, that there were even statues of Genbu on the Greylash planet. Many in the Greylash family would know of Genbu and honor him. The purple turtle with a great defensive and an almost impenetrable shell. Portals by Genbu's side started to appear, similar to the ones that Muka and Peter had entered from. The Bone Claw and Ovinik had arrived. Then through the third portal, a large horse that had strange glowing light blue mist coming from its nostrils and where its hair would be. Dunluck, the last of the four kings. The king had been used by Oscar, the former leader of the military. Although the two had only worked together after Oscar had changed into something else completely. The horse was said to have a strange strength and strange magical powers through its mist. Here they all were, all of the rulers of the familiars were right there in front of them. Scattered around the land, there were also familiars in the background, aimlessly wandering, looking in their direction, but not acting from the far distance. Gathering the energy in his fist, Peter was ready to fight. But as the energy gathered around his fist, it acted differently than it would do from before. The energy was breaking off from his arm, bit by bit into the small balls. However, Peter didn't care. He could still gather energy around his fist, and that was enough for him. "Wait!" Muka shouted once again and latched herself onto his arm this time. She noticed her movements were slower than usual. She felt like something was pulling on her stomach. The energy, it was being drained from her here as well. There has to be a reason why they decided to bring us to this place and meet us here. That is what happens in our world. Did you forget? Ovinik stated. The energy you call chi gets taken, and it's what we feed on. Ovinik opened his mouth wide and ate the balls of energy that were coming off from Peter. Soon, even being in this place was starting to affect Peter. And even more so since he was actively using up his energy, so he decided for once to do the sensible thing and listen. I need to make sure I can keep on pretending to be Quinn, for his sake. Otherwise it would trouble him, so I need to live, Peter said to himself, nodding. You are the ones that rule this place, right? Muka asked. Then explain, why have the familiars started to attack the vampire settlement, and why have they gone wild and started to attack the vampires as well? Genbu and Ovinik looked at each other. Their expressions were hard to read. Ovinik decided to hop onto the shell of Genbu, as he rested his fat belly and allowed his black tail to move in the wind. I guess I will be the one to do the talking, since I and Genbu here are really the only ones that can speak, but I want you to know the attack on the vampire settlement, and the attack on the vampires themselves has been stopped. We can reassure you that the people are safe. Ovinik explained. Mukka wanted to ask if that meant the attack had stopped completely, or was it a for now situation depending on how this conversation went, but she didn't want to stir up trouble. I heard what you said before, Mukka said. That it was a mistake and you recognize Quinn. You said his name as if you didn't expect him to be here. Ovinik sighed as if it was bothersome explaining, which angered Peter. The energy was starting to rise in his fists again. How could the familiars be so calm about the situation, when they were the ones attacking and the leaders were right here in front of him? Calm down, this is a serious matter for us. I only yawned because we have hardly been able to rest. And do you think it was easy for us to all come to your world in the first place or teleport you here? Do you have any idea how much energy we had to give to the undead king? Ovinik shouted and cleared his throat. You see, this world, for a long time, it has always lacked the energy that we need to survive. The energy that we gather from contracts with those from another world. We fed off the life force that you gave us through contracts that we made. Doing so, would you, Chi? It's as if this whole universe, everything inside it is dying, and that includes us as well. The only way we were able to sustain ourselves was by making contracts with those from another world. We fed off the life force that you gave us through contracts that we made. Doing so would open up connections between the two worlds, allowing more energy to seep through. This is how the familiar world has continued to exist and why we continued to form contracts. Of course, our characters remained unchanged, which is why many of us were picky, but the natural energy in our world is leaving. Just look up, you can see that there isn't much energy left. To put it simply, we had no choice, our world is dying. Everything made sense so far as to why they would make the contracts. However, why attack the vampire settlement and what about everything else? I can see I haven't answered all your questions, but it is important that I tell you everything that has led us up to the current actions that we had decided to take. And the mistake that we realized that we might have made when we saw that you were here, Quinn. Mukka gulped. It looked like the leaders had mistaken the disguised Peter as Quinn, and she was wondering when they found out the truth, if it would affect what they were about to say. But the best thing they could do was listen. I'm listening. Tell us what happened to the familiars, Mukka asked. Everything was a plan. A plan that we had set up when we had agreed to form a contract with the one named Aaron Helly. Mukka had done a lot of research into the Dampiers and vampires. She was very involved for a period of time, even assuming that they were behind the missing tombs. What they had learned in the end was that Aaron was one of the first to have her memories altered. How she had come in contact with Jim and Jack was unknown. What was clear was that she had her memories altered before the attacks, and since Leo and Owen were in possession of the familiar kings, she had obtained these during that period of time. You joined with her, even though you knew that they were going against the vampires, the ones that you already made contracts with? Mukka asked with a bit of bad taste in her mouth. You have to understand our position, Ovinik said. First, contracts were only made with you vampires because of two reasons. One, there was an area where the link between our two worlds was strong. That happened to be on the planet where you vampires lived, so we could make contracts that way. Second, you had a way to contact us and make contracts as well. It's not as if we chose you vampires, it just happened that you were our only option. You see, our world, as I said before, is slowly dying, and what I mean by that is even the contracts we made with you vampires is not enough to save us. The energy you brought over was insufficient. Erin, on the other hand, she had a lot of energy compared to any vampire we had ever been with before. Enough that even all four of us, the strongest of familiars, if attached to her, would be able to pour new energy into our world. It seemed like the theory Mukka had was right. The vampires were more connected with the familiars by chance. Dampiers had a large amount of energy that was similar to Chi, and Erin was indeed strong. But one thing was clear, looking at the state of the current world, teaming up with Erin didn't work. But your plan failed, Mukka said. Quinn defeated Erin. Therefore, there was no longer enough energy to save your world. Ovinik smiled when he heard this. Haha, that's a good guess, but that's not correct at all. You are correct in thinking we thought Quinn would never return. We never imagined him to come back and go against Erin. We were contracted with her, so we were to protect her. Her death did put a large spanner in our plan, but not because of what you think. Do you really think a single person, even if connected to us, would be able to save the familiar's world? You are talking about a whole universe. Now that Outcast had put it like that, she did seem a bit embarrassed by saying her guess out loud. No, you see, our undead king here has a great power. The power to open portals, and that isn't just portals within our world, but portals that can connect to other worlds. Such as yours. You see, the plan was never to gather enough energy to restore our world, but for our friend here to transport or the familiars to another world. Muka's eyes widened. She somewhat understood, but there were still a lot of things that didn't make sense, so rather than guess, she would let the black cat continue on explaining. There are problems still even with this. From the beginning, familiars can't survive in another world, because our very core energy is still connected to ours. That is why even when we are in your world and are killed with no such contract, we will still form again, but in our world. However, that forming can take a certain amount of time. The forming of energy, though, is due to the link that all of us familiars share. Essentially, it is what makes the familiars the way they are, and the world we are in is us ourselves. The world, or our world, is like this because of us. As long as the main core of us manage to migrate to a new world, then it will allow us to do the same here. Our bodies will be able to exist and just absorb the natural energy from your world without the need of contacts. So as you can see, we had no choice. We needed to come here for the survival of all of us. Muka understood their position, but still not all questions were answered. You said before, the link was between the old vampire world. If you wish to just migrate to us, then why not do that? Why not calmly talk to us, and why just attack the vampire settlement? Muka asked. And it better be a good reason, otherwise I won't let him hold back. Peter was really paying attention to what they were saying and was judging everything by the reaction of Muka. He was listening to her as well, because a lot of it was going over his head. Remember what I said? Outcast asked. That the Bone Claw had the power to transport us to different worlds. Your world was not the only one we considered. There is a world that we know as Zethan. It is a world full of beings far more powerful than us familiars, even for us kings. We did not know that, and we sent some familiars there long ago wishing to migrate, and in turn they had managed to send someone back to us. It was clear that it wasn't the option, and now in that world there is someone even stronger that rules, one named Immortality. This name caused both Peter and Muka to react as they instinctively took a step back. The idea that the familiars were working with him was now possible. You see, we have been in contact with Immortality. We knew of his plans, and he knew that we worked with the vampires. He knew that we needed a world, so he wanted us to attack you, to cause a war between the two of us. If we helped him, then he would allow us to live on one of the two worlds. Judging by what they had been through, it was pretty clear what decision they had decided to make, and now Muka was trying to think of a way to get out of here. Calm down, Genbu added. There is a reason why we brought both of you here. Listen till the end. When the deal was brought to us, it was when we were still with Aaron at the time. We honestly had yet to make a decision, and that was because we had learned and heard that Quinn had returned. The Bone Claw, having been with Quinn for a certain period of time, believed in him. If Quinn was here, then he would beat Immortality, so making a deal with him was pointless. It would be better to communicate with the vampires. However, we still needed the energy from Aaron. What happened, when Aaron had been killed, there was a forming period for us. This time, due to the energy being weak in our world, the forming period took longer than we thought. In turn, when we finally returned Quinn, no one knew of him. He was nowhere to be seen or heard of. We thought once again he must have perished. So we felt like we had no choice. We could not go against Immortality, and he would take over your world anyway, so we had to join the winning side. Outcast then jumped off from Genbu, and all of them lined up in a row looking at Peter. They bowed their heads down in front of him. We made a mistake. We thought you were still gone. When we returned, we didn't take time to try ADN find out what the current situation was. We only know how much time had passed. Immortality isn't exactly a patient person, and from the looks of things he was gearing up for an attack on Earth. He contacted us again before we could even check things, and we decided to attack using the energy the Bone Claw has or had, but now we see that you are here. We wish to work with you once more. We wish to help you in the battle against Immortality, in turn for our help to find a way where we can survive as well. Please, Quinn. If you agree, we will do everything in our power to help you, Ovinik said. Now all eyes were on Peter, waiting for his answer. In the end, Mukha could understand the familiar's situation well. It was a problem that they had always been struggling with and trying to solve. They were somewhat in the middle of all of this, just because they needed a place to live. What she found most interesting, though, was how much the Boneclaw believed in Quinn. Based on the story they told, they had decided to help Immortality because they were simply unable to go against him. However, knowing that there would be some sort of giant battle and knowing what Immortality was trying to do, they still thought that if Quinn was there, he would prevail. The Boneclaw has been by Quinn's side and actually believes in him that much. There had to be a reason, something the Boneclaw saw in him, Mukha thought. Although they say that the familiars are picky with their reason for picking a host, maybe that isn't true. They were just searching for people that could help them with the current situation they were in. Despite all of this, there was still one overbearing problem that they needed to solve. Mukha slowly turned her head toward Peter. She was unsure what type of expression she was pulling right now, because she was extremely worried, but didn't want to show the worry on her face. What would happen if they realized this is the fake Quinn? Quinn is actually alive and well, so it shouldn't be a problem if we tell them the truth, right? Yeah, the truth is the best thing after all, Mukha reassured herself. I see, Peter said with a smile on his face and both hands on his hips. In simple terms, you have decided to help Quinn again. If that's the case, then we have no problem at all. You are free to help as you wish. The four kings turned to look at each other and nodded. It seemed like they had somewhat already agreed on this beforehand. Very well, but remember the deal. You are to help us in our situation. The undead king has already used up a lot of energy trying to transport the familiars over, which means he is no longer in the position to do something like that. However, we will need what energy we have to help you in your battle. Once that task is done, you must find a way to bring us to your world. This is a verbal agreement and will be part of our contract. Before anyone could say anything else, a strange large symbol had appeared in front of the four kings. Mukha recognized it because it was the same symbol that the vampires would draw when trying to summon the familiars and create a contract. Usually, there was a need for a drop of blood, but in this case they were already in the familiar world, so there was no need. Mukha wanted to burst out, telling the four kings to wait because she could already see what was going to happen. However, all four of the four kings had turned into balls of energy and went right through into Peter's body, disappearing on the spot. Soon after, markings had appeared, four of them on all different parts of his body. It was clear to Mukha what just happened. Her mouth was left wide open, and her hand lifted toward her forehead as if she wanted to slap it. The four kings, just like they did with Aaron, they wanted to make a contract with Quinn. They wanted to help him with his fight against Immortality. But now they have attached themselves to Peter. It was too late to say anything now, and the four kings themselves realized the issue. What are you saying? Oven shouted. Are you saying this is not Quinn? This is not the same feeling you got before. Oven was shouting at the Boneclaw, which was communicating in grunts and such. Wait, we formed a contract. We are connected to this person, Genbu said. This person, he looks the same as the one that I met. How can it not be the same person? The Boneclaw was insistent that this was not the same person. Now connected to Peter, he could feel the energy. While still in the familiar world, all of the markings on Peter started to light up, and the four kings appeared in front of him again. Explain yourself, Oven said, his head nearly full of flames, ready to attack at any moment. You are not Quinn. You tricked us, you fooled us. Who are you? If you don't answer, then we will just have to kill you to break this contract. The smile returned to Peter's face as he punched his fist into the palm of his hand. Oh, you guys do want to fight. Wait, I can explain. Mukha darted in front of the two of them. You are correct, this is not Quinn, but this is one of his closest friends. Just as you stated, Immortality has already begun to act. Quinn has currently gone to try and deal with him. In the meantime, he left Peter in charge to do his duties. That is why he looks like him. We were never meant to trick you. We were just protecting the settlement on Quinn's orders, and the one you believe in is very much alive. After saying all of that, Muka had to take in a deep breath. She had said it in one sentence, trying to get her words out as quickly as possible before a fight started. And it seemed to work as the four kings had calmed down. In a panic to save our planet, we have been too hasty lately. We have jumped to conclusions too many times, and now we have a huge dilemma, Oven stated. Even if we were to kill our host, who knows how long it would take us to reform. By then, the entire familiar world could be destroyed, and we would never form again. This person, they must be quite strong, Genbu said. Perhaps all isn't bad. After all, he is able to contain all four of us. That is not something that just anyone can do. And if Quinn entrusted him with such a great task, there has to be a reason. Maybe you guys don't recognize me because I am disguised as Quinn, but I have met with you before, Peter said as he used his ability to cancel his transformation for a short while. They did remember Peter because he was indeed strong. On top of that, the Bone Claw grunted a few things to them. Is that true? I see. If that's the case, then maybe us being attached to him won't be a complete waste. The only thing we can say now is if you wish to use us to help Quinn, you must stay by his side, Oven said. Peter smiled once more. That's good with me. It was what I was planning to do anyway, and what I always will do. In a bizarre way, this whole alteration had led to Peter obtaining all four of the four kings to himself. How useful they would be in battle was hard to say, and only time would tell, but at least it was one less problem for them to worry about. That was until something clicked in Muka's head. She thought everything was over, but there was something that was nagging her. Something that was said in the story. Before, did you say the undead king has the power to teleport not just to our world but to the other world as well? Muka asked. Yes, Oven replied, raising an eyebrow. He could tell that the vampire was worried about something, but he had no clue what. For him, he considered himself the smarter one out of all of the kings, so it was bugging him a little. So, are you telling me that the undead king has the power to transport us to the world where Immortality is? Jessica hadn't been tied up, nor was there someone looking over her. Instead, she was in the small cockpit of the spaceship along with Magnus. There were times during the flight where she had imagined sticking her dagger through his neck. She was standing right behind him after all. All ideas of that went out of her head though, because if Magnus was this confident to have his back turned, there had to be a reason. Right now, she was more so wondering if Andy was okay. Both Edvard and Hickel turned up. Thanks to them, everything was sorted out. They were able to save Galliner, so they should be able to save Andy as well. Right now, I need to stick to the plan. Jessica raised her hand and felt the small bump behind her ear. It was the tracking device that Logan had installed. Everything is fine, he hasn't found out about this. When we get to where we need to be, I'll be safe. Meanwhile, Jessica noticed that the ship had been going over a vast amount of water for a while now. Wherever they were, it seemed to be far away compared to all the other islands and pieces of land. What's that? She thought, as she looked to her right and through the window while also placing both of her hands on the glass. She was putting her face closer to the glass to get a better look. Is that another ship, all the way out here? She wondered what this place was. She had been living on Earth for a while now and was unable to recall anything being in this area, so why was there another ship? When continuing to look out the window, she soon realized that it wasn't just one ship in the area. There were multiple ones. There were ships of different shapes and sizes, and there were some she even recognized. Those ships over there, those are the ones the vampire core units use as well. Why are they all heading toward this island? A bad feeling was overcoming Jessica, as she felt a shiver all over her body. She had no clue what this feeling was. Eventually, the ship landed on the beach of the island. There was a lot of sand, and a little greenery. It wasn't large either. From above, she could easily see the whole island, but there didn't look to be any building of any kind at all on it. Where are we going? What are we doing? Jessica asked, stepping onto the sand and following Magnus into the jungle area. Do you really think I need to answer you? Magnus asked. Jessica was hoping the others were listening, and by talking, maybe she could get some information that the others needed. Don't you think I should at least know that much, and besides, don't you need me to help? Won't it make more sense if you tell me and let me know what we're doing here? in the middle of nowhere, so I can help you." A loud single "ha" sound came out from Magnus. "I don't need your help directly, darling. The only thing we needed was you. Do you really think you can escape from me, or this island? You have no chance. You will see everything sooner or later anyway." They continued to walk, and Jessica was trying to be aware of the surroundings, seeing if there was anything that would stop others from reaching the place where she was at. And as they passed another large tree grouping, Magnus suddenly stopped. There still looked like a large number of trees in front of him, but shifting his feet around a few times in a certain area, the trees started to blur and something else appeared in its place. Was it some type of hologram? Jessica asked, her mouth left open in amazement. Right in front of her, in the center of the island, there was a whole open facility. There were computer terminals spread out, people all around in every direction, and in the center there was a large flat area with a railing around it. It almost looked like a battle arena, and was as big as one as well, almost the same size as the Colosseum. What she noticed, though, was in the large arena-like area. On the ground there were several engravings, symbols and patterns. It almost looked like something drawn out of a magic book. "You think this is something as simple as a hologram? We wouldn't be so foolish to use something that Logan Green could disable," Magnus stated. "There are many things that the world has lost, ancient powers that would use the energy of crystals and the energy that is around us. A world of magic. Even if someone was to fly over this place, all they would see is a simple island. All the spaceships we arrive in are being broken down and sunken into the sea as we speak. No one would ever be able to find you, not that someone would come looking for you in the first place." Jessica noticed something else happening. She placed her hand on her chest. As soon as she entered this area, a surge of power was consuming her. All the people that were around her, every single one of them that were here, and there were at least 200 or so, they were all vampires and relatively strong ones as well. It was causing Jessica's power to fluctuate quite a bit. Most likely, the barrier did more than just change the outside appearance. Magnus turned around, noticing that Jessica seemed to be in a bit of distress. "What's this?" Magnus said as he went up to her, and immediately pulled her head up by her hair. She gritted her teeth, and energy was flowing through her. "I don't think it's the best idea to touch me now," Jessica said. "You mean, you think you can beat me?" Magnus tapped the ground, and as he did, a strange circle appeared underneath the two. Jessica felt like she could no longer move, and with his other hand, he shoved a pill right down into her throat. "That right there should paralyze your body for a couple of hours. It works fairly quickly, and as you said before, we need you alive. So I don't want you to go ahead and try to kill yourself," Magnus stated. Magnus, much like Vincent and Richard, was into research as well. Only he was into researching poisons. He would travel far and wide and planet to planet trying to come up with his own special poisons that would allow him to do a number of things, and this was just one of many he developed just for him. "We don't need you to do anything in the first place, we just need your powers." Magnus looked right into Jessica's eye and he noticed something. Instantly he reached up and pulled out something from Jessica's eye. He was quick, fast and rough, causing Jessica to have massive eye pain, and her eye instantly went bloodshot. "What is this, a contact? You were wearing a contact. Ha, and you want this world to still continue on the way it is, when you have to go around pretending to be something you're not? That's brilliant," Magnus said, as he grabbed Jessica, placing her body under his arm. He then jumped from his position and landed in the center circle. Jessica was trying to fight back, she was trying to move, but just as Magnus said, she was unable to feel her body responding to her at all. It was a strange sensation, especially considering she could still feel all the rising energy inside her. In the very center, what looked like a metallic bed started to rise up vertically, so it looked more like a door. Jessica was strapped in this time, and locked up just in case the poison started to wear off. "All right, everyone. It's time to move into your positions," Magnus shouted. All the workers that had been preparing things so far started to jump down into the arena-like space, and each of them was standing on a symbol. All of them were looking for a place, and then all were facing in the direction of where Jessica was. "When the device turns on, all of our power will be extracted from us. In doing so, it will be directed to you, Jessica. Magnus explained. With that, your damper power will grow far stronger than any energy you have been able to contain ever before. With this device, the energy will shoot up into the air, opening up a portal to another world, opening up the portal so Immortality can finally join us. Magnus said. So, let's not waste any more time. The dream Jessica had, it seemed like it was soon going to become reality. The vampires were busy getting into position around the metal-like arena, while a few of them seemed to be doing a few last-minute adjustments to the machines around it. Jessica wondered why they even needed all of these things in the first place to do what they were going to do. They will be here. They will protect me. They will stop that bad dream from happening. I have to believe in them. I have to believe in Quinn, right? Jessica thought. Even though Quinn himself wasn't involved, he had ordered the others to look over her. At least that's what she thought. While all the vampires were gathering, she could already feel the energy rising, and she looked at them. Some of them she had recognized, vampire groups that had already started to make a name for themselves as travelers. Some that looked to have the clothes and armor of those living in the settlement. Even vampires that had done great acts in the past but had claimed to now be retired. Last, she even saw a large number of them wearing the vampire corps uniform. There were those she didn't recognize, most likely from different departments, but then she could see captains and squad leaders that even though they weren't in her department, she had met them once or twice through meetings. These were all in the ships from before that were coming to the island. It was all of these people working on this project. Immortality has been able to infiltrate the vampire population strongly. Her eyes were glued to one person, and she wanted to shake her head, but she was unable to, due to the strange effects of the pill. No, not you too. How did he get to you? When did he get to you? Jessica screamed in her head, as she saw Barbara, the chief of her own vampire corps base, standing in the large circle staring straight ahead. It made her think that there was possibly no escape. If Magnus had failed in capturing her, then one of the people she believed in, one of the people she had trusted would have found a way for her to get in Immortality's hands. Seeing Barbara like so, it had taken all of the hope out of her. If even someone like her can be controlled, someone so close to me, then all of this will just continue, even after Magnus. I have no one anymore. The machine has been turned on, and the symbols on the ground started to light up. As they did, the vampires were covered in their red aura from head to toe. Jessica's heart was thumping louder and faster than before. Her whole body felt like it was on fire. Just like the vampires, her own aura was now covering her on the outside. From head to toe she was covered in yellow aura. It's only a matter of time now, Magnus thought. The others were already on a spaceship heading toward the island. They were going there as fast as they could. Now they knew where Jessica and Magnus were, and they had heard everything. Unfortunately, it was as Quinn feared. Jessica was a key to open up a portal to another world. From what we heard, it appears that this facility must have been built on another weak point, where the separation between the two worlds is weaker. Agent 4 was explaining. Immortality needs to channel the energy in some way, so they have created a device that will help accelerate the power, as well as crafting a more permanent magic circle. Everyone was listening intently. They now had a few more people who were on board and helping out with this task. Agent 4, Logan, just in case he was needed, and Andy had asked to be taken along now that he knew the truth of the matter. This is not your fault, Quinn, Logan said, seeing the look on his face. We had no clue where these weak points were, nor what Magnus needed to do with Jessica. You have to think about it as well. Do you really think that Magnus just marked all of those vampires just now? That he managed to build a facility in just a week or so? No, most likely he had all of these marked for a long time. Immortality is that type of person. He is determined to get out of where he is. All of this had to have been planned for a long time now. We are just realizing his actions now. Hearing Logan speak, Quinn looked directly at Agent 4, who had caught his eye as well, and the both of them smiled while Agent 4 gave him a little nod, confirming that he still remembered what the two had talked about. There is still another thing, Agent 4 stated. This island and facility might have a number of different protections that have been put up. Things that we have never seen before. Firstly, Magnus and his poison, and secondly, the use of magic. Magic is something that we hardly understand, even myself. I have only done research into magic circles. The circles, as stated before, with the symbols are like a code. It's almost as if you are running a program, telling the circle what to do with the energy source. There is already this mirage that Jessica spoke of, that we will need to deal with. The group was tense, but to them the threat of magic couldn't be too strong. After all, they used vampire aura and had faced countless people with different abilities. How much different could magic be compared to that? The ship could see the island in sight and Logan did a quick scan. HI's device was unable to detect any sign of life at all on the island. However, the tracker clearly stated that Jessica was here. At least it was the last place that she was at. What's the plan? Andy asked. Are we going to go on the ground and try sneak in? Or somehow try to break this magic barrier? Using his shadow powers, Quinn had passed through the ship and was now standing at the very top. We don't know how long we have, or what will happen to Jessica after this. We don't have time to be worrying about a magic barrier. Quinn lifted both of his hands up, and his eyes started to glow red. In the air, right above the entire island, particles of red aura were gathering. They were forming into a particular shape. As he was gathering his aura, he started to think of all that he had failed. All that he had let die due to Immortality and Magnus doing. He couldn't let Jessica die. He couldn't let Immortality get his way. Is that a giant blood sword? Pickle asked. I guess we're not going with sneaking in. Swinging his hands down, Quinn unleashed the giant blood sword right where the signal from Jessica's transceiver currently was. The large sword made of blood was hovering in the air. Andy was looking at it in amazement. He had never seen so much blood aura being used in a pure form like so. He had seen Quinn fight a few times, but never directly and never like this. It was quite clear that the rumors of the accomplishments that he was able to achieve, that they weren't exaggerated in the slightest. If anything, they were downplayed. Even the original leaders looking at Quinn doing something with such ease, just felt like if they were with him, they could do anything. Let's get Jessica, Quinn said. As he swung his hands down, the blood sword moved with it. The giant sword looked as if it was a weapon that had fallen from the heavens, fallen from some kind of giant in the skies. From down below, each of them looked up, as they could feel the energy and the large shadow that was cast above them. What in the world, what is that? One of the vampires shouted and pointed, looking at the sky. Although they were all in the facility hidden by the magic, they could still see everything clearly from their side, and that included the sword. As it touched the trees, a bubble of energy was seen flashing around the place. The sword had red sparks surrounding it, as it was trying to get through whatever the shield was around it. I can see it. I can see the facility, Andy stated, looking out the window. What were just trees moments ago, now was a large facility, and looking closely they could see Jessica tied up. However, the large blood sword hadn't pierced through the shield that was protecting the place. The power of the sword was still pulsating aura around the whole thing, and it looked like the shield was doing the same back. Will the shield hold up? Barbara asked. Not only her, but the rest of the vampires were concerned, because if the shield was to break, then whoever had created that thing in the first place would have free rein to attack them all. The shield is not easy to break. There are countless magic circles built around the facility. Magnus answered. We have used all the resources we had to power these magic circles. All the demon tier crystals we have gathered and the demigod tier crystals as well. There's a lot of power in this shield. If it was going to break, then it would have broken already. Hearing all of the vampires mumbling to each other, there was one thing Jessica realized. Not all of them were being mind-controlled by the being called Immortality. From the sounds of it, many were willingly helping him like Magnus, and that included Barbara. When one was being controlled or forced to do things, Immortality would take over their actions, but in this case they were still acting like themselves. She wondered what had Immortality promised them, what had he done for them to go over to his side. Regardless, all of the commotion had caused her to raise her head, and when she looked up at the large blood sword, she could also see a ship not too far off from it. Is it them? Did they come to save me? Jessica thought. She wondered who would have such power, though, to break the shield. Maybe if there were more of the original leaders, then they could produce something like this. but Jessica was overestimating the original leaders. Without the absolute blood control that was given to the kings, it would have been near impossible for them to do something like this. In the ship itself, they could see that the large blood sword wasn't going to be enough to break the barrier, and eventually all of the energy from the sword would disappear. The sword isn't enough. It needs more power, Edvard stated. Should we help? If we use all our strength and our attacks as well, maybe we can break the barrier. The other leaders and Andy nodded, but Logan remained calm. Everyone, you can do your part when it is needed, but for now you should trust Quinn. Do you really think this is the only thing he can do? This is the man who can overcome anything. It was true, if possible, Quinn didn't want to go all out in this attack, and the reason was simple, because he didn't want to hurt Jessica by accident, nor did he want to hurt anyone that was possibly being controlled by Immortality. Using his hands again, he gathered energy, and soon, right above the island, something else was forming. More correctly, there were two objects that were forming in the air. The blood aura started to gather the same as before, aura coming out from his hands and the red in Quinn's eyes growing stronger. When everyone could finally see what Quinn had created, they were left blown away. Just how much blood aura does this guy have? Edvard said. I will just say that I am happy that I decided never to go against him properly when I was unsure about who he was. I feel a bit sorry for Grenlet now. Now I understand why he would break down whenever he heard Quinn's name. In the air, hovering from the clouds, there were two more giant blood swords. They were just as large as the first one, and had just as much condensed blood energy as well. Fall, Quinn said, his eyes glinting red for a second. As the command was given, the two large swords dropped down. They crashed into the shield, and now all three swords pulsed with energy. The shield looked like it was ready to crumble at any moment, yet it still managed to hold up, but it didn't seem like it would be the case for so much longer. Just one more push. Quinn, with his blood control, now controlled the swords, pushing them further into the shield, and empowering them with the third stage of chi from a distance. The vast amount of power crashed into and crushed the shield in an instant. The swords were still there, while the shield was broken. You said the shield would hold out, Barbara said. It would have if we were going up against an ordinary opponent, Magnus replied. It looks like the star of the show has eventually turned up. Jessica, seeing the shield having broken, and the three large blood swords, she couldn't believe there was such power. There was only one person in her mind that was capable of doing such a thing. A lump was building up in her throat, as she thought about who it could be. No, it couldn't be. Why would he come for me? Why would he care for me? I'm not anyone important to him. He has his own family to protect, a whole settlement to run. Jessica told herself, but she wanted to believe it was him. What are we going to do? If we just stand here, those blood swords will kill us, Barbara shouted. Don't worry, I have analyzed his personality well, Magnus said, as the blood swords were falling toward them. He won't kill us. He is too worried about hurting people, and he especially wouldn't want to hurt her. The blood swords continued to fall until they were only 10 meters away from hitting the facility. They stayed in the air, directly in front of them for a few moments. All of the vampires could feel the powerful energy. Even if they were to attack the swords together with all of their might, they believed that they would have never been able to disperse the blood swords. Yet, they exploded into blood particles at that moment, turning into nothing but red dust. See, what did I tell you? We don't have to worry about the swords. This man is too mentally weak to win this battle against us. He will never be able to beat Immortality. The ship was seen hovering above, and it was time for them to descend. The top of the spaceship's glass door opened up, and everyone was ready. Me and Agent 4 will wait above, and will come to support you when the area is cleared up, Logan stated. The others nodded. It's time for us to go, Quinn said, as he jumped first off the ship toward the facility. The rest quickly followed him, jumping out after him. All of them were falling to the ground. The vampires below, seeing this, readied their powers, and started to fire out blood aura toward them. Blood swipes, blood bullets, beast weapons mixed with blood, all sorts of attacks went towards them. The others were ready to attack back to block the attacks, but Quinn spread out the shadow from around him, covering the area where they were, including the others. As the attacks hit the shadow, they were unable to do anything. Finally, Quinn and the others landed right on the ground, in the middle of the facility, unhurt, without a scratch on their body. "Magnus," Quinn said, "today is the day you die." Quinn and the others had arrived, landing at the edge of the facility. They were close to a number of terminals, and yet there was no worker right where they were. That's because they were all in the arena-like place down below, all of them providing their power straight toward Jessica. "What's with that disguise?" Magnus said. "Do you think you can trick me with that? With as much energy coming off from you? It can only be you, Quinn Talon." Jessica looked up as she heard the name, and the other vampires in question were also wondering what Magnus was talking about. They all knew Quinn Talon was the one who they were going to have to face off against, and on top of that, where was he? None of them could see him. "I see. I guess you're right. There's no need for this thing, because I'm going to put a stop to it all." Quinn reached out to his face and scratched it with his fingernails, leaving a red claw mark behind. The mask on his face fell crumbling into separate segments. As the pieces fell to the floor, everyone was able to see the familiar face, the leader of the vampire settlement, the hero, and the vampire that was practically referred to as a god. "What's wrong?" Magnus said, as he could feel uneasy tension behind him. "You all knew that we would be going up against him. Did you think he just would never turn up? Remember who we have on our side. They may call him a god, but that is a name only. The one we serve is the real vampire god, our creator Immortality." Hearing the talk of Quinn, Jessica looked right ahead. She couldn't believe it. Her heart almost felt like it was about to tear apart, as an overwhelming amount of emotions came to her. Of all people, the people she believed that wouldn't come or help her, of all the people she could trust, the one and only Quinn was here for her. Just like he was back then, he was here once again. "Quinn!" Jessica shouted out. "Save me!" She screamed at the top of her lungs. It was more than a cry for help. The depression could be felt. "We need to stop those vampires from powering her," Edvard said. "It might be best if we deal with them from here." Magnus started to laugh out loud as he heard what Edvard said. "It seems you are smarter than you look, and smarter than you have been before, but it's too late. The second you guys came here, you fell for it, you fell for everything. I would like to thank you all for coming here, because if you never did, then this plan would have never worked." There was a worry in the back of Quinn's mind, a worry that had always been there from the beginning. Immortality claimed that he was the one that he needed, but how would Quinn even be used to open the portal? When they heard Jessica's power the way it worked, he thought that maybe, just maybe he would be the trigger he needed to open the portal, but could Magnus really guess that Quinn would save Jessica? Especially when he was disguised and there was no news of him being anywhere. Whatever the case was, it seemed Quinn's fears were true. Magnus stomped on the ground, and all of the strange runes and shapes on the platform they were on started to glow brightly. The red energy, instead of going to Jeshia, went up in the air, and now above them there was another magic circle. It was floating, moving about in the air, twisting and turning. Seeing this, Quinn went to attack it, throwing out a blood swipe. When it hit the magic circle in the air though, it went right through it, and the magic circle continued to move. With this, not a single person's energy on the island will go to waste. Underneath Quinn and all the others, the same special runes that were in the metal arena were now under them. Not just them, but everywhere they looked they could see runes all over the place. Before they knew it, power was flowing out of them, out of their control, and all of it was going right to Jessica in the center. The second it hit her, the entirety of her eyes went yellow. There was a glow all over her body, and lifting her head up toward the sky, she opened up her mouth. An energy beam consumed her whole body and went up far in the sky. It shot through the center of the magic circle and continued to go up until it reached the clouds. When it did, the energy blast had somewhat stopped splitting the clouds apart and started to hit one area. As it did, a strange hole started to appear from the sky. It was slowly growing larger, and they could see it, a red sky. All of them on the island started to feel a strange sense of pressure on their chest. It was hard for them to even stand. "Is this the power of the other world? Why does it feel so heavy?" Pickle said. Is this power coming from the creatures from the other world? It was the opening of a portal to the other world. The only two people that seemed to be unaffected by the strange energy was Magnus and Quinn. Haha, go ahead and kill me, but even if you do it won't change anything. Those magic circles were to run ahead without me either way, even if I was dead or alive. The only thing we needed was for you to come here, Quinn. And you did. You are the reason why Immortality will be able to come to this world. Up above in the spaceship, Agent 4 and Logan were looking at the yellow energy shining at the portal above. We planned for this to happen. Are you still able to complete the task? Logan asked. I have made many preparations and have studied the magic circles from back then, and from the past of the vampires with your knowledge. I completely understand the language that is being used. We still have time. This is the same as last time. Although a portal has been opened, it's more of a crack than anything. Certain beings will be able to pass through, but those on the same level of strength as Immortality will not. At the moment he cannot pass through. If we reverse it before then, the portal will close. When saying these words, Agent 4 was once again looking at Quinn. Logan could see this as well, and it was clear that something was being kept from them. We can't go down yet though. For me to reverse the magic circle, they will need to clear the area for me. I will not risk my life, Agent 4 stated. Back on the ground, large amounts of power could be sensed leaking through the portal as it was slowly getting bigger. Andy, Edvard, Hickel, I will trust the three of you to save Jessica and to deal with Magnus, Quinn said. Andy had gone against Magnus before, so they knew he was strong, and this time he wasn't the only one that was in the way of them getting to Jessica. There were plenty of strong vampires as well, including a couple of vampire core chiefs that he recognized. As long as we get rid of all the ones down here, then Agent 4 will be able to clear the area. Was that not part of the plan? Hickel asked. You're right. But then who is going to deal with them coming through? Quinn looked up and a winged creature was floating about. It looked similar to Laxma's celestial form, and it had just as much power as well. They would never be able to deal with such a creature. I will deal with whatever comes through that portal, which is why I am trusting you. The shadow started to cover Quinn's body from head to toe, and as it slowly disappeared from the bottom, they could see that his armor was changing. Godslayer tier armor set has been equipped. Both Edvard and Hickel couldn't help but stare at the armor. It was glistening with such power that it had a hypnotizing effect of not letting one take their eyes away. The two had seen it before from far away when he was battling against Ray, but now they were able to see it up close. Do you think you will really need to use that armor? Edvard asked, thinking that Quinn was plenty strong enough already. It's a precaution. We don't know what will come out of there, and how soon that could change everything, Quinn said. He wasted no time, as he kicked the air and his own body started to rise. Of course, Quinn could create wings out of shadow blood aura or use another set of beast equipment, but the Godslayer boots were best as it didn't affect his speed. He was quickly running up in the sky, and his first target was in sight. Quinn could see the large bat-like creature covered in black skin. It had a large head like that of a lion, while its wings and body structure was relatively thick, making it hard to believe that it was even able to fly in the first place. The end of Quinn's golden gauntlet started to light up, filling with power. As he threw it out, a large blood fist went right through the air. By the time the creature realized an attack was coming its way and turned around, it was hit right in the center. The fist of power exploded going through its chest and killed the creature instantly, tuning it into particles of dust. The way that creature just died. It's the same way as vampires do when they have been in the sun for too long. Regular demon blood has been absorbed. Your blood aura has already evolved. There will be no effects granted. The blood fist that Quinn had used was the blood forest fist, which allowed him to absorb some of the opponent's blood that he attacked. Before he had used a blood bullet on one of these creatures that had come out from the portal. When he had done so, the message stating he had absorbed blood from a demon appeared, and it allowed his blood aura to increase in power, to be far stronger than any other vampire in terms of just blood aura. Yet, there was no effect this time. What he did make note of though was that just like last time, there were different levels of demons. I've gotten a lot stronger though, with the Godslayer tier armor set. Just one blood fist is enough to defeat a demon who was considered extremely strong. Quinn thought. Just as he had this thought, when looking up, he could see a whole fleet of the same type of creature pouring out from the portal. It was like a group of bats. They flew through the air, and their wings created an ear-piercing noise along with their mouth as they flew down into the world. Immediately, one of them came towards Quinn. Spinning his body, he avoided a quick bite attack. Swinging his leg back, he kicked down hard, right at the neck of the beast, breaking its bones in an instant and sending it hurling into the sea. Another was right in front of Quinn's face with its mouth open wide, but it was met with Quinn's fist instead. It shattered all of its teeth and its head crunched up into its body as it was sent off far into the distance. If there is one thing these demons do have, it seems like they have no fear. Even though I can deal with them easily, seeing their friends and allies killed like that, they're still coming at me with no hesitation. Not even beasts act like this. They have some sense. The swarm of giant bat-like creatures, though, started to become a problem as well, as he could see they were spreading out. Seeing how some had come towards Quinn, others were now heading out and spreading through the sky. Who knew what complications it would have if creatures from another world started to mix in with theirs, and some had even spotted the ship that Logan and Agent 4 were inside of. I need to deal with them all at once, Quinn thought, as he kicked the air and turned back to look at the portal above him. H's hands started to glow, and his 2 hands had turned into 6 in total. Blood fist barrage. Swinging all 6 of his fists, Quinn let out fierce blood bullets into the portal. They were raining upward into the sky like bullets, and they were taking out the bat creatures like bullets as well. As they pierced their vitals, they were disappearing one after the other. The sky was clearing up, but he knew the longer the portal would stretch open, the more dangerous beings would start to come through. The ground needs to be cleared quicker for a safe landing. Once they clear the area, we need to work on the portal straight away. I don't know how much time we have, Agent 4 declared. As soon as Quinn had left to deal with the portal up above, there was a part of the vampire original leaders that had hoped that it would stop Jessica from using her powers. But it seemed that she had already gotten whatever it was she needed to now power the portal. So even if they weren't there, Jessica's power would continue to run rampant. The reason why this was clear was because all of the vampires that had been used to power Jessica before and were standing in certain places were moving, and specifically they were taking on the 3 of them below. Both Edvard and Hickel placed their hands down on the ground, creating a blood barrier. A flurry of blood swipes had come right at the 3 of them. Don't underestimate us originals so much, Edvard smiled. Although there were so many blood swipes coming from so many strong vampires, they were still able to block them using their own blood aura. These people, they would have shaken in fear in the past if they knew who they were going up against, and now they're just willingly attacking us. Edvard complained. It seems we need to stop living in the past, Hickel stated. Regardless, if we are just creating this barrier, then our power will slowly drain away. It looks like Magnus is staying by Jessica's side, in case we try to do anything to her. Well, I guess there is an easy way to stop this. I mean, if we killed Jessica, that would be the end of this all, but of course Quinn would never allow us to do that, Edvard said. And I am a lot more scared of him than I am of Immortality. Let me deal with the others, Andy said from behind. I will deal with all the vampires that are in the area. The 2 of you will need to deal with Magnus. I already lost to him. I know I am not strong enough to beat him. He is one with many tricks, so I believe that there might be the need for the 2 of you. Trust me, Andy said, a strong determination in his eyes, and having pulled his great sword ready for a fight. All right, new guy, show us what you got. Clear a way for us, so we can get straight to Magnus, Edvard said. As soon as Andy heard those words, he jumped up high in the air. With his string attached to his large great sword, he swung it behind him dangling in place, and then swung it over his head. It was almost as if his large great sword was on a type of chain. It crashed into the metal ground and surprisingly only left a scratch. It was made of a strong metal, that was for sure. Still, the impact of the attack caused blood aura to swoop down the middle and rise like a tidal wave, disrupting the vampires from their attack. As soon as Andy landed on the floor in front of them, he swung the great sword. It crashed, hitting many of the vampires right in their side. The strength was far too much for them to handle, and they were lucky that Andy was using the back of the blade, otherwise they would have been split in half. While all of the commotion was going on, and with the vampires more split up and further apart, both Edvard and Hickel ran forward, while running Hickel decided to aid Andy just a bit, as he threw his blood to the other side, and his blood exploded, sending the vampires flying away. They soon stopped as they had reached the center of the arena. Now in front of them, there was Magnus and Jessica right there. "You will not get the best of me," Magnus said, as his body was transforming into its celestial form, using the power that had been given to him by Immortality. "The kid did his job, so we need to do ours now," Edvard said with a smile. All 6 of Quinn's arms were moving at a fast speed, and the barrage didn't stop as the attacks killed everything in sight. There was no sign of the bat-like creatures, and they couldn't even be seen pouring out from the portal anymore. This was all because of Quinn's attack that was getting rid of them before they could even come to the other side completely. From the spaceship that was floating in the air from the side, Agent 4 and Logan were watching everything that was going on. "We can't just stay here and watch the others fight," Logan said, as he tapped the ship's console, bringing up a screen of what was going on below. They could see Andy fighting with the others. He was using his overwhelming strength to punch through the attacks. Some he was taking head-on and allowing his body to heal, and other times he was swinging his sword, hitting them far and into the distance. "It looks like down below has cleared up quite a bit. We need to get to work," Logan said. "There is a possibility that they could still hurt us," Agent 4 stated. "The place needs to be clear first." "I never thought you were like this," Logan said, shaking his head. "I thought the low-digit numbers from Pure were meant to be strong? What happened to you? Although you are a researcher, you have strength. Me and you will be good enough to defend ourselves. It's not like we're weak." In the middle of their conversation, they heard the loud bangs stop for a moment. The bangs that they could hear was each time Quinn's fists would stop in the air. Ripples of explosions were being created just from his punches alone, regardless of the aura that was being used with them. The reason why Quinn had stopped was because something else was starting to come through the portal. The yellow energy was still hitting the sky, and slowly the portal was opening up wider and wider. It had grown almost to the size of a large cloud itself. It made him wonder what a complete opening of the portal would look like. Even when looking in, one was still unable to see the other world clearly. It was almost like a mist that was constantly flowing, showing everything as a blur on the other side. What was coming through the portal part now, though, was a large blue-skinned hand. It was gigantic, far bigger than anything the others had seen. It looked like a human hand apart from the skin color and the sharp-colored nails. "This is even bigger than Athos," Quinn thought, "and it is bigger than the demon tear dragon as well. Is this another demon?" Both Agent 4 and Logan could see the giant hand slowly moving out. "Oh, will you look at that, the area, it looks clearer than it did before. I think Andy is doing a really good job after all. Why don't we head down?" Agent 4 for some reason seemed to quickly change his mind, and Logan could guess why. Seeing the giant hand, Quinn decided to do something first. This looked different from the demons he was fighting just a moment ago, and from its power it certainly was different. "Is this on the same level as the other demon I killed, the one that had come out of the portal last time? Didn't Minnie tell me he called himself a general or something?" Quinn thought. He was unsure if this giant creature was on the same level of the demon general he fought last time or was stronger. But just in case, he gathered a blood fist and threw it out right at the hand. It hit the center of the palm. It didn't cover much surface area at all, but the attack was strong enough to cause the hand to be pushed back and flinch a little. "Demon blood has been absorbed. Blood aura is unable to evolve. Blood aura is at a higher level." The system seemed to give him a bit more information than last time, and he could only assume it was because this was a different type of demon, and that wasn't the last of the system messages either. "A variety of demon blood has been absorbed. The system is now able to create a demon tier list. Demon, lesser demon, greater demon, demon general. The list will be updated as the system gains more access to different blood types." "Oh, this is very interesting," It looks like after absorbing their blood I can tell what strength the demon is at, and then using my inspect skill I can see the grade of the demon. Looking at the large hand, the inspect skill was already active, and where it would show nothing before, it now had a word by it. Greater Demon. Quinn looked past the giant hand and could see one of the bat creatures he was fighting before. He was wondering what strength that would be at. Demon. The lowest grade, and they were that strong. I can imagine that some of the vampire leaders might have struggled against just those bat creatures. Still, the demon general tier I was able to beat with the guns last time. This isn't any stronger, it's just bigger, so I'll just need a bigger weapon. Quinn thought to himself. The extra arms disappeared. He was fighting against a mass amount of enemies, and although he probably could use them to eventually destroy this giant demon, he thought there was a more efficient way. With his blood aura, one of his most favorite weapons was created in his hand. A giant blood spear had been formed, but not only that. With the power of the gauntlets, Quinn was also able to add the additional effects onto weapon that he would make, just like the blood fists. I have the blood fairy type fist, chi fist, and damper fist. It would be nice to add one of these to the spear to see how effective it could be, but the damper energy might have an effect on the portal as well, so I have to be careful. With that carefulness in mind, Quinn had opened to apply the blood fairy effect onto the spear. Go back to where you came from, Quinn shouted as he hurled the spear. It spun while in the air and went right through the palm of the demon's hand, ripping a large hole in the center showing nearly only the fingers. It carried on going through the forearm, but beyond that, he had no idea how far the spear went. When looking closely though at the greater demon, the fingers, they could be seen turning a slightly different shade of blue. Is this the effect of the fairy blood? Quinn thought. Although demons aren't vampires, vampires are demons. These are creations of Immortality, or beings from the other world. Since fairy blood affects vampires, I thought there was a good chance it would affect demons as well. Sooner rather than later though, the giant hand started to turn into small particles, before he could even test the effectiveness of the fairy blood. Although I was unable to see the effects, I'm sure there will be more that will come through that portal. And it would be good to test out how effective all the different traits are that I can add, before I decide to leave this place. Quinn thought. Andy was using his strength as best as he could. He was swinging his large sword knocking the vampires out, but he was careful to use the unbladed edge. He didn't want to harm them, and in doing so it was proving quite difficult. He jumped back in the air, and several blood swipes came toward him. Swinging the great sword, he smashed his sword through the blood swipes, landing back on the ground. They're covering for each other, and it looks like they got quite a high supply of blood as well. Every time that I'm busy knocking one person out, they're healing the others. Going up against this many is harder than I thought, especially when I'm trying to not kill them. One of the vampires came in fast, faster than he expected, but with his fast reflexes, Andy was able to grab his hand and twist it under him, and hitting it with the bottom of his sword, he smashed the bones in the vampire's arm. After a kick sending him to the ground, he used his string ability and started to tie him up. This could work if I injure them to this point, and then, with the tied-up vampire, Andy threw him behind him as he was starting a pile, and then standing in front of the tied-up vampire, he was going to try and stop anyone from getting close. A swing of his sword, a punch, a kick, and then tying up again. One by one Andy was doing his job as he tied them up, swinging his sword once more trying to hit one of the vampire's arms. Before it clashed, a strike came out full of blood aura, hitting the sword dead on at an angle, causing it to swing up into the air. Andy was quite surprised. Although he wasn't using his full strength for fear of killing the vampires, someone was able to deflect the attack. Although his surprise soon came to an end when he realized who it was. Barbara, Andy called out. She stood there with beast gear on both her hands. They were a set of claws that would extend out from the knuckles. They were glowing with a bright red color, and an immense amount of heat was coming out of them. If I remember correctly, Barbara is one of the few that has a demon-tier beast weapon in her possession. Andy thought. Barbara, I can see that you aren't possessed like the others, but you have the marking on your head, Andy stated. How could you do this? How could you willingly go against and kidnap one of your own? Why are you doing this? I have my reasons, Andy, Barbara stated back. One life, For the sake of bringing back those I care about, is that not good enough? She charged forward with both of the clawed hands creating flames behind her. At last, she swung it toward Andy, and a spiral came out from them. Lifting his sword up, he blocked the spiral of flames, but felt a stabbing pain in his right side that was starting to heat up. Slamming his foot on the ground, the whole metallic structure started to shake slightly. While Barbara was trying to balance herself, Andy was able to pull out of that position. Blood splattered onto the ground, and the inside of Andy felt like he was heating up slightly, but he was still standing strong. "You have been blinded with whatever he has promised you," Andy said. "We all have lost those we care about. I even lost my mother. Do you think that I don't want to bring her back? But can't you see? Jessica's life is not ours to take. It's not fair to do trades like that, and her life is not the only one that has been lost. What about those in her squad? What about the ones that have been possessed? All of them have lost their lives. All of them trusted you as their boss. And look at what you have done." Andy came charging in, and he swung his sword in the middle of his swing. He could see several of the other vampires approach him from the side. He had to quickly adjust himself, as he let go of the sword for a moment, and ducked down, avoiding their hits. With his two fists, he punched one in the gut, sending him flying up in the air off in the distance somewhere on the island, and quickly turned and hit the other on the head. As he did, his head slammed into the ground, and the vampire was no longer moving. "Crap! In my haste I hit him a bit too hard. That one is now dead," Andy thought. It was what he had been trying to avoid this whole time. But in a desperate situation, what else could he do? Now that he had somewhat gotten rid of those that were close to him around the area, he could focus on Barbara. "Wait, where is she? Where did she go?" Andy thought as he looked around. There were crowds of vampires in his way, blocking him from trying to locate her, and he was sure that she would be up to no good. These vampires, most of them were like a hive mind working together, but the ones they really needed to worry about were the vampires that were like Magnus and Barbara, the ones that had free thinking to do as they wished. In the meantime, both Logan and Agent 4 had landed on the outskirts of the facility. They were slowly approaching the area, trying to not get noticed by the vampires around them. In Agent 4's hand, he had a device that was glowing red. It looked like a piece of lipstick in his hand, but with a glowing red end. While creeping onto the arena part, Agent 4 knelt down and looked at the special symbol that was engraved. "Now, all I need to do is alter all of these. That should take a bit of time," Agent 4 said. I have a vast mind and I have the knowledge of Eno, but I have never been able to quite understand these symbols fully. It amazed me how you are able to comprehend this," Logan commented. "That's because your mind is too straightforward thinking," Agent 4 replied, while continuing to alter the symbol on the ground. "You see, for you things need to make sense in your head, you have to understand the reason behind every action. But with this, sometimes there is no need. It's more of an artist expressing themselves, which is why it's harder for you to understand." A vampire at that moment had approached them, which had startled Agent 4 quite a bit. He had paused, messing up the symbol he was drawing as he wanted to pull out a certain device from his pocket. Before the vampire could reach them, though, a laser blasted him away, right in the stomach. "I will keep to my own inventions," Logan said, his hand having converted into a blaster. Beast energy was used for the power output, and dealing with these vampires they would have no problem at all. "You just keep expressing your art." Agent 4 carried on with Logan helping out. That was until a certain vampire came their way. Logan fired his blaster toward her, but with her deadly claws she ripped through the laser blast attack, and then swinging her own claw hand, a spiral of flames went right toward Logan. His arm started to change into that of a metallic shield, and as the tornado flame hit, the fire dispersed up but started to push him back. "It seems that she is quite a strong one. Should I start worrying a little bit now?" Agent 4 said. He had pulled out the weapon he was planning to use before. One of the inventions that had been created by Pure in the past. It was a chi gun. Using it used the chi from the person and fired it out right toward the vampire, but she was too fast, avoiding all of the hits. She can tell where the bullets are going even if they are invisible. Maybe she can sense the power in the air currents or something. This might become difficult for us, Agent 4 thought. Logan was getting ready to act. He was planning for a tough battle ahead of them. That was until a set of strings were tied around the woman's hands. They then tied around her legs as well, and she was being pulled back and slowed down. Landing right in front of her, Andy was there, with red blood strings in one hand and the large sword in the other. "There is no way for you to break these strings based on the way I have tied you up," Andy stated. "Barbara, I didn't want to do this, I didn't want to kill you, but I can see you are willing to do whatever you can for your goal. But most of all, the reason I didn't want to kill you is because I knew Jessica would be upset at your loss. I'm sorry." Andy raised his hand, and it grew in size. It swung down the giant sword. Barbara was gathering her blood aura, trying to break the strings. They were withering away, but Andy was able to use more strings to tie her up. There were vampires that were attempting to help her, but both Agent 4 and Logan continued to blast them away, knowing full well that they needed to get rid of this vampire. The large blade went right down the center of Barbara, finishing her off there, and then she had been killed. Andy was only able to stay in silence for a second. That was all he could give her on this battlefield. "You two, you need to get to work and fast. I don't want to keep killing my own kind. Please close that portal up," Andy requested, as he went off continuing his struggle. Quinn really wasn't sure if his spear attack had defeated the greater demon, but it didn't seem to be willing to come out of the portal anymore. Instead, more of the bat-like creatures had come through, and soon other flying creatures were seen coming out of the portal. These had larger wingspans than the bat-like creatures and a smaller frame. At the same time, they moved slightly faster in the air as well. With a blood forest fist, Quinn threw it out. The fists were just as fast as the blood bullets, so even though the winged demons were faster than the bat-like ones, he was able to hit it cleanly, killing it in a single hit, but it wasn't his aim to just kill the creature. "Lesser demon blood has been absorbed. I see, so this is a step up from the bat-like creatures, but they seem to be just as high in number." Using his boots, several puffs of clouds appeared, and there were now 3 Quinns. While the original Quinn continued to swing his arms out, firing away the blood fists, the others were working on something else instead. They were using the blood control to create the 1,000 blood swords. Controlling them, they flew about through the air, going right through the winged creatures. The blood swords had enough condensed blood that they wouldn't disappear after killing them as well. That was the good thing about the clones created by the boots. They were still able to do everything that Quinn could. It was just at 50% of the power, but if they got hit lightly they would disappear. In this case, where his enemies weren't even getting close to him, he could use multiple different skills. "With this, I can keep anything that comes through the portal at bay. Hopefully the ones down below are doing well. However, it's only a matter of time until stronger demons come through. I just hope, if all goes well, I get a signal from Agent 4. While Andy was busy fighting the rest of the vampires spread out across the arena-like platform, in the center where Jessica currently was, there was a large-scale battle going on. Magnus was standing in front of her. He had finished his transformation looking the same as he did before. The skull-like mask on the top half of his head. The centipede-like arms that stretched and emitted a strange green goo. It was hard to still call him a vampire. Immediately, the first one to attack was Magnus. He stretched out his hand from his position, the large segments extending. There were 2 of them aiming right for the vampire originals. The 2 of them split up, both heading in opposite directions. Edvard had leapt, changing his path, heading straight for Magnus. "You are one ugly thing," Edvard shouted. "You don't even deserve to be called a vampire." He swung his arm, creating a large blood swipe, but his centipede-like hand had retracted in time, blocking the attack. "Aren't you the least bit concerned about your friend?" A smile was revealed by Magnus as he moved his hand. When Edvard turned his head, he could see that Hickel was trapped. There was a glowing mark underneath him. No doubt he had used his power. Damn it! Did he set up traps all over the place? When did he do that? Edvard thought. I guess in the end I was just lucky to avoid them all. Seeing his friend trapped, he was fighting against the centipede-like arm. Hickel had his hands stretched out, holding onto the strong pincers. The green goo was spilling onto the floor and part of it was going onto his skin, burning as smoke could be seen. Edvard held out his hand, holding it with the other by its elbow for support. Blood started to gather around the palm, and blasting out was a blood cannon worth of energy. It crashed into the side of the centipede-like hand, bending it slightly. It caused Magnus to retreat his hand back. Now both of the arms had retracted. Magnus extended them both, and they were going after Edvard this time instead. Rather than retreating back or attacking the arms though, he charged right ahead. "You fool! You really have no idea how much power I have. How much power Immortality has given me!" Magnus shouted. The arms started to change in motion. As if they were alive, they swirled around, going in different patterns, still heading toward Edvard. It was hard for him to see exactly where the attack was going to come from, but he didn't worry about that. "Did you forget who I am, Magnus?" Edvard asked. "I have survived this long, even though I was meant to die multiple times, and it's all due to my power." Magnus knew Edvard's power well, but what was he going to do in this situation? Appearing from above was none other than Hickel. "Remember, there's two of us you have to go against." Hickel swung his arm, and rather than a blood swipe, there was a large amount of blood that came out through the air instead. As it hit the centipede-like arms, it exploded, creating a dust cloud that went up into the air and almost covered the whole area. The power of the explosion could be felt by Andy and the others behind them. Coming out from the smoke on the other end was none other than Edvard, who had grabbed Magnus right by the neck. He lifted his hand full of blood aura and punched Magnus in the head a few times. With every hit, a large amount of blood aura could be seen coming out from the other end of Magnus' head. "I know that won't be enough to kill you. We almost got you back then, and we should have executed you for what you did in the past. But you still came back. Well, we won't make the same mistake this time." Edvard punched and punched, but the strange skull mask seemed to be quite solid. It wasn't breaking, and turning his head, he looked straight at Edvard. "Your luck has managed to make you survive," you said. "Well, survive this." Magnus opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of green smoke. Immediately Edvard could feel pain all over his eyes. It was intense that he had to let go. Then from above, one of Magnus' arms hit right into his back, hitting Edvard into the ground. Edvard could still feel his eyes burning, but he blindly swung his arm up, letting out a large amount of blood aura. In doing so, he had managed to hit away one of the other arms that was coming in for an attack. "Damn you and your lucky self. How can you still hit me with an attack when you can't even see?" Magnus shouted. He was annoyed because he was only inches away before injecting him with the strange liquid he had used on Andy. Explosive fist. Hickel shifted in at a great speed. His knuckles were covered in blood, and he hit Magnus' body right in the stomach. The explosive power hit and exploded right in the center of Magnus' body, causing his feet to slide across the ground. The edge of Hickel's hand was badly damaged from the explosion as well. His blood was explosive, but that didn't mean he was immune to his own explosive powers. "If we want to win this fight, then we have to be willing to take risks, and that includes if my life is taken as well." Magnus regained his footing and started to smile. The wound that was created in his stomach could be seen healing right in front of their eyes. It was at an amazing speed, as if a vampire had consumed Dalki blood. "Hickel, you were always considered one of the stronger originals due to your power. Now I understand why," Magnus stated. "But you see, people always seem to underestimate my power. Did you know that I can create a trap with any part of my body? It doesn't necessarily need to be my hands." Hickel was wondering what he meant, and it was same for Edvard as well. "Not only that, but the trap that I can now create, thanks to the special power granted to me by Immortality, has allowed for my powers to even grow further, and the size is much larger than you can imagine." When Magnus finished speaking, it was too late. A large white circle started to light up on the floor, and it was covering not only where Hickel was but Edvard as well. Both of them had fallen into one of Magnus' traps. "Now this time it will be a lot easier. Let's see how your luck does for you now, Edvard." Magnus stretched out his centipede-like arms the same as he did before, but both of the originals were unable to move. The pincers stabbed into both of their stomachs, and pumping into their bodies was the strange green liquid. It continued to pump the strange liquid into them, while they could do nothing but watch and feel the effects on their body. The chance of them winning against Magnus had just lessened significantly. A portal had fully broken through, which meant that there was now a connection between the two worlds. Slowly creatures from one were pouring into the other. Some were attracted by the strange energy and the breath of air that was leaking into theirs from the other one, while others had been ordered to head in an attempt to break through by the current leader of the world, the one known as Immortality. Moving from his position, the power spread throughout the universe. A large darkened red mist was floating around, and those living in the world felt uneasy, as they felt the movement. This is the closest I have ever been to getting out of here. It has been a long time coming, Immortality thought. Soon, those on other planets recognized the large enigma that was moving, and went ahead to join Immortality, moving along with him. The portal. It's only a matter of time until a rift capable of containing your power will open, one of them said. A permanent rift will then be open between our two worlds, allowing us to travel in and out. Our power will grow and we will be able to take control of both worlds, and soon we can do as we wish, set up our own systems and have the world set to the way it was meant to be. Another creature said. None of that matters, Immortality replied. Most importantly, those that have been suppressing me, those that feared me and trapped me in this place as punishment, will finally get what is coming to them. The great satisfaction I will feel, seeing everything they built up crumble right in front of them. That is what I strive for, and nothing else. The two that continued to travel next to Immortality nodded. We have sent 2 demon generals to deal with the situation. Do you think it will be enough? One of them asked. Will they be able to defeat the one named Quinn? From what we know, he is quite strong, but the demon generals are strong as well. Immortality started to laugh at this comment. I very much doubt he will have trouble with one of the demon generals. He has beaten one with ease in the past, and although I have given them a lot more power, I still don't think it will be enough to defeat him. He is a strong one for a reason. What I am looking to do is to buy some time. That's all we need to do. Last time, I thought it was inevitable the portal would be opened up. I had no clue there was one that had learned how to use the magic circles, and on top of that, Mundus went to deal with me directly, delaying my actions to act myself to make sure things were a success. This time though, even though the portal has been open for some time, there have been no reports of Mundus appearing. From what we know, this seems to be due to the deal that had been made with the Celestials, to not intervene with Earth's affairs. The deal that was made may very well be their downfall, for the Celestials and Quinn. The large floating power of energy, and the two by his side continued to move, and the rift could be seen right up ahead. It was perfect. It had been a long time since Immortality had been to Earth. Due to the large trap that had been made by Magnus, both Edvard and Hickel had been hit. The ability of Edvard hadn't come through for him, but then again he had probably already used up a lot of his luck in the fight so far. Out of the 2 originals, the first one to fall to his knees was Edvard. He reached out grabbing the centipede-like hand. Holding it, he tried to push it away, but nearly all of his energy was drained completely. There was next to no resistance. Ha ha! Magnus laughed. Right now, my power is pumping through your whole body, destroying every single one of our cells. This is nothing compared to how much I had placed inside that person from earlier that you saved. I know you originals are a little too persistent and quite durable, so I will make sure that you're unable to move an inch before I pull out my arms. Looking to his right, Edvard could see that Hickel was in the same situation. He wasn't quite on his knees, but his legs were wobbly, while his hands were holding onto the head of the pincers of the hand. If it continues on like this, then we won't make it. No matter what, I have to try and do something, Edvard thought. However, the one to act was Hickel. This is going to hurt, so I didn't want to do this. There was a large wound on his stomach, but with his hands he pressed it against the sharp fangs, cutting up his hands more. In this situation, he did the only thing he could do. Blood explode. All of the blood was lighting up all over Hickel, and soon went off in a large explosion. Hickel! Edvard shouted. He had a good guess how Hickel was feeling because they were going through the same thing. Although this plan might work, it meant that Hickel would experience the power of his explosions as well, and with the poison weakening him, it would be hard for him to recover and he would take on more damage. The centipede-like hand was seen pulling away, with part of its shell destroyed and one of the pincers as well. Damn it! I never planned for him to try a suicide attack like that, Magnus said, but was still satisfied with the end result. As the smoke cleared, Hickel was seen on one knee huffing and panting, blood over his head and more. His arms looked like they had been blown apart. They were in bad shape and they weren't healing at all. I'll help you, Edvard. Just let me catch my breath for a second, Hickel answered. Edvard thought he was crazy. He was in no situation to worry about another. But that was until he saw something in one of his hands. It was a metallic flask with the letter 8 written on them. I know that flask. Wait a second, how does Hickel even have that? He never said he had anything before. Has he been buying it on the black market as well? Wait, why he that mysterious bidder who outbid me for it that time? It wasn't the time for Edvard to think about these things, and Hickel had acted fast as he took in the blood. Following his eyes, he could see that Hickel was trying to say something else as well. There was something that he had failed to notice in the explosion. Looking down at the ground, Edvard could see another silver flask, right by his foot. Is this his as well? When did he? How much of this did he buy? Did he use all of his fortune to get this? There were a lot of mixed feelings in Edvard at the moment, but he couldn't think about that. He slammed his foot on the ground, hitting up a piece of dirt that lifted the flask in the air. Letting go with one hand, he caught the flask and ripped open the lid with his mouth, gulping down the green blood instantly. As it powered through his body, he could feel it somewhat combating the energy of whatever it was that Magnus was putting in him. With the surge of power, he pushed the pincers out from his stomach and slammed its head on the floor. Damn it! Magnus shouted, as he retracted both of his hands. Both of you still used that cursed power of the Dalki. How weak do you have to be? Do you really think you can say anything? Hickel stated, fully recovered. He jumped up in the air and swung his arm. Blood came out from his wound and started to explode, but not right at Magnus but in front of him. Immediately, going through the smoke was Edvard, who delivered a strong punch right to his stomach. Then, kneeling down, he pushed with his hands off the floor while his legs hit Magnus right in the head. Your power is borrowed as well, at least ours is only temporary. And we don't have to follow anyone for it, Edvard shouted. Hickel had his arms stretched out and was aiming carefully. He had used his blood control to gather his real blood in the palm of his hand, and then fired it out, similar to the skill blood cannon, but rather than his blood aura, it was his actual blood lighting up with his power. The blood hit the arms of Magnus and exploded, causing the hard outer casings to fall from his hands and himself to fall to the ground. You think this is enough? Magnus said, getting up from the floor. Enough to kill me. You were unable to kill me back then, and now I am even stronger than before. There is a big difference between now and then, Edvard said. A figure appeared, jumping right behind him, holding a great sword in the air, and his large hand enhanced. Back then, you had people on your side, but right now, there is no one on your side, while we have all the help we need. The person with the large arm was none other than Andy. Hickel had given a flask to Andy also. It had helped him heal, so there was a chance that it would help him to become stronger as well. With his giant hand and the great sword, it swung down. Magnus lifted both his hands, but the sheer strength of the blade sliced through them and continued cutting Magnus right in half, stopping at the midway point through his body. It was peeling apart, half and half, with no sign of life in his eyes any longer, as his body stood there. A former king, and a dedicated follower of Immortality, who had dealt them so much trouble, had been dealt with there and then. Logan and Agent 4 were able to have an easy time as they worked on the special symbols on the ground. The strange device he held in his hands was able to alter whatever was pre-written. When looking at the ground, it almost looked like the strange writing was carved into the metal, but from the way Agent 4 was able to alter them, it was clear that they weren't. These symbols are certainly strange. I do have quite a bit of knowledge that was left to me by Richard Eno about them, including the original symbols he had used to connect with Immortality, but when I'm looking at all of these, it looks more complicated than back then. I need to keep an eye on Agent 4, although he has helped and worked with us. There's a chance that since he worked closely with Zero, that he could be doing something to alter and help out the enemy side. While working away, Agent for himself could feel a pair of eyes locked onto him, watching his every move. He states that he knows nothing about the runes, but I know that's not true, Agent 4 thought. It was easy to add a few additions here and there when we were getting attacked by the vampires, but Andy has done a good job in getting rid of them. Looking up, it was at that moment that Andy had joined the fight, helping the other originals as they had managed to finally kill Magnus. It felt somewhat unreal, as if he was going to move again, or perhaps turn into another form, but none of that had happened. Instead he just stayed there. Both Edvard and Hickel looked at each other, their wounds healing. Well, I have to say that you are one unlucky person to end up like that. Edvard smiled. The body of Magnus started to vanish into dust. It was breaking down into little particles. He was somewhat expecting to see a blood crystal, but there was nothing in his place. He really wasn't a vampire in the end, huh? Edvard said. We have to focus on the goal, the portal, it's still being opened, and now we have our path to Jessica. Hickel stated. Tying up the last of the vampires, Andy went over to the two originals. Thank you for allowing me to redeem myself. With that green liquid, I had the power to overcome Magnus. You were thanking us? You were the one that finished him off. There is no need to thank us, but we have to figure out what to do with Jessica. Do you think we should just pull her out from the center? Edvard asked. Hickel started to move forward. He thought if they at least removed her from the center, it would stop powering the device. Wait! Don't touch her, Agent 4 said, wiping the sweat from his face as he stood up. It looked like he had finished altering the very last of the runes. There is a chance that if you move her, all of the energy will backfire and enter her body at once. If that happens, then you will lose her. Both Logan and Agent 4 walked over to the others while Hickel took a step back. All of this stuff was complicated for them, they didn't understand it and thought it was best that they listened to the expert. Then what do we do? Haven't you already changed all of the symbols? Andy asked. And right now Quinn is still fighting above to keep them at bay. I thought that this was all meant to end when we defeated Magnus. Let me deal with it. Agent 4 stepped forward holding the device in his hand. What you said about it ending when defeating Magnus, that might have been true to a certain extent. However, the way all of this facility was set up, it was designed to continue to work without him. As if Magnus and everything was all here just to buy time. What they didn't expect was most likely that you have someone like me, Agent 4 said, as he walked forward. It will be best for you to just stay back while I deal with this. Just make sure those vampires don't break free, or that there aren't any other surprises. As Agent 4 walked over, he felt something climb up on his shoulder. Turning his head, he could see a mechanical spider, and he knew who it belonged to straight away. This shouldn't distract you from your work, and I would like to do more research into these runes, Logan said with a straight face. Quinn was continuing to battle the creatures that were pouring out, and things were actually getting easier for him rather than more difficult. Still, there was nothing he had gone against that was stronger than the greater demon, but that was until he could see strange creatures coming out. They were just like the others that had wings, as only winged creatures had broken through, which Quinn had guessed meant the portal had opened up in the sky on the other end as well. However, this one looked different from the others. Its wings weren't feathers and looked more webbed. There was a strange pattern that looked like fish scales going across the wings. Not large or hard like that of a dragon, but somewhat a similar design. The creature had a human-like body, but didn't look human at all, with its large webbed feet that looked like flippers, and it was the same for its hands as well. Then there was its dark-colored skin. It was a dark blue all over that stood out against the backdrop. A few of them flew out, and due to the gut feeling that Quinn had, he felt like this creature was different to the others and used the blood force punch. The creature was able to act relatively fast as it turned its head and opened its mouth. In doing so, a dark blue energy came out like a vortex and hit the blood fist, but the blood fist was too powerful, breaking through whatever attack it had tried and hit the creature right on the head, killing it in one go. The way these creatures are, they remind me a bit of the Mermerials, but they seem to be stronger than that. You have absorbed blood of a new type of demon. More information of the demons has been acquired. Demon race, Freightlin, lesser demon blood absorbed. Blood aura evolution is not possible. So the demons aren't all the same race. But then why aren't these creatures that I killed before considered their own race? Quinn thought. If I remember correctly, the vampires were a creation of Immortality, so in a sense even we would be considered a demon race. The vampires weren't the only variation of the demons though. So there will be plenty out there, but I'm still unsure what the other ones are, or why there is a differentiation between them. While thinking this, more of the same creatures as before started to come out. They were all Freightland demons like before. They were slightly different shapes and sizes, some bigger than others, or with longer claws on their hands, but it was quite clear they were all the same type. Unlike the creatures from before that were quite different. I feel like something is coming. A type of calm before the storm. Coming through the other end of the portal was exactly that. A Freightland with a wingspan that was twice the size of the others with wide-webbed feet that were twice as big as well, had come through. There was a surge of power around the demon as it had come through the portal, and unlike the others that had passed through naturally, it looked like the portal was almost trying to reject this one, and he had forced his way through. Under his wings, and swirling around his body, there was dark blue energy all over. Let's see. Where is this Quinn? The Freightland said, looking around. That's when a large blood forest fist had hit him right in the stomach. His aura moved in the way, creating a shield to block the attack, but it still managed to get through, sending him back in the air slightly. Demon General blood has been absorbed. You have absorbed the blood of a Freightland Demon General. Blood aura evolution can now progress. Blood aura evolution is now in progress. 1 of 5. New quest received. Absorb the significant blood power of the 5 superior demon races. 1 of 5. Quinn could somewhat sense the different energies around, but it wasn't as accurate as what Leo could do with his ability. Nor was it as routine as sensing someone's celestial power when he was a celestial. Nonetheless, due to his training in Qi, he could sense strong energies and would somewhat know what level the opponent in front of him was at. In a sense, there were many people that had this same sense. For vampires, it was more of a natural instinct they had when sensing power. With this, Quinn could tell that the demon general in front of him was stronger than the one he had faced before. Based on what the system states, there are more than 5 races, but out of all the demon races, there must be ones that are more powerful. If I can gather the blood of all of them, then my blood aura can increase even more. Quinn thought. The last blood aura evolution gave me quite a boost, and for the next one, it's quite possible that it can make me even stronger. For what he had in mind, he might need all the strength he could get. It truly felt like he was close to squeezing everything he could out of the system. For it to finally give him a quest after all this time, maybe this was his moment. In the middle of his thoughts, the Freightland flew forward with its body covered in the blue aura. With the enemy coming towards him, Quinn had used his blood aura to send multiple swords towards him. As the swords got close, the blue aura was moving to protect the body of the Freightland general. It stopped the swords from piercing and slashing by covering the energy rather than directly blocking it. It flows differently from blood aura, but it doesn't seem to be as strong. Maybe it's more defensive-based like my shadow. Regardless, the countless number of swords was too much, and Quinn knew this would be the case. As a sword stabbed right through its chest, the Freightland winced in pain and stared hard at Quinn. Although you may be stronger than the last demon general I faced, I have grown much stronger compared to before as well, Quinn said. Several blood swords moved, stabbing the demon one after the other. The demon's life was still strong despite all the swords that had pierced him. Gathering his fist, Quinn moved through the air at a speed that made it look like he was teleporting. He appeared right in front of the demon general, and punched his head with a blood fist, causing it to explode right in the air. One of the biggest threats had been dealt with, and looking down below, he could see that it looked like the others were almost done as well. In the meantime, he continued to get rid of the creatures that were pouring through the portal, and with his limitless ability, he wasn't tiring in the slightest. Down below, Logan continued to keep an eye on Agent 4, who was now working away on some runes that were on Jessica, and that's when he noticed something strange. He hadn't said anything straight away because he was unsure himself, but it was when he decided he just had to ask the question. Agent 4, Logan spoke through a projected voice on the spider on his shoulder. I have been paying attention to the runes that you have been drawing around Jessica. It appears that for one, there were no runes placed around her in the first place. So instead you are drawing new runes. That is correct. Agent 4 responded. You see, I'm trying to stop the energy from returning to her. It was set up so the energy would come out of her to open the portal, and if we just reverse the process, then that is what will end up killing her. Which is why I need to change it a little. I understand that somewhat, but then I wanted to ask, these runes, they are ones that I have never seen before. Logan continued with his suspicions. We talked about this before, right? That the symbols of magic are more like an art. Just like a painting, I can alter its state to fit what is needed. I can see the flow, and that is what I am currently doing. You have no reason to worry. While in the middle of doing this, the others had seen Quinn take care of the demon general. As the swords pierced through its body, a strange dark blue liquid, what appeared to be its blood, had fallen onto the ground, all over the place. The others hadn't paid too much attention to it, just assuming that it was blood. But after a few moments of landing on the ground, it started to move. It began to bubble up, and the blood was moving together. As all of the blood touched each other, it continued to bubble more and more, growing larger, until it had formed the same demon general once again. That Quinn is indeed a strong opponent. I doubt I even got him to reveal most of his power. The general thought. The good thing is that he wasn't my target in the first place. Lifting both of his hands, the strong dark blue aura started to gather in them both. Feeling the energy, they had all turned around to see what was in front of them. Isn't that what Quinn was fighting against, but he killed it? How is it down here? Andy asked. It was no time for questions, as it had already launched toward them. The three that had defeated Magnus were the quickest to react, and were ready to deal with his one. That was until straight from above like a comet, Quinn landed his fist on top of its head, crushing it into nothing but blood once again and landing on the ground. I thought it was a little too easy. From the looks of things, you can form yourself through your own blood, and even now your blood is moving, trying to come together. If I continue to kill you the same way I have done so far, then you will just keep coming back. I think I know what I can do. The mask that was on Quinn's face. He turned the dial, changing its attribute to that of fire. Adding it to his blood aura, he placed his hand on the ground. Letting out his blood aura, he surrounded the entire area, including the area where the others were at. The blood aura seemed to go around them, rather than underneath them like they had done with the blood. After that, the fiery blood aura was having its effect. It was bringing out the dark blue blood, turning it into nothing but a gas until it had all completely disappeared. That seems to have fixed the problem, Quinn said, and then looked at Agent 4, who was standing next to Jessica, as well as the others. You have all done a good job in helping out, and you have managed to protect Jessica as well as get rid of Magnus, Quinn stated. For now, I can say Earth is safe, this universe is safe, but as long as Immortality continues to live, that won't continue to be the case. Agent 4, is everything ready? Quinn asked. Agent 4 looked at the ground at all the changed runes, as well as everything else, and nodded. Good. Close the portal. With those words said, Agent 4 rushed from where he was standing over to Jessica's position, and drew one last symbol on his hand. When that was done, he placed it on the ground, and all of the symbols started to light up. Once again, a large circle appeared above the area where they were standing, and then the energy was shooting out from the portal, and it was heading right back to where they were. The portal was getting smaller by the second. It looks like Agent 4 wasn't hiding anything after all, Logan thought. The rest looked at Quinn, wanting to thank him for all the help, but instead he just looked at Agent 4. How much time do I have? Quinn asked. About 10 seconds. I thought you would only need that much time, Agent 4 replied. Good, Quinn replied. No one can follow me that way. Before anyone could ask what they were talking about, what Quinn was saying, he had jumped from the position he was in, and was running right through the sky. The portal was closing, and before it did, Quinn had gone right through it, onto the other side. When Quinn had disappeared from the group's sight, they looked up and they could see him rushing towards the portal. They wanted to reach out to stop him, and Edvard and Hickel even somewhat attempted to do so by jumping up. However, they were unable to fly or walk in the air like Quinn was able to, and even if they could, he was already too far gone for them. He had reached the portal, and the strange red mist energy that was coming out of it was attaching itself onto him. There was a bit of resistance at first, almost as if the mist was trying to push him away. It felt strange, as if a part of his body was being rejected by this other world. When he felt this, he let out a bit of his aura, and in doing so, something strange had happened. Suddenly, rather than his body being rejected, it was being more accepted, and it felt like he was being pulled by whatever was on the other side. This is the moment of truth. I made my decision long ago, Quinn thought to himself, heading right in, and the portal had closed up right behind him. The group were left stunned as they looked up at the sky. They couldn't believe what had just happened. There was nothing there. It was as if the portal was never open in the first place. There were no deadly creatures, no red mist, and worst of all, there was no Quinn around them. When they were starting to come to the realization of what was happening, Logan was the first to turn toward Agent 4. From underneath his feet, condensed beast energy blasted from the ground, and he had grabbed Agent 4 right by the neck. Multiple arms came out from his back, and started to hold Agent 4 in the air while restraining him as well. "What did you do?" Logan asked, his voice cracking as he shouted those words. Usually Logan was calm and collected. Even in tense situations he would try to figure out what was happening. Many had never seen him like this side of him. "I thought there was a chance that you could be working for the other side, working for Immortality, but I decided to give you the benefit of doubt. You have helped me for so long showing no signs. And now you go ahead and do this, and now you trap him. I should have known when you were drawing those strange symbols around Jessica." Speaking of Jessica, it looked like she was no longer restrained herself. Andy, using his great strength, had pulled them off, although she did appear exhausted as he lent her his shoulder. Still, she was just as worried about Quinn as the rest. "Quinn, after all you did to save me, now you have gone yourself. This is not right." "Wait," Agent 4 replied back, startled. He had expected somewhat of a reaction but thought he would at least have time to explain himself, and the last person he expected to act like this was Logan. "You need to give me a chance to explain. I am not working for Immortality. Everything I did, all of what I did, was at the request of Quinn himself." "Okay. Now we really need to beat the truth out of him," Edvard said, pounding his fist into the palm of his hand. "Wait," Hickel replied. There was no change in his heartbeat or temperature. "Although I can't be certain, I do have some skills in telling if one is lying or not, and he seems to be telling the truth." Hearing Hickel say these words, Logan was thinking back. There were some strange interactions that had occurred between Agent 4 and Quinn. It was quite possible that he was telling the truth, but it was hard to believe. Why would Quinn do all of this? "As I said, those symbols I drew on Jessica, they were fake, they were useless. You said you didn't recognize them. That's because they weren't real," Agent 4 explained. "I was just buying time for Quinn to be ready to travel through the portal." "You mean, what you said about the power reversing into Jessica was a lie?" Andy asked. Agent 4 nodded. "After altering the symbols, the work was already done. The portal could be closed. But Quinn asked me to do him a favor, that I would inform him when the portal was about to close, and he told me what he was going to do. There were two things that he made me promise. One was not to tell anyone else, and the second was to make the window small so no one else could follow him. This is the honest truth, and if you think about it, I think you all know the reason why he would do something like this." Logan's mechanical arms started to lower Agent 4 down. Even being held up, it felt like he wasn't trying to break free, and Logan was the quickest to think of the reason for him to do all of this. He thought back to the information that he had learned from Richard Eno, and the conversations he had with the others. The other vampires did as well. About how to end all of this. Was there a way? "Magnus is not the end," Logan stated. It was something Quinn had said a few times. He had already decided back then that to end all of this, the one thing he needed to do was to get rid of Immortality. That's why he went through that portal. "But then why?" Jessica said in a weak voice. She was still leaning against Andy, and it looked almost painful for her to speak, but it was something she felt like she needed to say. Why would he do this? Why wouldn't he tell us his plans and go off on his own? That was an answer that even the originals could give, even though they hadn't known him for long. Because he didn't want anyone else to get hurt, Edvard answered. People around him are always getting hurt, and Immortality wanted him. So he gave him what he wanted and has now gone to stop him on his own. The others were left in silence for a while. That was until Jessica finally decided to speak up. Can he do it? She asked. Will Quinn be able to do it on his own? Isn't this practically a whole other universe with beings stronger than those that we have here? We have seen the scary things Immortality was able to do here, but there, he won't be restricted. If that's the case, then it might be impossible for Quinn to do this on his own. We have to help him somehow. That's impossible, Agent 4 answered. The only known way to open a portal is a giant mass amount of energy. The first time we had the red heart, the second we had you, but it only worked because Quinn was here. With both of you it worked out, but without him we have no way to open a portal to the other side and help him even if we wanted to. Unless, there is another way, but I don't know one, Agent 4 said. An entire night had passed since Quinn had gone through the portal, and now it was the next day. Immediately, everyone got to work doing their own thing, trying to find a solution to one of two things. Either how to get Quinn back or how to open a portal to the other side. The island that the battle against Magnus had taken place on, as well as where Quinn was last seen, had been taken over by the Green Corporation. The facility was taken apart and being used for research, while a great mechanical tower was built up, towering high in the sky, reaching the point where the portal was last seen. Using the information he had, Logan was trying his best to open up the portal, like he had done before. Then there was Agent 4. He had been given part of Rickard Eno's research from Logan to look into another way to open the portal through the magic symbols. They knew they needed great masses of energy, but if that was only the case, then couldn't they gather a bunch of nest crystals or demon tear crystals? There was most likely something more to it. As for Andy, he wasn't able to help much, but he had decided to take Jessica under his wing, to keep her close to him at all times. She was one part in all of this after all, and it was quite possible that she could be used again. Then there was Edvard and Hickel. Rather than just twiddle their thumbs, they had decided to head back to the vampire settlement. It was where they belonged, and they needed to keep an eye on things, because there was a large concern that was looming over everyone's head. Even though Quinn had been gone just for a day, what did that mean? Did it mean Quinn had failed on the other side? Was he still locked in battle right now at this moment? Or was it something else? All they knew was that for them nothing had changed, nor had there been any reports of those with markings. Nothing was happening, and that was what was worrying them even more. Rather than taking a teleporter back that was offered by Logan Green, they had decided to slowly fly back to the vampire settlement. Although portals had been outlawed, there were ones for emergency use, and since there was no one to really govern Logan himself, and he could create them himself, he used them once in a while. There was, however, a reason as to why they had decided to do this, because they wanted to have more time to think about what to do next. Have you made up your mind? Do you really think it's best? Edvard asked. Shouldn't we at least inform his family of what has happened to him? Hickel replied. Right now, Peter is pretending to be him. How long can that be kept up? And what should our answer be if it is not the truth? It has only been a day though, and it might not be a reason for us to worry yet. Edvard replied. And she will try to act, even though we are already doing everything we can. This was what the two originals had been debating about for a while now, and they needed to make up their mind before they landed at the vampire settlement. After a lot of bickering back and forth, it seemed like both of them were at a standstill and they had already ran out of time. When landing at the vampire settlement, there were two figures that had come to greet them, one of them being Mukka and the other was Peter. Seeing him still disguised as Quinn made them feel a bit guilty. I guess you're wondering why there is a certain person who is not with us? Edvard said. Serpingly, Mukka shook her head and stepped forward. No, I know exactly where he is, which means he did as he wished. In fact, there is a lot that we need to talk about. I think it is best if you declare a meeting and invite everyone, and I have decided that it's best that we inform the family of the matter as well. Invite Layla and make sure her kids are well looked after. It was clear to both of them that Mukka knew full well what was going on. how they had no idea, and judging from the blank expression on Peter's face, he was none the wiser as well. The meeting had been called at the usual place, the round table in the garden located behind the castles. Mukka, Peter, and the others arrived first, then the next set of leaders arrived. It was then that Edvard and Hickel noticed something. Those that were coming to the table, members of the other families, they weren't originals. Quite a lot has changed while you guys were away, Mukka explained. The interrogation of those that had helped Magnus in the past continued, and we had placed a lot of pressure as well as restrictions on them. Nearly all of the originals were not happy about these restrictions, therefore they had decided it was best for them to go into eternal slumber. At the moment, the only originals that are currently present are the two of you two, Bianca as well as Grenlet. Although not all had sided with Magnus or worked closely with him, the others had decided it was best for them to go into eternal slumber as well. Looking at the situation, Hickel didn't think it was so much of a bad one. All of the originals now, he trusted them all and they were part of the Punisher's convent. If anything, it made it easier for them working with those they trusted. I see, like you said, a lot has changed, Edvard commented, and that was when Layla walked in. The first thing she did was scan the room, looking for someone, but the expression on her face didn't change when she hadn't seen that someone and decided to sit down. The rest followed, giving Layla a respectful bow. She was after all one of the most important members to the vampire settlement. I assume you have asked me to attend this meeting because something has happened to Quinn. Please can you just answer me this, is he safe? She asked. Hickel and Edvard looked at each other. How were they supposed to answer this question? Could they really say he was safe when they didn't even know he was alive? And if he was in another world, would that be the case? Quinn helped us defeat Magnus, Edvard answered. He managed to save Jessica as well, and we accomplished the task we were meant to do, but shortly after that, he had decided to head into the portal to the other world. Hearing this answer, Layla just looked at the table. She didn't know how to feel. Was this something she should have expected in the first place, especially when they were putting themselves in danger time and time again? Everyone is currently going through their best efforts to look for him, Hickel stated. We are looking at ways to connect to the other world, a way to head toward him. There have been no results so far but Logan, and everyone is working hard. They wanted to reassure Layla, but it didn't look like it was working. This is why I had called this meeting, Mukka said. The truth is, Quinn had sent me a message beforehand, telling me of his intentions. He said he would go to the world where Immortality is and finish things off once and for all. To stop the pain and suffering of the vampires and humans, this is what needed to be done. He told me this because he knew the settlement might be affected and wanted me to come up with a plan. And he wanted to pass on a message to you after he had left. To say to you, Layla, that he is sorry. Clenching her fist, a tear had uncontrollably rolled down her cheek and dropped onto the table. However, I have also decided to call this meeting for another reason. Because there is a way for us to get to Quinn, it's just whether or not we decide to. Before Mukka and Peter explained further, since this seemed to be a big reveal of information, they had decided to get Logan in on the conversation. He was called and hologrammed into one of the empty seats. All of them had been trying to reach Quinn with no such results, so they wondered just how they were able to figure it out. While you were all away, there was an attack on the vampire settlement, Mukka explained. That attack was done by the familiars. We have quite a bit to explain, but now Peter has a contract with all 4 of the familiar kings. This news was something the other originals weren't even aware of. They had only recently learned that the one that they were following so far was really Peter, which was a relief for them all, because things started to make sense, considering his recent actions in the vampire settlement. Let me explain from the beginning. Mukka went on to explain what exactly had occurred at the vampire settlement, and what had happened with Peter's meeting with the others. She also went on to even explain the finer details, such as the 4 kings believing that they were making a deal with Quinn himself. When the others learned of this situation, there were a few shaken heads and open mouths. It was a risky move, but they knew that it had to have worked out in the end, otherwise they wouldn't be here right now. Then finally went on to the last details that the Bone Claw, the undead king, had the ability to open up a portal to the same world where Immortality belonged. This is quite the achievement. Logan was the first to speak. At the moment we don't know if Quinn is stuck in the other world. So even if we found a way to open a portal there, we were struggling with how to open one back from the other side. However, if the Bone Claw is able to create portals himself, then we should be able to get in and out as long as the Bone Claw is capable of doing that. One of the markings on Peter's hand started to light up, and when it did, a fat cat appeared out of it. It was one of the 4 kings of Innic. The undead king is capable of that, but opening up a portal to another world requires a lot of energy. Ovinic explained. You see, he already used a lot of energy that was gathered in the attack. I would say right now, he only has enough energy to open a portal to get you in. So you would still have the problem of returning. However, I do believe that the chi that is in Quinn is incredibly strong. If you find him, then he might be able to give enough energy to open up a portal for you to get back. But there are no guarantees. The group had a choice to make, now that they had a way to enter, whether they were to do so or not, and they could see from the eager look on Layla's face that she was ready to go through to that hell right now. Everyone needs to think clearly with their heads. Logan said, speaking through his holographic self. I know all of you wish to go help Quinn, but will going to the other side really help him that much? We have to think about the information we have. Magnus, Zero, Laxmus, all 3 of these were dedicated followers of Immortality. They had his borrowed power and each one of them was incredibly strong, causing us huge amounts of trouble. Now think for a moment about those that Quinn dealt with. Their power was stronger or at least equal to them, and there is a chance in that world that there are those stronger than them. I will be the first to admit that if I was to head into the other world in order to help Quinn, I wouldn't be able to do much at all. I am too weak. The others understood what Logan was saying, especially those that had faced the ones he had mentioned. Could they imagine a world with beings like that, with those that are perhaps stronger? But for some it was even more reason for them to go then, because it meant Quinn was facing all of these on his own. Ha! Peter laughed out loud, breaking the silence. You guys can speak for yourselves, but I am plenty strong, and with these kings giving me a very, very small amount of assistance, it will give me even more power. All we need to do is gather those that are strong enough and that can enter the other world. And not to be a downer or anything, but Layla, I don't think you're strong enough. A large vein appeared on the side of Layla's forehead as she heard this, and she stood up from her seat. What are you saying? Do you really want to go toe-to-toe now? I have survived this long, haven't I? Layla shouted. Yeah, and that's only because Quinn has love eyes for you. Think, without him, do you think you would have survived this long? Whereas for me, I have saved his life multiple times. The tension was heating up between the two, and the originals thought that they might see a big battle right in front of them. Stepping in the middle of the 2 of them in the end was Mukka. We have to face the truth, Mukka said. Honestly, from what we know and from what Edvard and the others had told us, not even they were a match for Magnus on his own, which means it would be the same for me. Also, you have to think about your children. If you were to leave, who would look after them? Of course, I know you have no intention of dying, but there is the real chance that you might not be able to return. All of those that are going need to know that. At that moment in time, Layla hated herself. She hated herself for being so weak, and being unable to catch up to Quinn to help him out. She was his partner and she was meant to be there with him through thick and thin. She even had been progressing for 1,000 years while Quinn was in a deep slumber, all to catch up to him, and yet here she was falling behind. I understand. I thought with the sword I might be of some help. But what you say is true. I have a solution for you all, Logan said. While all of you were bickering, I gathered information of those who have the highest chance of survival and might be considered the strongest to go over to the other side. In front of them all, the first image to appear was none other than Syl. We know Syl's strength possibly equals that of Quinn himself, and with his high-range use of abilities, he is able to adapt to any situation. The screen changed, and this time, a muscular scared figure appeared on the screen, but it was one they knew well. We have Chris, or Agent 1 as some used to refer to him as. He has incredible use of chi, a strong body, and has the DNA of a werewolf. Combining all these factors as well as his chance to continue to grow and his stable strong body, he will be able to have a fighting chance. The screen changed again, and this time it had a red-scaled figure on the screen. I'm sure we all know the frightening power of Ray. At this moment in time, we are unaware of his location, but I would say he is one of the few that has a chance to even go head-to-head with Immortality. So far they all thought that those that were going were incredibly strong. Edvard and Hickel, they too wanted to go, and wondered if there was something they could do. The screen changed once again, revealing the last person. Finally we have Russ. Due to his power and connecting with the sword, he was able to defeat Pine, one of the most difficult Dalki we have had to deal with. We are unsure if he would be willing to help us though. However, with these people, if we can gather them all, then we have a chance of going against Immortality. After much discussion, a decision had been somewhat made. A team would be created, a strong force capable of journeying to the world where Immortality resided, with the goal of helping Quinn and bringing him back. The thing was, none of these people had been directly involved with the Immortality case so far. The search was on as the respective members went off in search of them, to inform them of what was going on. Peter was to go regardless of this journey due to his link with the Bone Claw. It was declared that he had great strength in the first place, and even more with the help of the kings. Chris, Sil, Ray, and finally Russ, these were the members to be recruited. However, there were more than those selected who wished to join the journey as well, and it wasn't just Layla. Edvard was taking a stroll through the settlement. He wasn't disguised, nor was he taking a secret path. Instead, he was simply walking through the marketplace. This garnered a lot of attention as many vampires would bow and offer their greetings to the original leader. In turn, he would smile and wave back as he continued his walk. I never thought I would feel like this, Edvard thought. I wonder, why do I feel a bit empty being left out of this whole thing? I was in a slumber and only woke up a short while ago. I don't have many attachments to those currently here. Why do I feel a little saddened by the fact that I can't go? The constant greetings from the public continued, and eventually, two young men approached him whom he recognized. They bowed down with their bodies at a 90-degree angle. Sir, we didn't expect to see you here. We hope all is well, Ronkin said. The two that Edvard recognized were Ronkin and Juk. The two had become close after a series of events, and since they had both finished their regular day jobs, they were heading through the market to one of the inns to grab something to drink. You know what, maybe the three of us should have a drink together, Edvard suggested. The three headed to an inn, and as they did, there were curious heads that twisted and turned. It would be an understatement if Juk and Ronkin said they weren't nervous about the whole thing. It wasn't as if the leader, an original at that, would normally drink with regular vampires. Sure, they had done the same thing with Quinn, but that was when they thought he was like them. Everything will be on me today, so please drink up, Edvard said, taking a big gulp of the drink in front of him. Not wanting to be rude, the two decided to drink along with their leader. There was general chat asking about how the two were doing, and in turn they asked how he was and how Quinn was doing as well. Quinn, I'm not too sure how he is doing, and I'm not too sure myself, to be honest, Edvard said, playing with the empty mug of drink as if deep in thought. I will have to ask you young ones to forgive me as I go on about my rant. But you see, there is quite a lot that I wish to get off my chest. The two couldn't decline, but they did wonder what would make an original feel this way, to invite them to a drink together. I have managed to live an incredibly long life, Edvard explained, and the settlement has changed a lot compared to the past. My role itself was extremely significant when it came to taking out the werewolves, a group that caused us great trouble. But lately, I have been thinking about the past more and more. Were the werewolves really all that bad? Or perhaps the ones who have consistently caused trouble for everyone else are us, the vampires. You see, I was unsure if what I did back then was the right thing. In the end, I went into a slumber, living with this regret. I have woken up this time, and I feel like this is a chance that maybe I could redeem myself. What Edvard didn't say was that he had a thought in the back of his mind. What if the fighting between the vampires and the werewolves was all set up by Immortality as well? If it was, then he was used as a puppet, which angered him even more. I thought this was a chance to help out, but it looks like even my own powers aren't helping me with this. I am not fit to help out. Although the two could feel the strong emotions emanating from Edvard, due to his vagueness about the situation, They were unsure why he felt this way. "I think you might be worrying too much," Ronkin said. "You have already helped in many ways, even with me and Quinn. You kept his secret and guided him on what to do. The other thing I would say is, I'm not as strong as you. But even then, I thought if I just did what I could, helped out a little and did my part, then it would be able to contribute to the bigger picture." "I think Ronkin is right," Juk added. "Besides, maybe it isn't your time to help right now or play a big part. But as long as you keep trying and doing what you're doing, who knows? Maybe all those small parts add up to one big contribution, or the help you wish to bring about will come." Edvard smiled. He wasn't expecting to get much out of talking to these two, other than getting a lot off his chest. But their words were certainly more helpful than he thought. A few more drinks were ordered, and Edvard left the two to enjoy the rest of the night themselves. He could tell that they were uneasy and that his presence was putting some pressure on them. Heading back, he entered his castle, still thinking about what he could possibly do. The castle itself felt empty. Mukka wasn't there as she was helping with the search for the others. "Ronkin is right. Maybe I should just go ahead and see what I can do. Let's see if I have anything that can help the others." Edvard decided to head to his armory. Things looked different but familiar at the same time compared to before. The castle had undergone improvements, but it was built with slight differences in the rebuilds. What Edvard was hoping for was that all the weapons and armor he had kept from the past had been moved as well. Turning the special combination on the grand two giant doors, they started to open, revealing a room filled with weapons and equipment. At the very back, behind a glass cabinet, something caught his eye on a mannequin's body. "Wait a second, that can't be... How is it here?" Edvard exclaimed as he rushed forward, running past every other piece of equipment to reach the other side. That's when he noticed the glass cabinet had been broken, but nothing was stolen. Instead, armor was placed on top of the mannequin that wasn't there before. Reaching out, Edvard brushed his fingers against the red armor and could feel its power. How is this here? How is Ray's armor in a place like this? Why is it here? Did he decide to bring it back at some point? And why and when would he do this? There was no note or explanation, but Edvard, who had used the armor before, was sure of it. This was the same armor. The powerful armor he had used in the past, that allowed him to be considered stronger than the other original members. Of all the things to see now, he was seeing this, the armor he had used in his fight against the werewolves. It was appearing in front of him again. "I can't believe it. Is it my luck? Or is it just fate? Whatever it is, this is my chance. Maybe with this, I can be strong enough to help the others." There was one person that was working closely on the whole situation, who had been given all the pieces of information even before all of the decisions had been made. That person was Logan, who was desperate to try and figure out a way to open the portal, and had got into contact with none other than Vincent. No longer a leader of the family, he had gone back to his old ways of being a researcher and tried his best to improve the lives of those in the settlement with his inventions. In the past, he had felt somewhat guilty for leaving his people, and now this was a way to repay them. Due to his great mind, Logan trusted his advice on a number of things, and that included working on the portal. At the moment, Vincent was still working away in his lab as he was referring to a lot of information that Logan had sent. This other world's power is certainly strange. I wonder, why aren't nest crystals enough to open up a portal like that? But the red heart was. Vincent thought to himself, while he looked at his own nest crystal that was in his chest. His body wasn't his own, and the only thing that was keeping him alive was the nest crystal inside him. He had a couple of close calls, but at the end of the day he managed to survive this long. I hate to feel that Quinn's involvement, nearly all of it, is directly my fault, Vincent thought as he placed a crystal in a special type of holder. Underneath it, there were the special symbols that Agent 4 would draw, the magic symbols that even the vampires would use for certain things from time to time. If he was to lose his life before me, it wouldn't be fair. I have to help get him back some way. The runes started to light up and the crystal was reacting. Then, moving to the side, he had a red crystal, a blood crystal, with the same set of symbols underneath. This too had activated and was reacting, but the reaction was much stronger. The whole machinery built underneath was moving and the readings were almost twice as much as with the nest crystal. This was a different spell from last. It seems that vampire aura is a more useful power source compared to the nest crystals when it comes to these spells. Is it because of the type of magic circles, or is it all magic in general? There is still a lot of research to be done in terms of these magic circles. A lot of what we know was left behind by Richard, and it helped us for things like moving the settlement and creating the connection between the family leaders and the castles. But we have to face the truth. We are dealing with something that we understand a lot less than our opponents. While continuing his work, Vincent had gotten an alert. Looking up, there was a hologram display showing the hallway just outside his lab. "It appears I have a visitor. Let him in," Vincent said. The doors to his lab opened up, and walking inside was one of the originals, and not just any original but Hickel Talon. As he entered, Vincent gave him a polite bow. After all, the originals were more senior than him. Even if he was chased out as an outcast, it was not due to the one in front of him. "Please, there is no need to do that anymore," Hickel said. "I'm starting to feel as time goes on, the way we did things was completely wrong. Especially since I am coming here, asking you for the favor." Seeing how this seemed to be a serious matter for Hickel, 2 seats appeared up from the ground. There was a lot more influence from Logan's mechanical instruments compared to what used to be in the lab, but it was handy to have. "Please speak. I can only assume that what you are concerned about is the matter of how to help Quinn in the first place. So I think we should be open to talk," Vincent said. Hickel looked around the room at the many different devices. At one point in time, he had heard that the 10th family, including Vincent himself, were somewhat ridiculed by the vampires for relying on such equipment in their battles. Yet, did it really matter at the end of the day? He could only imagine how the noble vampires and past kings would feel about an original asking him for help. "I have an idea, and I am not sure if you can comply with my request," Hickel said. "I'll get straight to the point. I want to go to the other side with the others, which means that I wish for you to find a way for you to make me stronger." Vincent had somewhat expected this, but it was still a brave request. Even though the other originals knew of the situation, they still didn't request to be on the expedition team, yet here Hickel was asking to, but why? "I had an idea, and I don't know how possible this is, but you have access to a lot of Richard Eno's information, correct? He was the one that had created the Absolute Blood Control book, the book that would be passed down from king to king. I know the book no longer exists, but wouldn't it be possible to create something like that again? And if so, for me to have that type of power?" In Hickel's mind, if he had the Absolute Blood Control combined with his explosive blood, it would make him extremely useful in multiple situations. It would also increase his power and versatility. What Hickel was asking, he didn't feel like it was impossible. If it had been done before, then surely it could be done again. "I see. Well, I thought that you perhaps was going to ask me to make some device for you, or to turn you into a half-robot vampire or something, but it seems what you have asked is more reasonable than you think. You see, I have been focusing on a lot of research from Richard Eno. However, I will say this now, because the Absolute Blood Control was made by using all of the originals, they no longer exist. We will have to try and substitute their power somehow. At the end of the day, I think what you are requesting is possible. But there is a chance it won't work, and there may be some sort of side effects. Of course, I will do my best so that isn't the case. But I do need to make you aware of all of the risks." There was next to no hesitation as Hickel nodded. "Let's do it." The search continued on for the others, for a couple of days, and things still seemed to be unchanging. Worry for Quinn was still growing, but they assumed if Immortality was doing nothing, then it had to be good news. Patiently waiting, or rather impatiently waiting, for everyone was Peter. There was Muka, who was there to keep him in check and update him on how the others were doing. "It looks like the groups have finally made contact with those we are looking for. Now it's just to convince them all to come with us." While saying these words, a large surge of energy could be felt entering the castle. Muka was on high alert immediately, the same as Peter, but that's when they realized they recognized the energy. As soon as they recognized the energy, 2 powerful forces were right outside of the door waiting for them. "What is going on? Is this really their energy?" Muka thought. She started to think back. There were some strange reports of activity on the planet and readings of tremors in certain areas. She had no choice but to ignore them, but could it be possible that it was them? That they were testing this power? The doors burst wide open, and standing there was both Edvard and Hickel, looking different from the last time they had seen them. "We have a request," Edvard said. "We wish to join the team that will be heading to the other side," Hickel said, with a large red pulsating scar going right across his face, standing with Edvard in the dark red armor. Since the vampire settlement was low on numbers compared to before and wished to protect itself from any attacks that may occur at any time, most of the leaders continued to stay and were unable to head out. In the first place, the groups were heading out to find their allies and inform them of what was happening, so there wasn't an expectation that there would be a fight of sorts. Small groups of vampires led by vampire knights and nobles had gone far and wide, because there was a need to be. One of the groups had been sent out to search for Ray, and they had no idea of his location. What they had decided to do was head to the planet where Jim and Giacchino were last seen, the planet where the Marco cruise ships had been created. It took a few days for them to reach, but the small fleet of ships had finally landed at the specially made facility, and it wasn't like anything they had expected. Walking in front of the squad was a male vampire named Stockton, one of the vampire knights, and behind him was his small squad of around 10 other vampires. They were looking around to the left and right in disbelief at everything. "What did you think happened here, sir?" one of the vampires asked. "Can't you see with your own eyes? We are both looking at the same thing, aren't we? It's clear that there was a massacre here. The whole facility was smashed complete to pieces. It looked almost like an asteroid had hit the planet based on the way pieces had been destroyed. There was nothing for them to really see, but a few traces of blood here and there. Based on what we know, it's clear that Ray has been here," Stockton said. "It looks like he is doing as he said, getting rid of all the facilities that Jim had created, making sure that there is no way for him to come back. They only had one choice, to send a report saying they had yet to locate Ray. The main issue being that they had no more leads to go from here, and with everything destroyed, where would they go next to find him? Where was he, and what was he even doing right now?" One of the squads that had been sent by the vampires had arrived on Earth. As for the one they were looking for, it was none other than Syl. In the past, he had left Earth in search of a way of dealing with whatever it was that would come their way. When doing research, though, they had found through the reports that Syl had actually last been seen on Earth, having not left the planet. Still, Earth was large, there were many cities and places to go to, but there was one that they could get in contact with that had an idea of where he would be, and that was Shiro. "Are we sure this is the right place, ma'am?" one of the vampires asked the knight. "I'm sure of it," Emmerdale replied. "This is the right place. I checked and checked again." The group hopped over the gate and had reached what looked like a playground. There were drawings on the floor, climbing frames, slides, swings, and more, and in front of them there was a single large building. On top of the building there was a sign that read, "Black Rock Orphanage." It made all of the vampires there think, why would one that was as powerful as Syl be here? He had the power to rule worlds, to be at the very top, and would easily be able to acquire some type of following and become an influential figure. He could even build up the Blades again to what it was before, and in doing good deeds or working as mercenaries, it would improve their image. In fact, another option, just like the vampires did, was to decide to put an end to his life, yet he had decided to live and ended up in a place like this. The group continued to walk forward, and before they had even reached the door to the large building, several men and women had surrounded them. It was almost as if they had appeared out for nowhere. They appeared in a circle, pointing their weapons toward the center directly at the group. One of the vampires was quick to act, but Emmerdale stopped him by grabbing his wrist before he acted. "Remember, we're not in enemy territory, and if you really think you can go and take out a person holding a demon-tier weapon like that, then be my guest," she said. "Demon-tier weapon?" The other vampires could soon see the same thing Emmerdale did. As they looked at the weapons in the hands of each of their attackers, all of them were demon-tier weapons. Why would there be such guards in a palace like this, with such strong weapons just for an orphanage? Is this really just an ordinary orphanage? "We are sorry to come unannounced, but it was an emergency," Emmerdale stated. Shiro Blade was the one that gave us the information about this place. We are here searching for Sil Blade. We have been sent by Mukka, and on behalf of the vampire settlement. The others continued to raise their weapons, and Emmerdale was wondering if they were about to have a fight on their hands. The vampire settlement? One of the men asked, holding onto a demon tear sword. If it's to do with the settlement, then Quinn should be enough. There is no need for Sil to get involved. This matter in question. Emmerdale glanced away for a second. It has to do with Quinn Talon. Hearing that name, it seemed that all of the others reacted. In doing so just as fast as they came, all of them disappeared, seemingly teleporting away from the place. Apart from the man that was holding the sword directly in front of the door. Follow me. It will be best if we speak inside. They followed the man inside the large building, and straight away they could hear noises. It was children. As they walked through the halls and large rooms, they could see children doing activities along with other adults. They were of various ages from 5 to 16, and they all seemed to get along. On top of that, all of the facilities inside the building were state-of-the-art. It was clearly a high-end orphanage that had a lot of money put into it. Heading to the top floor, they had come across an office, and when the doors opened there was no one inside. They were expecting to see Sil, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Where is Sil?" Emmerdale asked. Continuing to walk, the man went to the desk and sat in his seat. When he did, his face changed, and it was the one they were looking for. "Sil, you were with us all along. Or are you someone else?" Another vampire asked. "Yes, I was with you all along. In fact, I am the only one here," Sil said. "All of the staff, the guards from earlier that attacked you, they are all just me, disguised. I don't want the children to get freaked out." Sil, having helped out in the great battle, had decided to eventually take over an orphanage. He had listened to the advice given to him that maybe he was part of the trouble that was out there. So he thought it was best for him to wait. If the time came that someone would attack Earth, then he would help protect it. In the meantime, he wanted to do something good. All of the Blades on Blade Island were raised as if they were orphans, so he decided that he wanted to give those children that grew up with next to no parents a good life. When doing his research, that was when he had stumbled across an orphanage called Black Rock Orphanage that had been going on for years. It had a great long legacy, and he decided that he wanted to protect it, protect what legacy had been going on for a long time, and continue to do good for this person who had started all of this. "I see," Emmerdale said. "I am sorry to disturb your peace, but we have an urgent message to deliver. Quinn needs your help." "You don't need to say any more," Sil said, standing up. "I will help." Peter, Edvard, Hickel and Sil so far were on board, but there was still the task of getting 3 more. One of the vampire squads that had been sent out in search of one of those that they wished to take part in the special team had arrived on one of the Greylash planets. Not just any of the planets, though. They were where the leaders of the Greylash family were based. It was a location that had been built in the mountains. Peaceful, with beautiful architecture that consisted mostly of temple-like shapes, while waterfalls were built in with flowing water in the area. The group of vampires were being led by Vampire Knight Timo, who was smaller than most vampires, but his power made it clear that he was worthy of being called a knight, and one wouldn't dare disrespect him. The group had arrived at this location and was now standing in a grand room directly in front of the leader of the Greylash family, Xenon. He looked to be in a somewhat weakened state, as even now he was lying in his bedroom while important guests were in front of him. "I see. So you wish to know the location of Chris?" Xenon replied. "I can tell you that. I assume you are going to ask him to do a task for you. I just wish to warn you beforehand, it might not be as easy as you thought to convince him. You see, at the moment Chris is acting as a traveler mercenary. He is joining groups as they go off on hunts. There is a chance that he isn't on one of the Greylash planets at the moment, but I can tell you where he was last seen." "Don't worry about that," Timo said with a bow. "We are quite skillful when it comes to tracking one down, and we also have a network of our own to use as well. As long as you can give us a lead, we will be able to find him." Xenon smiled when he heard this. "Oh, I had no doubt about that. What I meant was, it might be hard to convince him. You see, me and Chris had spoken a few times after the events of what happened before. From everything he has been through, he feels slightly used. Used by Pure, used by Zero, and even used by Jack and Jim in the most recent situation. He never thought that his strength would become a burden that would be used on others. Right now, to put it simply, I am afraid if you come to him with another request, he might feel like he is being used again. The vampires had left Xenon to go to the last seen location of Chris, with what Xenon had said to them in mind. All they could do in this situation was ask, and they wouldn't give up until they had at least asked him. Landing on one of the Greylash planets, the vampires felt more at peace than they did in other areas. After the First Dalki War, somehow the Greylash group had done a reasonably good job keeping the peace between vampires and humans. There were still troubles here and there, with one group going against the other, but that always seemed to be the case. What they didn't get was more of an instant reaction of disgust. He was last seen at this traveler's base, Timo said, looking up at the large square building. Most likely when he has completed his hunt, he will return here. The group waited and they were right on the money, as they saw Chris return with a big smile, and the people around him had large smiles on their faces as well, as they thanked him and patted him on the back. They even heard a conversation where they had asked Chris to join their guild, but he had quickly refused as he walked to return to the quest board. On his way there, he was stopped by the group dressed in black. Vampire Knight Timo, here with a report from the vampire settlement. Timo saluted. There was a strange reaction that was occurring in all of the vampires as they got close to Chris. It was a strange smell that was wafting into their nose. Without them realizing it, out of their control, their eyes were glowing red and their fangs were enlarging a little. Timo could feel the strange sensation as well, but was holding it in as much as possible. It's best if you guys don't get too close to me. It seems more and more vampires are reacting to me lately, Chris said, taking a step back. We both have good hearing, so we don't need to be too close. The vampires were dressed in complete black and not what travelers would wear, like beast gear and such, were catching quite a bit of attention, as they realized that they were from the settlement. What does the settlement have to do with Chris? One traveler asked. Why are they meeting him here of all places? Chris, due to his work, even though he had only been a traveler for a short time, had earned a reputation among the others. He had been on multiple quests with other groups, and thanks to him, he had saved many lives, so he was quite the hero to them. The settlement needs your help. We have a task that only you can do, Timo explained. A large single ha came out of Chris' mouth when he heard this. There are plenty out there that can do more than I do, besides you don't want me. Everything I touch or everyone I help, it seems to me that I make things worse, or that I end up helping the bad guys instead. There seemed to be a great pain in Chris when he said this. And what are you doing now? Timo asked. Me? I am a mercenary. I charge a small fee and help others on their quests. So far nothing seems to have gone wrong, and I enjoy seeing the large smiles on everyone's face. Chris answered. This was somewhat his way of repenting a bit after the mistakes he had made when helping Pure and helping Jim. As you have said, this is most likely because it has been your choice, Timo said. I will ask you again, it is completely up to you. The vampire settlement is assembling a team that is to go to the other side to aid Quintalon. With the help of Logan, we have evaluated the very best and the strongest that will be up for this task. You are one of them. This is your decision to make. Maybe you will feel like you are joining the wrong side again. But if you were to sit back and do nothing, and everything in front of you is destroyed, will you not feel even worse? The situation was certainly different to what Chris was expecting, and from the moment he had met Quinn he knew he was a good person. His gut was telling him something was different about him compared to all the other people he had met. Maybe this time, rather than going with his head, he should go with his gut. All right, I'll come with you, and fill me in on the details on the way, Chris answered. Another one had joined the group, but the final person that they needed to convince was most likely to be the most difficult, an enemy or a friend no one really knew, but they knew he was strong and they needed the strong. Nearly all the squads that had been sent out were led by the Vampire Knights, that was all apart from one. One of the leaders of the originals, Grenlet, had been sent out to search for Russ, considering there was a slight fear that he might fight back. Unlike the others, there were next to no leads for Russ, because he had escaped in the middle of all the mess. While the others had decided to go where they wished, Russ' location was never found. but that didn't mean they had no way to find him. When Logan was on the search for Magnus, he had upgraded his facial recognition software to collect all the information and send it back to him. During this time, although it hadn't helped in finding Magnus, using it now allowed them to track where exactly Russ was staying. It had come somewhat as a surprise, or not, that he had decided to settle down on one of the Greylash family's planets, but not in a built-up city as such, but instead in a village once again. The village only had a few hundred people, and when the vampires came through the small village, it had caused quite a stir among the locals, and they could see them all heading to a single household. It was a simple house that looked somewhat like a giant mushroom. It had a single door, and was far apart from all the other houses in the village, secluded. From what we know about this person, I would say that the place he has chosen to live doesn't suit his personality at all, but I have to keep on guard. Grenlet gave the door a few knocks, and when there was no answer, he decided to give it a forceful push, breaking the lock and entering inside. He looked to his left and right as he entered a small living room. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Sitting in a single sofa seat was the person they were looking for, with a glass of wine in his hand, raising it toward them. "It's awfully brave of you to enter my house when I haven't given you permission," Russ said. "I thought you vampires couldn't enter places without getting permission. Or was that just one of those rumors that get spread around? Well, it looks like that myth is ticked off." Grenlet could tell that this human was incredibly confident. He thought that he might be off guard or afraid that the vampires had come after him, but instead he didn't show a hint of fear at all. "We are not here to cause trouble," Grenlet said. "Ah, yes. And that's why they sent a weak vampire right to the front of my door," Russ replied. Grenlet was unsure whether or not that was a dig at Grenlet, suggesting Russ was that much stronger, or if he was being sarcastic, suggesting that they had sent an original after him even though they wanted to talk peacefully. "We have come to ask you a favor," Grenlet stated. "There is an important matter involving the entire human and vampire races. No, it's safe to say that this matter involves our entire universe. You had helped us with the great threat against Jim and Jack before, which is why we have come directly to ask you for your help again." While Grenlet was speaking, Russ was continuing to drink his drink, and when he seemed to be done, he took a big swig, trying to gulp it down in a single go. "You want my help? So tell me, why hasn't Quinn come to ask me for help himself? Or better yet, why doesn't he come here and force my hand once again, just like he did before? I'm guessing there is a reason he can't. So let me ask you, do you really think I would help someone that did that to me? If you want me to help, then he can come here and force my hand, and if you think you guys can try to force me, then go ahead and give it your best try. But if it's me against you guys, I'll tell you now, you don't stand a chance." Grenlet was inclined to believe it was true. He had heard about the great strength he was able to summon at the time. "Don't you understand? This is much more than simple grudge you have against one man," Grenlet said. "As I said before, this could very well affect our whole universe. Everyone you care about, everyone in this entire world would be destroyed and killed." Russ couldn't help but laugh. "Do you not know who I am? Everyone I care about is dead. The only goal I had was killing the Blades, and look at them. Every single one of them is dead as well. So if this entire world is to die, to be gone, then what do I care? You have nothing you can use to convince me." The other vampires felt like this was hopeless, a lost cause. The only good thing was it didn't look like Russ had a grudge against them. It wasn't as if he was going to attempt to take their lives. Although many may not be able to relate to you, the original vampires can, Grenlet said. "We have been in your situation more times than you can ever imagine. Yet we know there is more to it than meets the eye. With the power we have the responsibility to help those in need. We can't just sit by and do nothing, and I believe even you have that to a certain degree. Didn't you take all of the chained under your wing? Was there a reason why you chose to be the leader, why you brought them all together? Do you think it was as simple as just using them for your goal? And lastly, if you really felt that way, then why are you alive right now?" Russ, for the first time, seemed to be somewhat speechless, as he didn't say anything. If one really felt the way he said, then surely they would have gone into an eternal slumber or something like that. Russ stood up out of his chair, causing all the others to flinch back. They pulled out their aura and weapons, but Russ himself quickly did the same, imitating the aura of the vampires, and the power he had exhibited was far more powerful than any of them. I already told you I am a lot stronger than you, so don't even try to fight me, Russ said, as he walked away and headed into another room. The vampires stood there, wondering what to do. Did Russ just walk away? Were they supposed to chase him, or just let him bame? A few moments later he had come back, and there was something in his hand. Of all things, it was a crystal. I have had this thing for a while now, and I know that it's special, but I don't really know how to use it. I tell you what, let's strike some type of deal. You help me find a use for this crystal and allow me to keep it, and then I'll help you. I should at least get something out of all this, right? The crystal that was in Russ's possession was the God-Slayer crystal that had been dropped by the Dalkey Pine. In one of the castles in the vampire settlement, things were coming together, and all of those that would be part of the special team were being brought together to one place. Mukka had a large smile on her face as she had received information from each group. But it wasn't all good news, as there was one group in particular that had failed to locate one of those that they needed. Ray, we knew there was a chance that we wouldn't be able to get everyone that we were hoping for, Mukka thought. But he must have a good reason. It seems he has been helping us in his own way, destroying all the facilities and remnants of Jim. That is a problem that we just don't want to have on our hands. Besides, there was also an unexpected one that had agreed to join us. At any moment now, all of the guests were to arrive at the castle, to discuss the final details before trying to head off into the other world. Don't look too nervous, Layla said, as she placed her hand on Mukka's shoulder. I know why you're worried, but I should be the one that really is worrying, and even though I won't be going on this trip for some reason, I still feel like everything is going to be alright. Maybe it's because I've been in this situation multiple times now, and I've always over-worried. Mukka smiled back, feeling bad that the one that had to comfort her in all of this was Layla. And although what she said was true, the problem wasn't just whether they would succeed or not, but how much loss would come out of this. They had always lost those close to them during these big battles. When sending the others off, they had to go with the intention that possibly none of them could be coming back. A large, overwhelming sense of power was felt by the two of them. They could feel it. Everyone had arrived and they were heading straight into the castle. The first two that were in the large bottom reception hall were Hickel and Edvard. The two of them had been staying in the castle for a while now, ever since they had asked Mukka to join. The next to enter was Sil, who had teleported into the reception room rather than walk in, which startled both of the original leaders. It is nice to see the both of you again, Sil said. Although you look different from the last time I saw you. Everyone had already met each other after the great battle. There was a ceremony for those that had died, as well as celebrations, so they all had gotten to know each other at some point before going off to do their own thing. There was a clear reason for Sil's comments, though. The armor that Edvard wore, he never saw anything like it. Is that a type of God-Slayer armor? Sil asked. Edvard smiled with pride as he pushed his chest forward, showing the deep scales of the armor. Actually, this armor belonged to Ray Talon. Honestly, I don't know how it ended up back at my armory. It seems like he must have returned it at some point. No one even knew he was here. Although I can't draw out the same strength as Ray, I have used the armor before, and I have no doubt that I won't get left behind compared to the rest of you. Besides, my luck might be what ends up helping us all out in the end, with the place we're going to. All of them, including Sil, had been made aware of the details before coming here. They knew the risks. Sil had also heard about how strong the armor was on Ray. He had heard about the battle straight from Quinn's mouth that he had been through. Although, it was hard to tell how much power was because of the armor and how much was because of Ray himself. Sil's head then turned to Hickel because out of the two, it was his appearance that had more of a shocking change. The clothes Hickel wore on his body itself were now dramatically different compared to before. There was next to nothing covering his arms and legs. It almost looked like he had a tattered robe covering his body. Through the bare skin that was revealed, strange large curling dark red patterns could be seen across his skin. They were on the outside, swirling around his arms, legs, and even a large mark swirled up on half of his face. It was clear that this wasn't the same Hickel as before. I see you have changed quite a bit as well, Sil asked. Hickel looked at Sil, and soon a smile appeared on his face. "Do not worry, although my appearance has changed a lot. I have not myself. This is merely a side effect of a successful experiment. I am glad to have you by our side on this journey. With your strength, I am sure we will be successful, and as Edvard said, I did this because I wish to help and do not wish to slow you down." Before any of the others arrived, Layla, Mukka, and Peter had rushed down, coming through the double doors from behind. They had entered the large dark reception room before the others were there. "Thank you for coming, Sil. I know you must have been settling in with your own life, and then to call you so soon," Layla said. "Are you crazy? How many times has Quinn helped us all? And I'm sure right now he is doing everything for the sake of all of us once again," Sil replied. "Besides, if it weren't for you guys, I would still be trapped in the same place as before." "He's right," a deep voice said from behind, and with no shirt on the top half of his body, they could see a red-haired figure with scars all over his body enter the room. "Layla, there is no need for you to say anything like that," Chris stated. "Besides, we know this is not just for Quinn, but for everyone. We know what Immortality is capable of, and we need to stop him once and for all. I just hate the fact that Quinn went in on his own, rather than asking us beforehand." Chris was also surprised by the appearance of the two originals that were there in front of him. "I guess we all feel the same way to an extent," Chris said. "Agreed," Mukka said, stepping forward into the center of the group. "As we have looked into things more and more, Immortality seems to be the center of nearly all conflicts. Logan has even found traces of his meddling dating back even longer than we can envision. I want to make this clear to everyone. This isn't a group that was created to bring Quinn back, because at the end of the day, if we were to use the bone claw to just grab Quinn and bring him back, it wouldn't solve anything. There was a reason why Quinn had decided to go to the other world, and that is to stop Immortality once and for all. Your goal is to support him in this task, which is why we have gathered all of you." Sil was thinking back to all the people that he had lost. There were many allies from the cursed faction that he had lost on the way. All of those from the Blades as well. All of that anger was originally pointed at Hilston, and now he wanted to point it at a new target while helping out his dear friend. "I know Vorden and Ratton would have wanted to be here to help us well, but this is not a task for them," Sil thought. "So is this it?" Chris asked. "Is this everyone that is coming?" "Not quite," Mukka replied. "Ray was meant to be part of the group, but we are unable to contact him. But there is one more that will be joining us." Footsteps were heard entering the room, and at that moment they all turned around. As they say, the hero arrives at the last moment. Russ smiled. "Now, I hope we haven't forgotten about our deal, right?" When seeing Russ enter the room, some were surprised by his presence. But when they thought about it more, it actually made a lot of sense. He had great strength and was a large help against the Dalki. If it wasn't for him, then maybe Layla, Minnie, and the others would have never survived before Sil arrived. At the same time, they never got to see the full extent of the powers of Russ when using the Black Sword, because he had already run out of MC cells when it came to facing H. "I'll be honest, I am surprised to see you here," Chris said. Although the two of them hardly got directly involved, Pure was around during the time of the Chained, and knew they were one of the large forces before they had been defeated by Quinn and his gang. "Is it really that surprising?" Peter said with his arms folded. "I heard that he had actually decided to save Sil, and wasn't it because he let Sil touch him that he was able to defeat H?" Peter was just repeating what he had heard, and from Minnie of all people. His words had silenced the room, and Russ had even looked down to the ground. "Wait, that's right," Layla thought. "Back then, I tried to force Russ's hand to help Sil, but he had eventually made the decision to save him. Maybe he isn't one we have to worry about so much after all." "Please don't remind me," Russ said. "I have relived that moment in my head too many times before, and if I could I would have taken back that decision." When Sil and Russ made eye contact though, Sil just smiled at him, despite his words. This just angered Russ even more because it was hard to hate Sil of all people. Why did he have to be one of the few blades that were still left? Then maybe he would still have a goal in his head. If anything, Russ' anger was rising due to the fact that he was unable to hate Sil as much as he wished. "Damn it!" Russ shouted. "Where was what I asked for?" "Don't worry," Mukka interrupted. "He will be here. After all, what you requested will not just help you, but it will help us as well. Just be patient, he should arrive soon." The room went into an awkward silence once again while they were waiting for this mysterious person to arrive, and wondered what was even Russ' request in the first place. Meanwhile, his eyes started to linger on something that was in Layla's possession, hanging there around her waist. Before he knew it, his own feet were walking toward her. That was when Peter had decided to step out in front. "What do you think you're doing?" Peter asked with his hand held out. "You know, I'm not afraid to kick your arse if you try to get close to her." Russ couldn't help but chuckle at the comment. Were all of these people in the room taking him for a fool? Did they all suddenly think they could beat him? The only one he felt that he would struggle against was Sil, and that was because he had his power as well, but that was soon to change. "That sword, the black one." Russ motioned his eyebrows and eyes toward it. "It was thanks to my power and it that we were able to defeat the Dalki that nearly annihilated all of us. Don't you think that it would be better if it was in my possession?" Immediately, Layla placed her hand on the sword. She felt like at any moment that Russ was going to steal it from her. Lifting his hand, it started to transform and turned into what looked like a Dalki's. He grabbed onto the wrist of Peter, holding it tight. "I would calm down a little. Remember, we are on the same side. You guys want me to risk my life in all of this, to give the best chance for this unversed survival, then isn't the answer obvious? If that sword is in my possession, then it will give us a better chance. It would be useless to leave a weapon like that here. It's not like she's going to need it." "We can't be sure that's the case," Mukka said. "What if there is an attack here while everyone else is away? And besides, we are already complying with one of your requests." Although the conversation seemed to have ended there, for Layla actually, she was giving it a lot of thought. The words of Russ had gotten to her. If they really wanted to do everything they could, then they would need the power that Russ summoned. "Hey, didn't you guys just say that Sil got the same power as Russ?" Chris said. "So doesn't that mean that it could also be used in Sil's hands as well?" "Then that would be a waste," Russ immediately said. He was waiting for this argument to come up. You see, Sil is already incredibly strong, and his power allows him to use multiple powers, but you see that sword, it was the power to negate abilities. If you were to use it the same way I did, then I am afraid Sil would no longer be able to use the powers the way he used to before. Whereas for me, it would be more of a last resort, and an additional power. The others actually thought that Russ made a good point, but it wasn't their sword to give in the first place. In the end, the decision lay with Layla, and surprisingly she had pulled the sword along with the scabbard out. The sword was held sideways, and she walked past Peter holding it toward Russ. "You did protect us, you helped us back then, and I hope that you use the sword to do the same again. Russ, this is bigger than all of us, this is bigger than our individual grudges. It's bigger than just me wanting Quinn back, and I hope you can see that." Once Layla's little speech was done, he wasted no time snatching the sword out of her hand. "I knew you would come back to me one way or another," Russ said, placing it around his side. "Remember, that is to go back to her," Peter said with menacing eyes. "Look, you are all strong." Mukasari letting out a big sigh. "That's why you are all here, so can we just put the strength measuring contest down for a moment, and use all this pent-up energy to fight the enemy?" Once again, the group could hear the sound of footsteps coming again. They were light and elegant but had an odd rhythm, as if one was struggling to walk. "Oh, it looks like the one you requested is here," Mukka said. Finally, coming through those doors, they were going to see what deal Russ had made. Bursting through and standing right by the door right in front of them was a woman they could only imagine, but it was one they had seen before. The group turned their head to look at Mukka, and then back at the person that had just entered the room. "Moo, another Mukka," Edvard said, surprised. "Hey, I might look like her, but I'm not her. I'm the best forger in the world," the other Mukka said. Mukka was a beauty that was indescribable. A lot of vampires already had a natural charm and beauty to them compared to regular humans, apart from their pale skin that in some cases would be liked or disliked depending on one's taste. But nonetheless, the facial features and symmetry for vampires was on point, with nearly no imperfections. For Mukha though, somehow she was able to be one above that. If one thought there was a golden ratio of how one's face was meant to look, she had a goddess ratio on her face. Which was why, when there were suddenly two in the same room, they without a doubt recognized it as another Mukha. This wasn't someone who had imitated her or looked like her, no, this was a carbon copy from head to toe, at least in the looks department. The way she stood, the way she walked and the way she talked. They were all completely lost, as if someone had possessed her, but there were clearly two of them in the room. Wait, what did she say? Layla thought. Forger, Mukha isn't a forger, and when they say best forger. Thinking about these words, she could only think of one forger, the one that Quinn put all of his trust into, and the one that had created all of the cursed faction's equipment for them. Wait, are you, Alex Way, the Blood Fairy forger? Layla asked. The others thought Layla was joking when she said this looked nothing like Alex, but then again, when they thought about it more, what had happened to Alex, where even was he? That can't be true, right? Chris said. Unfortunately, it is true. Maybe I can explain a little. Syl said, who seemed to be the only person not surprised by this, other than Russ who couldn't care less. You see, for a while now Alex has been trapped in one of the weapons he had created for Quinn, at least his consciousness has been trapped. Syl started to explain. From what I know, Alex helped Quinn create his current armor set once more, and when doing so, his consciousness was transferred once again to the new set of weapons. After the war, I was asked by Quinn to move the consciousness from the weapon into a body, so Alex could continue living his life. Due to Syl having all of the abilities, he was able to do this and had done it for Vorden, Ratton, and Shiro as well. Wait, Peter said, his mind lingering. It almost looked like one could see the cog wheels turning in his head. I understand how Alex is here, but what I don't understand is why he is now as a woman. Yeah, or why he looks like Mukha, Chris said, his head still turning back and forth. In truth, he also found Mukha extremely attractive, and now he was trying to turn off one side of his brain. As he looked at Alex, he knew he was a guy, or at least used to be a guy but was now in a woman's body. I think I can do the explaining from here, Alex said, as he walked forward and pushed out his leg, revealing how long and slender they were. You see, when they said my consciousness would be transferred, I didn't want to live in the life of someone else's mind. Which was when the suggestion came up that they could clone a body and I could use that. Just how Vincent is also in a clone of Quinn's body. Of course, a clone's body can only last so long, but once we find a nest crystal all will be good. Anyway, when I learned of this, I realized I could be whoever I wanted to be. This is life-changing. Think about it. Have none of you ever thought about what it would be like to be a girl for a day? And now it was possible. I lived hundreds of years as a guy, and now I can experience the best of both worlds. And, if I was going to be a girl, then why not be the damn best-looking girl there is? Alex flicked his hair, proud of his new body. In the middle of the conversation, Mukha couldn't stop shaking her head. She wanted to reject all of this. But Alex had done so much for the settlement, he was a hero behind the scenes, so if he wanted this, then she felt like she had to comply. She was going to go back into a slumber after this anyway, so what would she care if someone used her appearance? All right. I think I understand most of what has happened, Edvard said, nodding his head up and down. But what I don't understand is why is Alex here? If he is a forger, why is he going on this journey with us? Now, Russ was starting to get interested as he looked in Mukha's direction. He is the one that you requested, or she, Mukha said. It's okay. I can't get used to it, so just call me she. Alex replied. All right, Russ said, walking forward. There was a request I needed to be dealt with, and they told me that you're the one I want, that you might be the only person who knows what to do with this. Pulling out from the opening of one of the special rings he had on his finger. A crystal now appeared in his hand. It wasn't an ordinary crystal. It didn't look like a beast crystal, nor like that of a nest crystal. It was larger in size for one, and the inside had a strange substance moving in it. That's a God Slayer crystal. Where did you get that? Alex asked. He had spent enough time recently around God-Slayer crystals to know what one felt like. "Does that matter?" Russ asked. "What matters is whether or not you can make something out of this. If so, it will be useful to me, and useful to us on our journey." Alex smiled as he grabbed the crystal from Russ's hands. "I may be in a new body, but this body isn't weak. It's strong like that of the vampire leader. Of course I can make something out of this, and I will make sure it doesn't disappoint." "Maybe you could make it disappoint a little," Layla commented. With the black sword and a possible God-Slayer item, Russ was going to become incredibly powerful. "I will return here once I am done," Alex said, and he was off. "All right, while we wait for the crystal to be sorted, we need to discuss everything we know about the other side," Mukka said. "And the plan for what to do once you are in there, because things are not as simple as they seem, and this will be an incredibly difficult task." The familiar sound of metal clashing against rocks, as hammers hammered away, was music to Alex's ears. He had a big grin on his face as he had entered the forgery used by the vampires. It was a large dark cave with furnaces, molds, and more. It wasn't as impressive as what the Amra had, but it was still good enough for him to work with. When entering, immediately Alex caught the attention of the other vampires. They were unable to stop staring, and as some saw who it was, they gave a quick bow. "Oh right. They must all think I'm Mukka. She did say to cover my face while I was working away," Alex thought to himself, pulling out a black scarf and wrapping it around his face, just showing his eyes. It was pretty pointless since the others had already seen him, but since he was wearing some type of disguise, they thought they weren't meant to comment on it. The fact that Mukka was here was strange enough. After taking his own station, Alex pulled out the crystal and laid it out on the table. He was observing the outside. These God-Slayer crystals are always so interesting, each one of them looking quite different, Alex thought. He was running his finger over the strange scales that were attached to the outside. It almost looked like clumps of dirt had attached itself to the crystal, but on inspection they were a part of the crystal itself, like the scales of a dalki. "This will be the first God-Slayer crystal I'm working with from a dalki. It makes me wonder what will come out of it. With my experience working with God-Slayer crystals before, it shouldn't take too long." Holding the crystal to his chest, there was a giant smile on his face. "Finally, after all this time, I'll be able to make something again with my own two hands. This will be my own masterpiece rather than one created through Quinn's hands." He started to think back to the items he had forged with Quinn, how skillful he was using the hammer, how strong his body was, and how he didn't tire. In a way, it was quite annoying because Quinn had the skills to be an excellent forger, maybe even surpassing Alex. Shaking his head away though, he was determined to make this the best piece he could now that he could forge himself again. "What is there to talk about?" Russ asked, sitting down in a sofa seat while the rest remained standing. "Didn't you already give us the lowdown on everything we need to know? We just have to survive, find Quinn, then help him take down this death god, right?" On the way to the settlement, each one of them had been filled in on the information of why this task was so important. How Immortality was a god from another world, trying to pour in him and his creatures into this one. The finer details, such as him being the creator of the vampires, though, was somewhat missed out, but all the relevant information that would tell them how important this task was, had been filled in. "In order to give you the best chance of survival, we have gathered as much information as we can," Mukka said. Logan has gone through all his memory banks, and the information that had been handed to him by Richard Eno, and there was quite extensive research done on this other world. At the same time, Peter has been able to gather information from the familiars as well. In the other world, there are two types of beings or creatures that we need to look out for, Mukka explained. There are the words natural inhabitants. There are different races like what we have here on Earth, but their appearance does largely differ like that of the familiars. These beings naturally have the urge to fight and kill, even more so than the beasts or the dalki. It is a world full of death and a true survival of the fittest. It is a world that has been given up on due to how much carnage there was. It was deemed out of control by the gods. Which is why Immortality was sent there in the first place. Why would they care for a world that had already been abandoned? Perhaps they thought he might even be dealt with in this world. Yet that did not happen. Instead, Immortality managed to take over the entire world, rising to the very top. The familiar state there now is more order in the world, and there are the new beings called demons. The demons are creations of Immortality, and there are several different types of demons, different races you could call it, with different traits. I'll be honest, there is no plan that I can really come up with that will help you. The best I can do is just give you information. There are two scenarios. One, the original inhabitants have a deep hatred for Immortality, or they are working for him. I would like you to assume the latter, and imagine everyone is your enemy. So all of us in this room are meant to go against an entire universe and a death god. Got it, Russ said. So our chances of dying are high. Some would think Russ' words might deter the others, but it hadn't. They were already aware of this fact. If we could, I would send more in to help, Muka said. But a small team, when only having one real target, is more beneficial, and the Bone Claw only has so much power. What you need to be aware of is that the Bone Claw can only transport you into the other world, and has no idea where Quinn is. At the same time, they have no idea where he will transfer you. There's a good chance you will be attacked by the others immediately as you stand out. So be ready. The group were making final preparations. They were training with each other, learning what each other's strengths were. At least most of them were, while Russ was being kept under watch. Wondering if he would try to run away at any point in time, but they felt he wouldn't do so until he got his item anyway. Then, after a single day, his item was finally done. Everyone was to gather at the 9th castle once again. They were waiting in the reception room, and entering Loss was Alex. Your item is done, Alex said, as he chucked over a small object. It flew in the air and Russ caught it, seeing that it was round in shape. A bracelet, Russ said. I gave you a crystal from one of the strongest in this universe, and you gave me back a bracelet. You're quite narrow-minded, aren't you? Alex said. Trust me, item types, especially Godslayer item-type weapons, are extremely powerful. I would trust him, Edvard said. He is the one that made all of Quinn's equipment after all. I have seen the strength of his items firsthand, but if you don't want it, you can always hand it to me. Edvard held his hand out, to which Russ quickly pulled away and placed the black bracelet on. It then started to move, shrinking in size and becoming skin-tight. After inspecting what the bracelet did, his distaste for the item went away, but he couldn't be sure until he used it himself. There might be a few other things the bracelet can do, but I didn't want to test it fully. It's not my item at the end of the day, and I don't think I'm strong enough to draw out its power, Alex said. Now that everyone was ready, fully equipped with what they needed, it was time for them to go. Peter rubbed the back of his neck. A marking started to glow and soon form a mist. The large bone claw appeared in front of them all. It pointed its large dangled finger to the side and started to draw a large circle. A faint red mark was left in the air, and when it joined up, the entire area lit up red. A strong mist was sent out of the portal. So this is it, this is the other world, Syl said. Peter, this reminds me a lot of back then, when we went through the red portal. Peter shook his head. It's different, we're a lot different now to what we were back then. But you're right, we don't know what's on the other side. But we do know Quinn is there, which is why we need to go, and this time no one's pushing anyone, we're walking in together. Saying those final words, all of them walked into the portal, heading to another world. Traveling through the red mist-covered plain at a great speed with two of his strongest allies was none other than Immortality himself. Those watching from their planets could tell when the Great One, as they referred to him as, was on the move. This was because they were unable to directly see his body. Instead, they could just see a darker colored cloud in the sky. The area it covered was extremely large. So much so that even looking up from their planet at the red space, they could see it moving. Whenever the dark red mist would pass, it would cause the creatures on the planets to go into hiding as well as the people. They feared that there was a reason for his movement and chaos would soon follow. Looking up, the people could see the red mist continuing to move at a fast speed. But that was until it had suddenly stopped. The red mist was growing larger, darker, with sparks of red lighting, large gusts of wind and even fires started to appear within the mist. The portal was closed. "I can feel it," Immortality shouted in anger. The voice echoed in the heads of the two allies that were closest to him. Their whole bodies were also covered in the mist, only showing their glowing red eyes. "What? But how does somebody know the language of the ancients?" One of them said. "I thought humans had stopped using it long ago." "That has to be the case this time. The power source was already enough. It just needed time to pierce a hole through." Another said. "If the portal has been closed, then the only way is to create a reversing spell." While the two were in the middle of talking, Immortality's anger just continued to grow, and the mist was spreading wider and wider. It was starting to cover the outside of the planets. Soon, the flames, wind, and lighting from his mist started to attack the land below. It was destroying the ground, picking up the strange plant life, and even hurting the lives that were on the planets. Some of the creatures felt like the surface of the skin was being burnt as their bodies seemed to magically catch on fire, while others were hit with the strange red lighting that took a solid form and pierced right through their hearts. The two didn't say anything. They knew why he was upset. It wasn't the time spent or the efforts made. Immortality had been trying for a long time, and for one who had lived as long as he had, waiting was fine. The problem was being so close when one expected for the plan to work without fail and felt like their time to leave was now and that they were finally going to leave this place. That was where all the frustration and anger came from. "They're all useless," Immortality stated. "I should never have relied on the humans or vampires to do anything. The only good they can do is reproduce and lose their lives in order to feed me." The angered mist over the universe was continuing to grow, and now was starting to cover and reach over all the planets as well. Meanwhile, it looked like one of the two with Immortality had received some news, as the expression of his eyes had changed. "I have some information from those by the portal," the man stated. "I think this is something you might want to hear, and a decision that you will need to make." For a moment, the lightning, wind, and fire stopped on the planet, but the mist was still covering it, ready to cause destruction at any moment. "It appears that the vampire celestial, the vampire god slayer, Quinn that you were looking for, had entered through the portal." The mist started to retract back, heading to one place. This news certainly did surprise Immortality. He decided to enter the portal, but why would he do such a thing? Immortality thought. "Wait, but if he's here, then how will I use his power to open a portal to the other side? Did he come here knowing that?" Immortality thought about it a bit more though. Originally he was angry at Quinn. He thought all of his chances were ruined now that he had entered this place. Maybe in a few 1,000 years there would be another opportunity to come up, but right now it was Immortality's only answer. Maybe there will be a way to use his power from the inside. As long as we have him, there will be a way to open up a portal to the other side. "Does that mean you wish for us to go capture him? The two of us should be enough," the man stated. "Capture him? We need to do more than that," Immortality said. "We need to break Quinn down. He is not only the answer to us getting out of here, but he will also be a great ally against the Celestials and Ancient Ones. If he is here, then there is no one to protect his family, to protect those he cares about. After capturing him, we will break him down bit by bit, until he becomes our loyal dog. That is his only place in this world. He has his power because of me in the first place. He needs to learn that he is not one of a kind, and he is only a small fish in a big pond." Immortality and the others started to laugh. There was still a plan for them to go by. "Are you able to get his location?" Immortality asked. Although Immortality could sense a great distance and should have been able to sense someone like Quinn, they were at a world that was contained in an entire universe. At the moment, he had no clue where Quinn was even though he was on the inside. However, through their army, information could continue to be relayed until the news eventually reached Immortality himself. "It appears when he entered the portal, there was some type of rejection," the man explained. "His body was slingshot all over the place, and now he has entered the Naruth section." When delivering the news, the last few words he didn't say with confidence, and judging by the few moments of silence, Immortality wasn't happy about it either. That is where the old champions reside. Immortality made some type of spitting sound after mentioning them. If we were to go there now and do battle with Quinn, they might try and stir up some trouble. Let's see how things will play out. We will keep a close eye on him, and maybe things will be easier for us this way. That young one is quickly going to learn just how dangerous this world can be, and he is going to wish he never entered. Charging through the portal, Quinn had next to no hesitation. He had already made up his mind, he had gone through all of the possibilities, he had done everything he could to grow stronger, and it was as if the system he had with him from the start of all this agreed, giving him one more way to increase his powers, and that was by absorbing the blood of these great demon races, the creations of Immortality. If absorbing their blood can evolve my blood aura further, then the Creator himself must be quite powerful, or at least have power to that level. I don't know the situation in the other world yet, but if I can get this last power up, attacking all those around him before fighting Immortality, then it will be over. And if I can't, I still have another last resort. When entering through the portal, he could feel a barrier pushing him back. It was rejecting him at first, but as he broke through, it was now almost trying to pull him in. He could see as he turned his head, the remnants of the other world closing, the portal itself disappearing. I have to be ready for anything. There's a good chance that Immortality could be waiting or nearby on the other side. I have to be ready to fight. Although Quinn felt like his body was being pulled into this other world, when the remnants of the last bit of the portal had closed, a strange occurrence had happened. An energy spiked from the last part, hitting Quinn's body. At the same time, all of the energy in the air that was surrounding the place was moving towards him. Quinn swung his arm trying to hit it, but it did nothing. It was as if he was just hitting the air itself. This feeling is strange. It's as if my body is being pulled, but not my actual body, my insides. While having this feeling, suddenly it was as if Quinn was teleported, his whole body slingshot. All of the pent-up energy was exploding, and he was suddenly traveling through the strange space. He was hardly able to comprehend where he was moving as the energy was zapping his body again and slingshotting him to a completely different location. He was being zapped all over. The feeling, it wasn't painful, but more than anything it was annoying for Quinn, as he felt like he wasn't in control. Do I try to suppress this strange energy with my own? Or do I just let things take its course? Quinn thought. At the moment he didn't feel in danger, and wondered when this would stop. That's when he could feel the energy dissipating. It looked like there was only enough energy to bring him to one more place. He was zapped and thrown through the air. He felt his whole body crash into the ground, and he continued to skid on the surface of the ground like a meteorite. His body continues to crash into large rocks, breaking them, and trees, until it finally stopped, as Quinn back had hit a large rock-like mountain that was dark red in color. Okay. Now that one did hurt a bit, it's a good thing I have a strong body, and this armor. Quinn thought, still wearing all of the Godslayer tier armor. When the dust started to settle, Quinn was taking in the area around him. It honestly looked quite similar to the places that the vampires would choose to settle in. Quinn himself was in some type of forest, although the trees were ones he had never seen before. They were large, gigantic in size, and the trunk of the tree wasn't the largest part of it. Instead it was the branches that would swirl down. At the end of the trees there were also strange pieces of what he could only guess were fruit. Then there were the dark red mountain tops that looked more like a giant ruby, including the one that he himself had crashed into. Finally, when he was looking at the destruction he had left in his path when coming here. Well, that will definitely get someone's attention, if there is anyone or anything in this place, he thought. His guess was spot on, as it didn't take long for him to hear the sound of footsteps coming toward him. 1, 2. There are 3 of them, and they're moving quite fast. With his eyes, Quinn was keeping track as they moved up and down the trees. They're really fast, faster than your average vampire. One had finally come down from the tree and stood in front of Quinn, allowing him to get a look at the creature in front of him, or more so the person. The thing that was standing in front of Quinn had a body similar to that of a human. There were 2 legs, 2 arms, a torso, and a head. However, that was where the similarities had ended. The creature in front of him was dark blue-skinned. There was clothing and pieces of armor, but it looked like something out of barbarian times since there was a lot of the flesh showing. The most notable difference, though, was the face. The bottom half looked like a regular mouth and jaw, but from the nose up, it was as if the skull had grown out from the skin. It was a hard casing that stuck out. It continued showing the rest of the head, and there was no hair. Then the skull continued, showing two sharp like horn structures on top of the head. Is this one of the demon races created by Immortality, like the vampires? Quinn thought, staying on guard. His shadow was creeping on the ground, expanding out. Without taking part of its blood, Quinn wouldn't know, nor what level it was at. Did someone get here before us? The skull man asked and took a peek behind Quinn. No, wait. That's not right. Were you the one that crashed here? Jumping down from the trees, two more joined the skull man's side, and they looked similar to him, although their skulls were different shapes and sizes, and so were the strange skull horns that would stick out of their head. I have to be careful of everything I meet in this world, but at the same time I'm not being attacked yet, so it should be fine. I haven't seen one like you. Are you one of us? One of the other men asked. He looks like some, but he feels different, you know? The other said, tilting his head. Can you speak? The first one that had landed asked Quinn. You haven't said a word. Why did you crash here, in the middle of all of this? There was a raised eyebrow at first from Quinn because he didn't understand the situation, but maybe this was a good thing. If he was to fight Immortality, it would be best alone. He didn't want to gather the attention of all his followers and beings in a place like this. So it would be best if he could just talk his way out of situations. I don't know, Quinn answered. I was struck by some random energy source. It flung me all over the place, and eventually I crashed here. Wait, he survived a crash like that, the smaller skull man said. Hey, it's getting more and more likely that he's a demon. It might be best if we just step away from this whole thing. The words had caught Quinn's attention. They are referring to me as a demon? Does it mean these guys aren't with Immortality? Or do they use that word to refer to someone else? If he is a demon, he doesn't look like a strong one. Maybe he was just lucky. If we just ask you, you won't tell us if you're a demon or not, but regardless, if he is one, then it's clear that he isn't one from here. Otherwise, we would be dead by now. At least he's not a demon taking part in the hunting ground. The hunting ground? Quinn repeated, wondering just what was going on in this other world. Regardless, he had one goal: to get to and defeat Immortality. When entering through the portal, what Quinn was having to face was nothing like he had expected. Meeting these strange creatures, the words out of their mouth, and the fact that they weren't hostile on the get-go. What he had heard about this place was that nearly everything in the world was out to kill each other. Yet, as soon as he met those that seemed more human, they hadn't attacked him on sight. Were they not as barbaric as he had learned? Or was there another reason? What is this hunting ground you are speaking of? Quinn asked. He could sense that there was a bit of shakiness in their voice. In fact, Quinn had noticed that their hearts were beating fast before approaching him, and each time they mentioned the word demon. Even now, it was clear that they weren't comfortable, and their eyes behind their thick skulls would attempt to look back from time to time. This person doesn't know what the hunting ground is, one of the skull men asked. Is he faking it? Is he trying to be cruel to us by pretending he knows nothing, and the next second we find out he's a demon and he rips our hearts out from behind? Pretending to not know about the hunting grounds makes no sense, though, another said with his finger on his chin. Everyone knows about the hunting grounds, and how could one not know when they're in it at the moment? The person would have had to have been living under a rock to not know. That's the only explanation. The skull man that had first approached Quinn, standing in the center, was silent, while wondering what to do, and eventually he had come to a decision. Can you fight? He asked. What are you doing? The others asked in a panic. You're not thinking of bringing him with us. The skull man didn't know why, but if everything this stranger was saying was true, he had no clue where he was, or what was going on around him. Then why was he not afraid? Wouldn't most be afraid in this situation? And he couldn't help but think how one could survive a crash like he had, without having some type of strength. I am strong enough to protect myself, so you won't have to worry about me, Quinn answered. Good. My name is Anon. the Skullman said and pointed to the right, the smaller Skullman. This is a Keek and the bigger one is Toonie. For us to survive this, we are trying to group up with as many as possible. That is the best chance for our survival, which is why I am inviting you. If you can hold your own or even be used as bait, then that would be good enough. We have to keep moving, otherwise we will be found. I'm sure your entrance will have caused some interest in the area. Follow me, and I'll explain what the hunting ground is. In the same vast land in the forest, there were two more with skulls on the outside of their face running around. They were wearing the same type of armor as the others, barely covering any of their skin. They were traveling through the trees, sliding off the large branches, jumping from tree to tree without slowing down. Are they still on our tail? One of them asked. The next moment, a sharp red shard came flying, hitting the trunk in front of the Skullman. It was only a centimeter away from his foot. Turning around, several more red shards came out. Lifting his hands around his forearm, it looked like the bone was starting to grow out from the skin. It was thick and large but still attached. Swinging them through the air, it hit the red shards away. The Skullmen were fast and had good senses for fighting. Brother, we have to keep moving. With just us two, we can't take on the demons, the other shouted. Out from another direction, red shards were shot his way as well. Rather than blocking them, he dropped down from one branch onto another, avoiding several of the red shards. They've already caught up to us. There's nothing we can do but fight. The Skullman continued to block the attack and started to run forward. His teammate, watching from behind, saw him run into darkness, and he soon saw red glowing eyes. There were a few clashes of noise and grunts of pain, until there was no more sound. "Nu!" the Skullman shouted, knowing full well that his ally had been killed. Just in case though, through a desperate attempt he started to run forward toward his friend. As he took a few steps through, several red shards were shot out from behind, from the front and from the side. They came from nearly all directions, and it was useless. They pierced the Skullman's body and blood filled his mouth, and he fell to his knees. Before his death, he could hear the echoing sound of laughter, that horrible high-pitched sound that the demons would make after their kill. One day, you'll experience the same thing as us, the Skullman said in his last breath. The Skullmen were moving incredibly fast, and as Quinn noted while watching their movements, he realized it wasn't as if they were faster than vampires. In fact, their speed was quite similar, it was more so their movements. It was so smooth, as if there were no thoughts needed, and traveling this tough and tricky terrain through the forest was normal for them. They would just react to what was coming up in front of them. Quinn was able to keep up, but it was because of his higher speed more than anything else. From time to time he would try to imitate them, but it would slow him down just a little. Pushing himself a little faster, though, would make up the time. The hunting grounds, Anon explained, is where we are right now. It's this entire forest. Us native inhabitants are either captured, volunteer, or are forced to take part in this hunting event. You might be thinking, what are we hunting? But you have it all wrong, we are the ones that are being hunted. Hundreds of us have been placed in random locations all over the forest, all to make the hunt that much more interesting, and the ones hunting us are the demons. Quinn had heard the word native inhabitants, which made him believe his guess from before was accurate. These demons must be the races that Immortality had created, and they were doing things like this. For each creature they kill, they earn 1 point in the forest. Then for each one of us Scullies they kill, they earn 5 points. As you can see, we are involved in this cruel game, and now that you are in the hunting grounds as well, you will count as a single point for them if they were to kill you. The only way we can survive is by banding with the others in this forest and attempting to fight them back, one at a time. Now it made sense to Quinn why he had been invited. This was Anon's only plan. But would it be enough, and just how strong were these demons that were hunting them? While running good, red shards came right toward Anon. He moved his head swiftly, avoiding each one of them, and the others jumped down by his side as they all stood still, Quinn coming up from behind. I thought we would have had more time before one of them found us. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Before we die together, please let me know your name, Anon asked. Quinn looked around, trying to sense the enemies. He could feel them. My name is Quinn Talon, but I don't plan on dying here. Not before I kill Immortality. Kill Immortality. The three Scullies had heard the words loud and clear. To them, though, it was a saying that they had heard multiple times. After all, a high number of them hated Immortality because he had made their nightmare of a life even more hellish than it was before. So they often heard a number of people say these words. But when saying them, there was a hint of fear in their voice. Yet this stranger of all things had said it without any fear at all. Quinn looked at the ground and started to observe the hard red shards that had come flying their way. It almost looked like feathers, yet they shined like red crystals. It was something he hadn't seen before, and there was no way for him to tell how hard the substance was. That was until another wave of the sharp red crystals fired out towards them. Rather than from just straight ahead, though, they came from three directions. Ikik bent down, allowing them to go over his head, but due to the position they were in, it meant the red shards would just hit Tuni from behind. However, Tuni seemed to have eyes at the back of his head as he turned and used his forearms to cover his head and bending in his body so it would cover his chest as well. The sharp red shards went straight into the hardened parts on his body, slicing through part of the bone and sticking there like darts on a dartboard. Anon was a little more skillful than the others and also produced the strange white bone from his forearms, but hit the red shards in such a way that they were knocked off to the side, hitting the thick branch that all of them were on. Finally, though, there was a third set of shards, and these ones went straight towards Quinn. The shards come out fast like bullets, but honestly this is not a speed that I have to worry about. With his hands, Quinn was grabbing them out of the air. Then when taking all of the velocity out of the shards, he would just drop them onto the floor. He continued to do this until he grabbed onto the very last shard, holding it in place and looking directly at it. Anon and the others didn't have time to see this. They were far too concerned with their own safety. Seeing how many sets of shards that came out, they could guess how many demons there were around them. 3 demons. Anon thought, carefully looking ahead. He was still unable to see them, but knew they were there due to the attacks that had been made. It would have been hard with just 1, maybe we could have done something with 2. But 3 is a lost cause. But I shouldn't give up. The moment we see one of them, all 3 of us should charge in. Quinn, Anon called out. If you can, support us from behind as much as you can with any type of power you have. The reason why Anon had given these orders to Quinn was because there was a double meaning behind his words. If he saw it was hopeless, then he didn't mind if he chose to run away. At the end of the day, the objective of the hunt was to not be caught by the demons. The whole thick large branch that they were on shook as something heavy landed on it, and soon out of the darkness something could be seen straight ahead. The first thing that came out from the darkness was a large foot. It was thick and muscular but quite short in size. The calf was relatively small compared to the thigh muscle, and the same type of red shards that had been shot at them could be seen on the leg itself. Then its upper body came into view. It was a large and thick torso, making the creature almost look like it had a turtle shell on its back. However, on its back, as well as its shoulders, it was nothing but the thick hard red crystals that they had fired out. Finally, its face looked like that of a wolf, as it stuck out and had a large snout, with a single large red crystal coming out from the tip of its nose and curling backwards. Attack! Anon shouted as he charged forward and all the others followed from behind. He told me that I have to just support them from behind, right? Quinn's eyes started to glow red. I know who my enemy is, so I will do just that and support them from behind. Raising up behind, Quinn had multiple blood swords that were floating in the air, condensed into a purer form, refined with his stage 3 chi, and would be enhanced with his blood control. They were hurled out, and all of the blood swords went flying past Anon and the others. They were only able to glance at the blood swords going past their head before they went straight for the red crystal creature. Seeing this, the red crystal creature turned its back, almost trying to use its shell to block and defend. The swords crashed and slashed right into the shell, cutting off large chunks of the crystal, breaking them off from its body. It screamed in pain and grunted as it felt all of this. Oh, so the blood swords were unable to pierce its body. I guess these demons are a little stronger than I thought. However, it didn't matter due to the sheer number of blood swords that went out. They swirled around to the front and went right through the soft part of its body, piercing through the front and slicing right through its head. Anon, Toonie and Akik stopped in their tracks as they saw one of the fearsome demons just die like that, straight in front of them, pierced with several blood swords that just evaporated into thin air. I have to continue giving support. Quinn turned his head to where one of the attacks had come from before. The end of his gauntlet lit up slightly, before he threw out a fist of blood aura. All the others saw was the end result, his fist in the air, and only a blur of energy coming out of the other end. Blood Forest Fist has hit. Blood has been absorbed. A new demon race has been discovered. Durham Demon. The blood absorbed is not of a high enough level to evolve blood aura. Lesser Demon. Using the Blood Forest Fist, he could tell he was on the right path, and had discovered another one of the demon types. Fortunately enough, the single punch of his from the distance was enough to finish it off since it had hit it right on its head. Quinn smiled as he looked at the other two. Sorry. I'll be right back. It appears one of them has run off. After finishing his sentence, they no longer could see Quinn. He was no longer in front of them. And as they looked left and right, they were unable to detect where he was. Did he teleport? No, I saw he moved. Does that mean he slowed down for us? Several thoughts were going through their heads, but it was all happening too fast. And before they knew it, Quinn had returned right in front of them. He slammed the head of the Durham demon right into the tree bark. Its body was bloody, one of its arms was missing, and it looked to be in no condition to fight. I have one question to ask you. Tell me, where's Immortality? If you say anything else other than the answer to my question, I'll kill you. Quinn said, pushing up hard. He was using the influence skill as well, although he doubted it would work, and it seemed like it hadn't. Haha. UFO dash. Before the demon could finish his sentence, with a swipe of Quinn's hand he had slit the Durham demon's head right off. It rolled to the side of the thick tree branch and fell off onto the floor. Against the demons and Immortality I won't hold back. He's been doing the same against me, so I need to do the same against him. The demons were a source of fear for the Scullies, especially those like Anon that could barely fight back against them. Not unless they were large in number. However, getting anyone to work together in this world was incredibly difficult. Even before Immortality had arrived, all of the inhabitants were at each other's throats. Killing was an everyday occurrence amongst each other. There were no laws and only the strong survived. The idea of teamwork or armies was ridiculous to them. Looking back, Scullies wondered if maybe that's how their whole universe had been taken over so easily, even though they had powerful beings all over. It was a surprise that Anon managed to convince Akik and Toonie, but others had rejected his offer. Still, it was a change that Anon could see, as everyone had a common enemy. People were starting to come together, but it was a little too late. All they could do was live another day and survive, escaping the powerful strong demons. Those that had the power to fight back had been restrained and could no longer help. So why now, when looking at this individual, did Anon start to have a bit of hope? The being named Quinn had easily dealt with 3 demons and hadn't even received a scratch on him. On top of that, he didn't hesitate to kill the demons. I was right. Unlike us, he has no fear of them. He was serious about his words before about killing Immortality. Using his senses, Quinn was trying to see if there were any other demons in the area, but he was unable to sense any, so for now he suppressed his aura inside of him. Another thing Quinn had done was disable one of the passive effects on his armor. Although they were passive effects, it didn't mean that he couldn't disable them, but more so that there was no cooldown or timer when using them. He could still take away the powers. One of the passive skills on the armor was the burning effect it would have on those nearby. It was great when fighting a large amount of enemies, but it wasn't so much when he was trying to sneak around, since them feeling pain would make them aware. I did want to try it out though, to see how effective it would be against the demons as well. It makes me wonder, like vampires, are all demons weak to the power of the sun? Quinn thought. Thank you for saving us, Anon said, coming over. The other 2 were still too stunned to say anything. They were prepared to lose their lives. You didn't treat me with hostility, and I know nothing about this place. Besides, you told me to give you support from the back. Quinn smiled. Is it true? Anon asked. About what you said before? That you plan on taking on Immortality? It is true. Quinn answered. I wasn't completely honest with you before because I wasn't sure of the situation. But let's just say that I'm not from here, and the sole reason why I am here is to take him down. Anon suddenly started to get down on his knees. He looked like he was in a begging position, but it wasn't quite the same. It was quite natural in nature when one asked someone they believed was higher up compared to them, to try and lower themselves to the one in front. Then, please, rescue the old champions. If you do that, with them by your side, I believe you will have the best chance of taking out Immortality. Anon asked. Quinn did think about it for a moment, but he had quickly made a decision. I'm sorry, but I can't do that, Quinn said. I don't have time to try and save people. The longer I take and the more I delay in taking out Immortality, the more damage he can do to those I care about. Saving individual lives wouldn't mean much, even if he defeated Immortality. If he took too long, then maybe everyone he cared about would be gone. If you have any information that will help me get to him, then please speak. If not, then this is where we part ways. Quinn explained. Although his first interrogation of a demon didn't work, he felt like eventually one would say or know something. I know you're strong, I can see that, and the fact that you have no fear must mean that you somewhat know how strong Immortality is as well, but even if you do have the strength to defeat Immortality on his own, he is not the only one you have to worry about. There are the demons as well, and that's where the champions can help you. Anon explained. The demons? If you are talking about the demon generals, then I won't have any trouble with them. Quinn had run into a couple of demon generals now, and both times he had defeated them with ease. At their level, they weren't enough to get in his way of his fight. The biggest benefit was just their blood. Anon shook his head. It's not the demon generals that you need to worry about. It's the demon kings. Each of them are incredibly powerful with power close to that of Immortality. Even if you had the same power as Immortality, taking on the demon kings would be impossible as well. Not unless you had some help. When hearing about the demon kings, a couple of things came to Quinn's mind. If he himself could rise to such power and was a creation of Immortality, then why couldn't other creations of Immortality rise to power as well? So it wasn't unbelievable to think that there would be those that were as strong as Immortality by his side. The second thing, though, was the quest. The quest had told him to consume the blood of 5 of the strongest races at the demon general level. Did this mean if he was to consume the demon king level blood that his blood could evolve another time? There are a total of 5 demon kings. Anon continued to explain. 2 of them stay by Immortality's side at all times, while the other 3 are spread out to control and contain the rest of the universe, in charge of overseeing several planets. I know you're strong, and it might be hard to believe the strength of one of the demon kings. So all I ask is that you take out the demon king that is on this planet. If you did that, you will then understand how hard it will be to fight Immortality on your own. Quinn stood in silence for a bit, until he eventually spoke. If I kill the demon king, will he know where Immortality is? Of course, Anon answered. But you might want to ask him before you kill him. In a way, fighting one of the demon kings would be like killing 3 birds with 1 stone in Quinn's mind. 1, it would allow him to gather information about where Immortality was. 2, it would allow him to obtain a new blood aura upgrade and see if there was a further evolution. Lastly, just as Anon stated, it would allow him to know the level of the demon kings, and give him an idea of how close he was to Immortality's strength. Having taken out what was believed to be one of the last of Immortality's powerful dedicated followers, it would even take him some time to come up with something that the others couldn't handle. There are a lot of strong people still, Sil, Chris, Peter, Layla. All of them have the capabilities to protect themselves from the dedicated followers. Even Andy was a big help against Magnus, Quinn thought, which was why he had somewhat agreed to Anon's little plan. They had found a large tree to camp in. The base of the tree was large and hollowed out. It reminded Quinn a lot of the area where he had met the demon tier owl in that time. However, the tree base was smaller than that of the time before. I know you seem to be in a rush to do things, but before you rush off, I just wanted to explain the situation to you. I won't ask you why you are after Immortality. It's good enough that both of our goals are the same. Anon explained. Using the active skill on his boots, Quinn created 2 clones of himself. All 3 were surprised by this but not completely shocked. There were many things that natives could do from different planets. They were more so amazed at how accurate these clones seemed to be, and just what Quinn was planning to do with them. "Don't worry, we can talk. I won't be wasting my time," Quinn said, as the two clones were sent out of the large tree. They were set to go through the forest, scouting how large the area was, and to see just how much trouble they would be. Since the clones were only 50% of his strength, he felt like they could handle whatever they ran into, and would be fast enough to avoid attacks here and there. "All right, I still don't want to take up too much of your time," Anand said. "The people I asked you to help rescue earlier, they are referred to as the champions. I'm sure you don't know, but here, even before Immortality arrived, our kind would fight over the smallest of things. Maybe if one just looked at another the wrong way, we would go out of our way to prove our strength. There aren't many that work together, and the weaker of our kind had to somewhat band together to build up small communities. But because of our nature, even that wasn't easy, and there would be constant fights among each other. However, there were 3 individuals who came out on top of it all. 3 that people wouldn't dare try and go against. These were called the champions. They were so powerful that most people would avoid them altogether, and at the same time they would be constantly challenged for their position. You see, when Immortality came, he had come alone. The Demon Kings were not yet a thing. His creations weren't strong at the start, and he had faced these champions alone. Tales of the fight between Immortality and the champions had spread far and wide, as some were able to see them from a distance, but those too close were unable to survive. However, Immortality never fought the champions together, and the champions themselves never fought against Immortality while he was in a fight with one of the others. It was against their code. Perhaps it was their pride or belief that since another champion lost, if they were to win against Immortality, then they had the claim to be the strongest. In the end, though, all 3 of the champions fell to Immortality one by one. Listening to the story, it seemed that the champions were quite strong, at least strong enough to directly fight Immortality by themselves. Quinn could imagine, if those with the skull heads were just regular people in this world, then there would be some strong figures, especially with how the world was. Wait, if Immortality defeated them, then are they not dead? What do you mean by rescuing them? Quinn asked. Anand shook his head. None of the 3 champions are dead. Immortality, he seems to keep the strong alive, breaking them down or using something against them to hope they join his army. At the moment, 2 of the champions are currently on Immortality's side. But that's only because they know they are unable to fight back. If they were to fight together, maybe they would have a chance against Immortality, but with the Demon Kings around, they would struggle. As for the 3rd champion, he has been captured instead, and locked away, being guarded by one of the Demon Kings. He refuses to work for Immortality, but at the same time Immortality wishes to use his power and is attempting to break him down day by day. He is one of us, a Scully, and these hunting games, seeing his own people attacked like this, is one of the ways that he is trying to break down the champion. If he decides to work for Immortality, the hunting games will stop. Quinn understood now why Anand seemed to be so involved and wished to save this person, and why he thought he would be a big help to the fight with Immortality. There is something about your story, though. The champions you stated have high pride. Even if I was to rescue the one on this planet, do you really think he would team up with me to take on Immortality? You see, for me, I don't care what it takes, what I have to do. I will get rid of him. But is it the same for them? Anand didn't answer straight away, and it was Tuni who stepped forward with honesty. It is unlikely, Tuni answered. Anand has missed out a big part of what he said. These hunting games have been going on for years now, and there has been no result. Do you know why? It is because the champions never cared for us in the first place. Only themselves. Before Immortality was here, the champions were the ones that would cause real havoc. The champions care for nothing but fighting. If that is true, then why didn't he join the others? Anand shouted back. The ones that betrayed us. Why? Ikik interrupted. Because he is stubborn. The others just care about continuing to fight. While Morbo cares for no one but himself, he would never work with anyone. In a sense, from what Quinn was hearing, releasing this champion named Morbo would be a double-edged sword. He may very well be one that will fight against him. Thank you for explaining everything. You have explained a lot to me. For now I will continue on my own. The champions, they can decide what they wish to do after I take out Immortality. When I take him out, or the Demon King out, they will be free, and then we will see what happens. Quinn answered. The clones that were being sent out were doing more than the others had realized. They had already ran into several demons, and during their meeting they had taken out demon after demon that were involved in the hunting games. Scullies that were on the verge of death were being saved left and right by a figure that would just come and go. They didn't even know what was happening or what something so powerful was going up against the demons. But as Scullies met up with each other sharing the same story, the figure was being spread. Is this the start of a new champion? One that has come to save us, they thought. At the same time, the reports were finally coming in, to the demons that were in charge of the hunting game, reports that multiple demons were dying, and they were starting to act. On the north side of the forest where the large trees started to end, there was a makeshift campsite that had been built. It was mostly made of the hard dark red rock surface. It looked like brickwork, only darker in color, and was a little less organized and symmetrical than humans would build stuff. But it was large in size, and there were several different buildings in the camp. "Open the gate," one of the demons shouted at the top of his voice. He was walking, dragging a large heavy bag along the ground. The end of it was soaked in a dark color. As the doors opened, he entered the base and jumped to where one of the demons at a type of desk was. "Add them to my tally," the red crystal demon said, as he swung the sack and slammed it on the table. The top of the sack opened up and round objects started to roll out from the bag. "Oh, you got quite the catch, I see. I'm surprised that there is still this many," the demon behind the counter said, as he lifted up the round object and looked at it directly in its eyes. What was in the bag were heads, and all of them had the same look of the skull part being at the top. They were all the heads of Scullies. As the demon behind the counter started to count them, he threw the heads behind him and they landed in a large pile. It was a pit of Scully heads, along with creatures and more. It was practically a tower of the dead in the camp itself. It reached an incredible height that made it look like a small hill, even though it was made with only the small parts of the creatures and Scullies they had killed. When the demon finished counting, he waved his hand, and a red system-like display appeared in front of him. "Zexer, that is a total of 24 points, you are doing well, and have moved up to 8th place. "Only 8th, the demon shouted in anger. "I worked so hard. Are there still so many Scullies left out there?" The demon didn't seem to care about Zexer's anger. That was until something strange had occurred. The ranking of Zexer on the system screen. Suddenly he had gone from 8th place to 7th. "That's strange," Zexer said. "Your ranking list just changed. You mean someone just handed in more than me? Wait, that's impossible. There's no one even behind me," Zexer said. "No, your ranking has moved up, and the only way for that to happen is if the demon who had more points than you died." The demon behind the counter wasn't just any demon. In fact, he was a demon general of the Durham type race. His body was more crystallized with the hard red crystals compared to the others. On his back, they extended out further as well, and it was hard to imagine how one would be able to stand up with so much weight on his back. Due to his sheer strength, though, he could move about like it was weightless to him. The general, who went by the name Lexer, was in charge of this hunting ground and had been in charge of it for a long time now. The occurrence he had seen now was a rare one. It was common for the rankings to disappear at the bottom end of the spectrum. That was where the weaker demons or the stupider ones would get fooled by the Scullies working together and die. However, those that had large amounts of points were skilled, and were some of the best of the Durhams. So it was rare to see the top of the ranking change. Looking at the scoreboard even closer, that's when he started to notice something. The rankings hadn't just changed at that moment, they were constantly changing. Not just at the top, but all over the place. Lexer was seeing rankings change and names just disappear. What is going on? Lexer stood up from his seat. Running to the front, he could see a few Durhams that would help around the base running toward him. "Sir, we are getting reports that our demons are dying left and right in the hunting grounds. We haven't been able to gather much information. Only one has survived so far, and wasn't able to see much of anything. However, our systems are showing that multiple Durhams are dying. It was a strange occurrence, one that had never happened before, making Lexer wonder if one of the champions had betrayed them, or perhaps one had escaped. Bringing up his system again, he was checking to see if there was any information, but there was no word from the Demon King, the king of the Durhams. Tell everyone that the hunt is suspended immediately. Send out Kilbog in the meantime, and tell him to take care of anything he sees that is not a Durham. That should be enough to deal with the situation. If it's not, in the meantime we need to gather everyone. Zexer, who was standing by the side and seeing the reaction the general had, knew this was a big deal. Wait, you're sending out Kilbog and canceling the hunt? You've never done this before. Do you really think it's such a big issue if a couple of us are killed? Zexer said. From behind, he could feel the ground shaking. It was one after the other, the sound of large heavy footsteps. When turning his head, he could see it. A yak. It was another demon race. One of the giant types. It was larger than the wall gate with its head towering over it. Black skin covered its body, and its head was large in size, nearly as big as its body. It had two large tusks, like that of an elephant, coming out from the side of its mouth. Kilbog, get out and deal with the situation. Hearing the order, the large yak demon started to run, and when it reached the gate it bent its knees down, jumping over it in one go. It continued to run, pushing the tree branches and stomping on the giant vines, crushing them as it entered the forest. If Kilbog can't handle the situation, then we have real trouble on our hands, Lexer said. Quinn and the others had exited out of the large tree. He still had next to no direction of where to go, since the clones had yet to come out of the forest. It seems like there are a lot more demons in this hunting game than I thought. Quinn thought, I wonder when their attention will be caught, and if it's enough to bring that demon king over to me. Looking up ahead, they all could hear something coming towards them, the heavy footsteps. What is that? Anon said, looking around. Toonie decided to run forward, climbing through the trees ahead of everyone, and a second later he came back swinging with horror on his face. Bad news, they sent a yak demon out. This is the first time they've done something like this in the hunting games, right? Toonie shouted. Quinn was wondering what type of demon this was, to cause this type of reaction, but with his eyesight he could soon see why Toonie was so afraid. Hurling through the forest straight at them was the large figure, breaking away everything in its path. It ran right through a tree trunk, leaving a large hole in its center as it bulldozed its way toward them, and it was fast on its feet as well. Is that the Demon King? Quinn thought. Let's take a look. Getting in a low stance, Quinn placed his fist by his hip. He coated it in blood aura, enhanced his body with the first stage of chi, then added an outer shell of the third stage. Next, using the God Slayer equipment, he was forming the Blood Forest Punch. If it was the Demon King, then a good surprise attack like this would allow him to get the upper hand at least. Arg! Quinn grunted, as he threw his fist out with all his strength, not holding back. The Blood Forest Fist went flying out, and suddenly the yak demon fell to the floor, no longer with its head. In front of Anon and the others, they could see a large hole through the tree branches in a straight path, right where the yak's head was before. Now there was no head, and only the dead yak on the ground. Greater demon blood has been absorbed. A new demon race has been discovered. Demon race, yak. The blood absorbed is not at a high enough level to evolve blood aura. Quinn stood there looking at the system message. He had put all his strength into his punch, just in case the one rushing toward him was one of the Demon Kings, but now he knew that wasn't the case at all. The Durham-type demons he had been taking out in the forest were lesser demons, a rank above a regular demon. In this case, the large yak type, although it was a new type of demon, it was at the greater demon level. The same level as the giant hand Quinn had seen. There were still the demon generals and the demon kings above those as well. Still, not all has been lost. It appears that I am coming across the different types of demon races sooner than I thought. The Durham and the yak are two new types, and if I meet those demon generals and absorb them, I will be over halfway to completing my quest. After jumping from his position, Quinn leapt a great distance in the forest and kicked his foot in the air using the special boots. It looked like he could do a limitless jump, or one was walking on air, because he essentially was and had landed right where the dead body was. This was where the three Scullies were currently at as well. They had rushed toward the yak demon as soon as they saw its body fall. They were still in disbelief, thinking that it would move, but when it was clearly missing its head, with blood pouring out of the top, they knew that it certainly was dead. Moving his head in closer, Anon was trying to look at certain traits of the demon in front of him. "This is a yak, right?" "I'm sure of it," Anon said. "It's hard to tell completely without the head," Ikik replied. "Usually the tusks on the head would be a sure way to tell. But to be honest, what else could it be?" All three of the Scullies thought back to the yaks that they had faced. When fights broke out all over the world, everyone had dealt with all sorts of different types of demons. Although they hadn't seen a yak demon in the area for a long time, they could still remember their devastating power. On top of that, their hard skin and durability. They would continue to move forward to charge and fight no matter how injured they were. They almost seemed like unkillable gods in their eyes. Yet, here one had been defeated in front of them, and it was with a hit that the others couldn't even see. Anon himself was giving a side eye at Quinn, trying to see if there was anything out of the ordinary. I knew he was strong, and I had a thought that he might have the strength to back up his words when he said he wanted to take out Immortality, but deep down it was hard to believe. Now though, it's clear. He at least has the same strength as some of the champions. But isn't it really strange, why have we never heard of someone like this? And wouldn't the demons have taken him out? Anon desperately wanted to ask, or know why he had fallen out of the sky like so into the hunting grounds. But there was a chance knowing the truth could put a damper on the relationship between the two. At the camp that had been set up outside the base, Lexer, the demon general that was in charge of the whole situation, was continuing to have a look at the system that was set up. Every one of the demons had a tracker that was linked to the computer system they were using. That's when he could see it. That Killbog had been killed. He was only sent in around 15 minutes ago, Lexer thought. And he has already been killed. Just what level of enemy are we dealing with here? Is it even something that I can take on? One might think that Immortality would have warned the other demons of what was going on after having received the report that Quinn had entered. But this was not Immortality's way. In the first place, although the Demon Kings did as he asked, those that weren't close to him, those other than the two that were by his side, were free to do what they wanted in the world. If the Demon Kings were to die, then it was simple, it meant that they weren't strong enough. Whoever killed them, Immortality would just try to best them, and if he did, then they would become the replacement for the Demon King, essentially creating a new Demon King. This is what Immortality always did, use those that used to be his enemy, and if they were strong enough, somehow allow them to join his power. Even though the demons were a branch of Immortality's power, they were all individuals, they all had the choice not to listen to him. It had just turned out the way it was over time. "Has everyone gathered?" Lexer shouted. In front of him, those at the base, which numbered around 50 demons, as well as those that were part of the hunting ground, which were around 100 in number, had returned. Although 100 had been sent out, 100 hadn't returned, it was closer to 70. Checking all of the numbers, the nervousness on Lexer's face was still showing. "There are less than I thought. How could so many have died before we realized anything? Were they really killed so fast? Is this one being's doing, or a surge in power of the Scullies? I am sure you are annoyed that the hunt has been called off, but this is an emergency measure, so much so, that a report has even been sent to our Demon King," Lexer announced. At first, all of the demons were annoyed and complaining and muttering under their breath, wondering why the hunt had to be called off. The news had yet to reach everyone, but now they had heard that the Demon King had been informed. They knew that it was far more serious than they imagined. "I heard that quite a few of those taking part in the hunt died this time." "Really? But doesn't some of the weak bunch die anyway?" "Yeah, some. Can't you tell by looking around? Quite a few of us have been taken out." "So have the Scullies teamed up?" "They've tried that before, but I thought that was all part of the game. Then we just team up and take them out." "It wasn't a Scully. It's something else," another one mentioned. "Before I came here I saw them. They had flesh all over their body and were wearing armor that was glowing with power. It happened so fast. The other two that were with me had been taken out." "Wait a moment," Lexer said. as he overheard the conversation that had occurred. "You saw who did this? Why haven't you reported this?" "It's because I just arrived here now. When you told us the hunt was over, it was on the way over here." Lexer had already heard about the attacker from one survivor, but they had seen nothing, so then how did this Durham see something and still survive? "Why are you alive if you looked at him?" "Why are you alive?" Lexer asked. "I don't know. I just ran. And when I turned around I could see him looking at me." Panic started to set in Lexer's heart. "You idiot. They let you live because they were following you, and you have led them right to us." Right then, crashing in the middle of the two, was a small human figure, wearing full armor and full of flesh. Back deep in the forest, Quinn smiled. "It looks like I found what I was looking for." Quinn had done exactly as Lexer had thought. He had allowed for one of the Durham demons to escape. Since all of this was meant to be some type of grand event, then clearly it meant they had to return somewhere, especially if they felt like they were in trouble. Doing this, one of the clones decided to follow behind and eventually reached the base. The clone was in the center of all of the Durham demons, close to 200 of them in total. "The Real Quinn will make his way here. He can follow my location and it shouldn't take him long. In the meantime, it looks like there are quite a few demons that look slightly different from the regular ones I have taken out so far. This will be a good test to see just how strong they are." Immediately, as the demons saw the threat in the center, many of them started to point their hands out. The red shards on their back would vibrate slightly, and then out from the palm of their hand, the red crystals all fired out. Since it was coming from multiple demons, it looked like shards of red crystal were raining horizontally towards Quinn. "I have 50% the power of the original Quinn. But I can do everything he can, and that includes using the shadow." Clone Quinn thought, "Let's test if any of these guys can get through." Swiping his foot, a wall of shadow was left on the ground and quickly rose right behind him. The shards of red crystal all hit the shadow bit by bit, staying still and hovering in place. All of the attacks had been blocked, while some of the shards were fired out far away, hitting the side of the shadow and swinging in slightly. Some of the shards were coming towards Lexer, who had to quickly turn around. The shards clashed against his red crystal back and fell to the floor. "You idiots! Be careful when you're fighting in such a large group. You can easily hurt each other," Lexer shouted. It was a quick realization. They had never fought together like this before. Even when battling a large group, they had mostly fought individuals, and right now, the Durham demons were acting the same way. They were fighting as if they were taking part in a hunt, and all were rushing to defeat the intruder. When the shadow fell, so did the crystals. There were a few ways Quinn had learned to use the shadow. Either when it hit the shadow it would slow down time, and when removing the shadow the momentum would continue forward at the speed it was shot at. He could also open up shadow elsewhere and allow for the attack to go through the shadow as if it was teleporting. Then there was just moving the shadow in the way and blocking attacks. This would be a more condensed form of the shadow. When the shadow fell to the ground though, the demons had no clue where the intruder was. It was as if he had disappeared. Coming up through the ground, with his gauntlets fired up with red aura, Quinn slashed through two of the demons. It struggled a little as his clawed hands were going through the hard crystal backs, but was able to break right through, killing them on the spot, their blood flowing onto the floor. "He's here!" one of the demons shouted, and charged in. His whole hand had been crystallized and had turned into a sharp object like a sword. "While I'm a clone, even a small attack, as long as it hits me, can cause my body to disappear, so right now it's best if I don't get hit." With Clone Quinn's hand glowing red, he fired out a blood cannon, full of his aura, hitting the demon right in the stomach, sending him up in the air, flying off a great distance. Another tried to leap on top of him, but with his boots he was able to kick up the air, and now was looking down at them all. As a clone, there were certain skills of the armor that wouldn't work, especially any of the active skills, but with the airwalk and silent steps they still worked even on the clones. "Their bodies are hard. At my current strength this might not be enough. But let's give it a go." From above, with his eyes glowing red, hundreds of swords were being formed. But the demons wouldn't allow him to do this, especially Lexer, as he attacked Quinn in the air above. However, the shadow raised and went in front to block the attack. When seeing this though, Lexer moved his hand, and in doing so it looked like the crystal swirled and moved around, aiming right for Quinn's chest. Just in time, the shadow had moved quick enough, covering his chest and blocking the attack. It looks like that one is a little more skillful compared to the others, but the best thing to do right now is get rid of as many of them as possible. The swords began swinging down from the sky, and now it was his turn for a large-scale attack. Some of the demons decided to try and attack the blood swords, but as their crystals hit the swords, they did next to nothing. While others decided to turtle up. They pulled their legs and arms in, with their face towards the ground, and allowed for their red-hard crystal backs to face the sky. Those that hadn't done this, the swords pierced through their bodies, several of them, but the backs of the others were strong enough to block the swords, but not without a few of the crystals on the back cracking or breaking off. Eventually, the swords raining down had come to an end, and now the ground was a completely different sight compared to what it was before. That's good. It looks like I managed to get rid of at least half of them, the clone thought. Looking at the ground from above, that was when the clone Quinn had seen something. It was a horrid sight. It was the mountain of dead corpses, the heads of the scullies as well as the dead beasts. They have a mountain of the dead piled up like it's some sort of achievement. I guess those that are working for Immortality have next to no compassion, just like him. I won't have to feel bad at all about getting rid of them. There were a few that had just been injured rather than killed, so lowering himself to the ground, he had planned to finish them off. Going up to the first one, Quinn had his gauntlets encased in the red aura again, and he could see the demon moving toward him. He leaned back, avoiding a strike, and as he did, he smashed right through one's head. He continued as he went toward the next one again. This time the demon didn't move quick enough, and Quinn had already killed another. Then, once again, another demon had only been injured with the sword going through its thigh. It made a desperate attempt as it leapt towards Quinn, and shot out several shards towards him. Moving from side to side, he was able to avoid them all. With his hand building up a blood cannon, the clone was going to deal with it from far range, until it felt something go right through its chest. It was a crystallized red hand. Damn it! This body is so weak. Turning his head, the clone looked and noticed that it was the demon that was more crystallized than the others and had a bigger back. I knew this one was more troublesome than the others. Maybe I should have gotten rid of him first. Lexer felt like he had the perfect hit. He had been waiting for the perfect time and moment, and he had successfully landed a killing strike. The next moment, though, and his target had puffed into nothing but clouds. When the smoke cleared up, Lexer could see that there was no one in front of him. Is he dead? Lexer thought, turning his head left and right, wondering if he had escaped. But he was unable to see any sign of him, other than the fact that their attack had halted. But now they were less than 100 of them. He has to be dead. I stabbed him right through the heart, Lexer said to himself. Still, I can't believe it. How could one person cause all of this damage? This has never happened before. At least, we dealt with the problem now. And it wasn't any worse. Lexer had no idea, because at that moment, just outside of the camp, Anon and a particular person had arrived. Before Quinn had entered the campsite with all of the Durham and others, his clone had reached the area first, causing chaos. However, Quinn had released not just one clone but 2 clones. One of them was busy attacking the base. The clone seemed to be strong enough to deal with the demons, so he felt that there was no need for 2. And even if there was, the second clone was dealing with a much more important task. The clone had gone past the camp, and in doing so it was exploring the rest of the planet they were on. From the information Quinn had received, he knew of 2 things. For one, that there is one that is called the Champion somewhere on the planet, as well as the Demon King. Not traveling with others and having extra help, this clone was able to put its full attention into exploring the planet, ignoring the demons until it saw something interesting. This place has a large lack of life on the planets, the clone thought. It might just be the case for this planet in general. There are plenty of planets near Earth that also have a lack of life. It makes me wonder if all of this is due to the doing of Immortality, or if it's always been like this. The world feels completely different. Even the air itself feels filled with energy compared to Earth. The clone was feeling a strange sensation. Just being here, he could almost feel the energy lingering in the air, entering him and powering him up. With this excess energy entering them, it almost wanted the clone to expand it out somehow, making it want to fight. Perhaps it was Immortality's doing, or just this universe in general, something in it that caused the creatures to fight against each other. It made the clone wonder what would happen to the real Quinn if he stayed here too long. After searching the lands for a while, it finally looked like the clone had found something different in this world. There was a large staircase leading up to a platform, looking almost like an altar. The stairs went incredibly far out, almost a kilometer side to side. They looked old, as there were many cracks in the staircase itself. At the bottom of the staircase, though, there was no sign of any demons. I don't know what this is, but there can't be any harm in searching this place. I mean, if I disappear, it's not too much of a problem. The clones were quite strange creations based on Quinn's thought. Quinn could pass information to each other. Also, Quinn could direct them and order them on what to do. But they did have their own thoughts, allowing them to act freely as they wished. Going up the steps, Quinn had quickly noticed how big the gap was between each of the steps. When standing on the first step alone, his head only reached the next step. If he was just to try to go up them normally, he never would have been able to. These stairs are almost made for giants. The Durham demons are only a little bit bigger than regular humans, so I don't think it could have been made for them. It was much more likely to have been made for something like the yak demons and suited more their size. However, there was also a chance it was made by the natural inhabitants. After all, not all of them were like the Scullies either. Although, so far on the planet, Quinn had only seen demons, Scullies, and the dead body of creatures that had low-level beast-like intelligence. Jumping up, Quinn managed to clear a few steps at a time, and the stairs went up higher than he thought. After jumping for a while, he looked back, and it was almost as if he was climbing a large mountain. There were even brown and orange-colored clouds that could be seen in certain areas. Continuing up, he eventually came to the edge of the platform where it leveled out. It was made of the same stones as the staircase, but the platform looked to be even larger than the stairs themselves, as he was unable to see where it ended. This whole thing, it almost looks like there was some type of city in the sky. Quinn thought, turning his head glancing at the large pillars, the housing-like structures. It was clear at some point some sort of life did live here. A lot of the housing had even been destroyed, so much so that it looked like nothing but rubble. There was a clear street to walk on that. The clone continued to follow it, and eventually reaching the end, he could see something up ahead. On a pyramid-like structure, there were 5 gigantic pillars. They were thick and went up so high into the sky that the clouds blocked the view of the very top. On these pillars, though, there were chains that were solid green in color. The chains, they went across the floor, and were attached to a figure in the center of the pillars that were spread out like a pentagon. It looks like a giant Scully? It was just as large as the yak, but its features were completely different. It had the same half-head skull-like design on its head. Rather than horns on top of the skull, this one had a singular horn. Then there were its knuckles and hands as well. Part of it was encased in an outer skeleton-like design as well, but it was clear that it was the same type of inhabitant as Anon and the others. It was certainly a Scully despite its size. The chains from the pillars were each wrapped around, attached to certain cuffs on parts of its body. Around the wrists and ankles, and one around the neck. The Scully in the center was alive. If I was to guess, I would have to say that this is one of the champions, the one that Anon talked about. Jumping from his position, Quinn landed around 20 meters away from the Scully. Now that he was close, he noticed a few things. 1, there was a large circle that had been drawn underneath the Scully. Then underneath each of the pillars, each of them had circles drawn under them with symbols as well. Magic circles. I guess it would make sense. If there is someone strong enough to fight against Immortality, then they wouldn't be able to restrict them via normal means. The Scully lifted its head and looked straight at Quinn for a few moments. His eyes were not just staring at his features but almost trying to read him. "It's been a long time since I have had a visitor," the Scully said. "Who would dare to climb the stairs when they know what awaits them? Are you another demon sent by him to try and convince me to join you?" Based on the context, Quinn knew what this person was talking about. "You are one of the champions, correct? I have heard about you from your kind, how you fought against Immortality, and are trapped here because of him. The Scully shut up for a moment, because these weren't usually the words spoken by the demons that would come and see him. "Who are you?" the Scully asked. "Who am I? I don't think who I am would really matter to you. Instead, I will tell you the reason why I am here," Quinn said. "I am here to take down Immortality, and unlike you, I cannot fail no matter what the cost. I was searching for him, and just happened to come across you." These words had put a large smile on the Scully's face. "You are right, I don't know who you are, but you seem crazy, a bit messed up in the head to say words like that. You really think you can beat Immortality? Well, I guess we will soon find out." Quinn wondered what he meant by those words, and soon saw the magic circle underneath the Scully light up. "Whenever someone comes to see me, the Demon King, who is here to guard me, is informed. It's been a long time, a very long time, since I have seen the Demon King. Let's see how long you will last." The Demon General Lexer was looking at the scene of the base and wondering how he would explain this to the Demon King. He wondered what the consequences would be for him allowing such a thing to happen. The worst thing was that there was no head to gift to the Demon King either, to show who was responsible for all of this. The one saving grace was that they had managed to actually defeat the person responsible. "Make sure to put the dead off to the side, and not in the pile like the rest," Lexer shouted. He wanted to see which ones had been killed off in all this mess and how. From checking out the system, quite a few of the high-ranked ones seemed to have been defeated, as in those that would do well in the hunting games, while the low-ranking ones had survived, and he wanted to know why that was. After inspecting some of the bodies for a short while, the answer became quite clear. The more talented demons thought that they could face the rain of blood swords that had come down. They believed that it wouldn't kill them, while the others were afraid. This was the difference between the two. If some of the Durham demons hadn't turned their back or shelled up, as they could do, then the blood swords would have wiped out the entire camp. Walking away from the dead bodies, Lexer was going back to his group to see how they were doing. It had been a stressful day. His hand raised up to his head, and it paused for a second. He squinted his eyes, trying to focus on something in the distance. His feet stopped, and as he figured out who the figure was in front of him, his mouth started to open. His eyes turned to the other demons around him, but they all seemed busy with the task. He's here," Lexer said, his bottom lip quivering. "He's still alive." Walking into the base was the same person that had just attacked them, but he had walked in casually. He didn't have a single mark on him either. "I was sure I stabbed him right in the chest. There was nowhere for him to be seen. Why would he appear now of all times?" Lexer thought. Not only that, but for some reason there were 3 Scullys with him as well. Although they looked frightened out of their wits, they were shaking with every step and hunched in together. They were, after all, in enemy territory. Why are we here?" Ikik asked. He had never seen so many demons in one area before. They knew where Quinn was going. He stated several times that he was serious about going after Immortality, and this certainly was the quickest way. But it was also the quickest way to their death as well. "I know we're scared," Anon said. "But you have to know that the hunting game, it doesn't end until we are all dead anyway. If we are going to die, then it should be on our terms and while putting up a fight." Anon wanted to try to help Quinn to kill as many demons as possible, even if he was unable to take on Immortality. However, of the 3, Toonie had noticed the strange tension in the demon base, something overlooked by the other 2 due to their fear. All the dead bodies that were around them. Was there some sort of attack? Toonie's guess was right, and he wasn't the only one that had noticed something strange happening. Many of the Scullys inside the forest that had been saved had met up with others. They started to talk about the mysterious figure that was able to kill the demons, while they also realized that the demons hadn't attacked them in a while. The commotion and noise that was being caused, as well as the smell of blood in the air, they had decided to follow it. In doing so, it had led them to the base. Unlike Anon and the others, they had opted to watch from afar though, staying in the treetops, and looking at what was about to happen. Why is everyone just standing around? The enemy is right in front of you. He isn't dead. Get him, Lexer shouted. He himself placed both hands out in front of him, and the red crystal shards started to fire out. The others that had heard the order started to act, doing the same, firing all of them towards them. With as many shards as there were coming towards them, the Scullies felt like they were doomed. They had hardly survived against an attack from 3, let alone over 50 of them. Before the shards had even hit them, Quinn reached his hands out and small portals of shadow could be seen from his hand. Soon shadow portals were opening up all over the place. Before the shards hit them, the shadow raised like a tube surrounding all of them, and as the shards went into the shadow they went out, going right through the shadows that were placed elsewhere. The sound of several sharp rocks crashing against each other were heard, while the others started to scream in pain. The red crystals were hard, harder than the normal skin on the Durham demon's body. It was an unexpected move. They had seen the shadow before, they had seen what it could do, yet this time it had acted completely differently. In that one move, half of the demons had been killed, making their numbers even smaller than before, while many were injured. When the shadow went down, Anon and the others were left confused. They had no idea what happened, and wondered why suddenly so many of the demons had been killed. You're the boss of this place, right? Quinn asked, as he continued to walk forward. One of the demons that was close crystallized their hand and started to run towards them. A piece of blood from another one of the demons that were on the ground rose up and traveled through the air like a bullet, killing it on the spot. The blood started to rise up from the dead all around, and in doing so, slashed those that were injured and those that were running towards him. The Scullies that were watching in the forest were mesmerized by every move. The champions used mostly brute strength and fought with their fists, legs and arms. This was something completely different. It was the sense that this figure was untouchable. Lexer looked around as he saw Quinn pointing towards him, and before he could answer he felt a sharp pain in his left knee. He fell to the ground, only being able to use one leg. What is this? How could I, a demon general, be dealt with so easily? How could someone have so much power in this world that I don't even know about, that I've never met before? Lexer thought. He hadn't even seen what had hit his leg, but he could tell immediately that he had lost this fight. He didn't know why, but after having supposedly killed this person, he seemed to come back stronger. There was now not a single one of them left alive other than the demon general. The Scullies were no longer afraid. Their legs had stopped shaking and they had stopped huddling together. What do you want? Why are you attacking us? Lexer was starting to think a little more clearly now. There were a number of questions that needed to be asked. The person in front of him didn't look like any of the inhabitants. At the same time, he didn't have any type of appearance he recognized among the other demons. He's looking for the Demon King and the Champion, Anon said. Tell him where it is, if you want to live. A certain little Scully had gained some confidence based off of another one's strength. No, Quinn answered. I know where the Demon King and Champion is. I need to go. The area around the champion was lighting up as the magic circles shined brightly on the ground. A surge of power was flowing into the circles from the air itself. This was a bit different from the magic circles that Quinn had dealt with before. I thought since coming in here that the air was different compared to everywhere else. Quinn thought. It seems like the air itself has a strong energy source and it's powering the magic circles. There is no need for beast crystals. What Quinn needed to worry about more was what was about to come out of the magic circles themselves. There were those around the pillar and around the champion. It was clear that they were meant to restrain the champion. However, there was now a large one in front of him and something seemed to be coming through. Jumping back, the clone escaped the area of the circle, and while doing so started to gather aura in both of its hands. With the clone, I can't use the blood force punch to absorb its blood. It would have been nice to see what it could have given me. Since the demon generals can evolve my blood power, a demon king would most likely prompt another quest of some sort. But, if this thing really is strong, then it would be best for me to kill it before it was summoned or at least damage it. Quinn didn't want to kill it in one attack because he wanted to absorb its blood, so although he was putting a lot of strength into this attack, he was hoping that it wouldn't finish it off. Blood Cannon Blast. Just like the blood cannon attack, essentially Quinn was doing the same thing, but with both of his hands, adding the skills that he only had, such as chi, the strength of his punch, and the speed of his hands. He hit the air, and a shockwave of power exploded around, pushing the red aura for a moment. A strong, powerful red pulse went out toward the magic circle. Rather than creating a sword or a spear, this was a pure form of energy meant to just create as much damage as possible. The champion that was tied up was watching everything very carefully. Oh, it looks like this person might have had some sense climbing those stairs. No wonder he had no fear coming up here. He has some skills to back it up. But that won't be enough. Out from the top of the magic circle, a large singular red crystal could be seen poking through, rising up. The blood blast had hit the top of the crystal. It continued to clash against it, but the figure continued to emerge from the magic circle. It was doing nothing to damage what was coming out. One crystal soon had become many, and eventually Quinn's blood blast had come to an end. As it did no damage, there was no need for him to waste his energy continuing his attack. The figure had already been summoned. So this is the Demon King, the one that those guys said had power close to Immortality. The clone thought and assumed that their guess was somewhat right, since it was the first time an attack from the clone hadn't even left a scratch on the demon's body. It's been a long time since I was summoned here. And of all times, while I just got a report of a problem happening at the hunting grounds. Just what is going on? The Demon King said. It was hard to tell exactly what he was saying as the words were spoken through sharp, jagged rock-like teeth that seemed to be made of the same type of red crystal the other demons had. From just the look of things, it was quite clear that the demon in front of them was of the Durham race, but the Demon King looked quite different compared to all the others. First of all, the amount of red crystal that was hardened over all of its body. Although there was a human shape, it was hard to even see any human parts, or anything that resembled skin, as the legs, arms, and torso were completely made out of the red crystal, even the teeth. It was only part of the face near that of the eyes that had a little bit of skin. Then there was its large back. It was even larger than the demon general, and truly looked like there was a shell of some sort on its body. It made the sheer size of the demon look around 2 times bigger, even though it was only a little bigger than its counterparts but smaller than the champion behind it. Regardless, Quinn could sense the flowing energy coming out of its body. It was clear that this demon was incredibly strong. The magic circle underneath the Demon King's feet had disappeared, now that his body had been fully summoned, and he looked upon Quinn, who was in front of him. That attack, that is not something that the inhabitants can do. The energy you are using, it feels familiar, yet different at the same time. The Demon King said. His confused look turned into a smile, as he had figured out why the attack felt somewhat similar. I thought as much. There are no longer any inhabitants that are strong enough, nor have the will to take us on. You are one of us. You are a demon created from Immortality's power. The champion raised his head. He had a feeling that this was the case as well, when he first saw Quinn, and now it had been confirmed. You must be one of his new creations. This seems to happen every single time. I haven't seen you before, but it's the same pattern we have all been through. We get a rise in strength, we are able to topple the other races and the natural inhabitants, and then we go after the Demon Kings to try to prove ourselves before taking on Immortality himself. Quinn knew that there were other demon races, mainly because of the quest he had received, where it stated he only needed to gather the blood of the 5 great races. If you wish to battle, then there was no need for you to come here. I, Kronker, am happy to accept a battle at any point, any time. If you had just asked, then perhaps I would have gone easy on you, but the fact that you have forcefully summoned me here has put me in a bad mood. Kronker, the Demon King, said as he bashed his 2 crystal hands together. The red crystal started to light up, and the swirling power in the air started to swirl around both of his hands. Dark red clouds started to form above the area they were in. Since they were so high up in the sky as well, there were even a few clouds that had darkened in the area they were in. The red mist, the air, is moving towards the Demon King as well. Are they able to draw from the natural power from this world as well? This is something I can't do. This might be harder than I thought, especially if this is something Immortality is able to do. Quinn thought. Stretching out his arms, they both extended, forming 2 large sharp crystal blades. I am Kronker, one of the 5 great demon kings of this world, a being that was created and raised to defeat the gods. You will now learn why no one has been able to best me for 1,000 of years. The clone of Quinn stretched out both of his arms, gathering his own blood aura. They were swirling around his gauntlets, like a dragon. The palm of his hands were starting pulsate like a heartbeat with power, while the shadow covering his back started to mix in with the blood aura, turning the waves into a darker red, almost purple-like, color. Quinn was using the shadow blood from the get-go, the skill that allowed him to defeat the God-Slayer Azura. If I can't defeat one of the Demon Kings with half my strength, then I won't be able to take down Immortality, the clone thought as it charged forward. Clone Quinn charged forward, with his hands pulsating with the red aura, mixed with his shadow. With a strong blow, one attack would have the power as two as a delayed punch would come out after. It was a move that no one expected and one that was unique to Quinn. Combined with the aura fists, it was one of the best attacks he had, but the clone was unable to use the blood bullet attacks. Kronker, despite feeling all of the power in the air, confidently swung his bladed arm. The red mist that was swirling around started to spiral out. Dead in one hit. I thought this fight would be more challenging than this. Kronker thought. Being the Demon King, he had more control over the red crystals in his body, allowing him to transform the ends. Due to this, he could make his red crystals sharper than any other. At the same time, he was more powerful, faster, and sturdier than any other. This attack would be one that would even damage the other Demon Kings. Before the bladed strike reached Quinn, a black shadow appeared in front of him. His body went right through, and the strike slashed through the shadow. It split it in half, breaking it apart, but that's when Kronker couldn't see anything. He disappeared? Kronker thought. Coming through a shadow portal from behind, Quinn kicked the air, bursting forward, leaving a ripple in the air. He thrust both of his hands forward in a claw-like shape, and struck the back of the Demon King's head. The force was extremely powerful, sending Kronker's head moving in the air, but it wasn't a great distance at all. It moved about an inch. The champion shook his head seeing this. A powerful attack, and a smart use of his unique powers, but that still isn't strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the strongest in this world. Kronker, having suffered no damage, was swinging his other arm aiming at Quinn behind his head once again, but mid-swing, the effect of the shadow blood activated. Another blast had hit the side of his head, disrupting his swing. Quinn blasted the air with his blood aura, moving out of the way, and with his legs, kicked off the side of the bladed arm, and dived right into the chest. Punching it right in the center, Quinn could feel the hard crystal body. It had next to no give, but would he give up here? There wasn't a chance that he would. Swinging both of his arms, he was hammering the chest with his flowing red aura, rippling out in the air one after the other. The shockwaves were powerful and even reached the champion that was a distance away and still tied up. The punches were coming out in a flurry, one after the other, and the champion was able to notice something. The power, the strikes, I'm hearing twice the amount of shockwaves compared to the attacks I'm seeing. Is this his power as well? No demons have had abilities that are this unique, the champion thought. Still, there was a large doubt in his head that the newcomer would win the fight, and the reason was simple. Maybe if he was fighting any other demon, the damage from the constant powerful attacks would accumulate, but the attacks on the Durham Demon King, Kronker, none of these attacks were getting through. Out from the chest that Quinn was attacking, the crystals started to shift, and he could sense something was coming. From the area he was attacking, a red crystal grew out like a spike. Quinn dodged the spike attack, and threw out a fist hitting it from underneath. As his fist hit the red spike, his hand had completely stopped, unable to break the crystal. Several more sharp spikes came out from Kronker's chest, all aiming towards Quinn, but he was able to move out of the way quick enough as he jumped back a few times. In the middle of jumping back, Quinn had formed a huge blood spear and hurled it through the air right toward the demon. Swinging the bladed arm, it broke right through the red spear with no resistance. The red swirling mist around his bladed arm also started to almost consume the blood spear, breaking down the energy and adding it to its own. The arm glowed a bright red for a moment, and the red mist continued to swirl on the outside. Can they absorb pure blood aura? My attack might have just made him stronger, and if he can absorb blood aura, it's not exactly something I want to test. Your demon power is weak. Do you know nothing about us? How have you managed to survive this long? Kronker said. If there was one thing the Demon King had to admit, it was that the attacker was nimble. He was fast, and the shadow power had some strange attacks up its sleeve. Maybe if this one was slightly stronger or had a few more tricks up their sleeve, then he would be a worthwhile opponent, perhaps not against him but the other demons that weren't as sturdy as him, but as he was, this person was not a threat. I'm done playing with you. I know you have nothing left to show. Kronker lifted his bladed hand up, even though he was too far away to reach Quinn. As the bladed hand was in the air, all of the red mist that was swirling around it had gathered to the tip. It then spread out, just as the blade swung down and hit the floor. In case it was some type of slashing attack or something like the blood swipe, Quinn was ready to move out of the way. The moment the bladed part hit the floor though, the hand had just burst into tiny fragments of crystal. It looked like glitter had been thrown in the air, and almost looked like a mist that surrounded the front of the Demon King. Try and avoid this. Quinn had a bad feeling about what was to come next, and started to gather his shadow. It was the best bet he had against whatever was about to come. All of the red small shards of crystal started to sparkle, and before he knew it, they were all heading right out towards Quinn. Shadow raised in front of him, but small holes could be seen breaking through the shadow, and when it broke through the shadow with nowhere for the clone to move, the moment one of the crystal shards went through its body, it had exploded into nothing but a cloud of smoke. The red shards of crystal started to move back. All of the glitter in the air formed back around the arm, turning it back into a regular hand and fist rather than a bladed part. All of the energy disappeared after that cloud of smoke. Did they die just from a simple attack like that? I find that hard to believe, Kronker said. However, he had to believe it because there was no sign nor energy in the air. How could one who produced such powerful attacks die so easily? Perhaps it was just a demon created that way, one that was meant to focus on power. Turning, he started to look at the champion that was chained up. I guess that little hope you had now has disappeared. Hope, the champion replied. I had no hope when I saw him. The Demon King walked up to the giant pillars and brushed his hand against the edge. The chains started to come off from the pillar, and wrapped tighter around the champion's arms, covering more of its body. It's your lucky day today. It seems that there are still problems going on around the place. It is my job to make sure no one breaks you free, you see. Kronker explained as he continued to disconnect the large chains from the pillars wrapping around the champion's body. Now that the magic circle has been activated, I would have to create a new one to summon me. So the only option I have is to take you with me. So you're going to get to leave this place for a while. Eventually, after taking off all the chains from the pillars, with one of the hands still crystallized like a blade, he swiped it at the back of the champion's foot, causing a deep, large cut. Then he stabbed it right through the calf muscle before pulling it out again, and doing the same to the other leg. The chains should be enough to keep you tied up, but I need to make sure that if you do escape that you're an easy fight for me, or you won't get very far. The Demon King then knelt down, and out from his turtle-like back, the crystals extended into small spikes sticking into the skin of the champion. It had been done in such a way, so it was enough for the champion's body to be stuck onto the back of the demon. Let's see who's causing all of this mess in the hunting grounds. At the well-known hunting grounds, the current scene was one that it had never been before. It looked like a tornado had come through and destroyed everything, including the demons that were on the inside. The energy that had been swirling around in the distance, as well as just the general word of mouth, had gotten the attention of the Scullies. The ones that thought that they were fated for death, that had already lost everything, were now witnessing the dreaded camp. All of them, before the hunting games had started, had been dragged to the camp, having to go past the Scullies that had been killed. Then they would be led into the large forest one at a time with 5 minutes to run, hide, or come up with some sort of survival plan. Yet they all knew that it was useless. Now though, this single person had changed everything, getting rid of the dreaded demons with their great power. However, their past had taught them not to trust one from the get-go. There was a good chance that this newcomer could just be another enemy for them to face, and would be even worse than the ones before them. The only Durham demon that was left alive in the camp was the demon General Lexer. He had yet to attack or do anything, nor answer their questions. It looked like he was ready to fall over backwards, but before he did, Quinn swung his fist through the air. No one could see what had come out of the fist, but heard a loud explosion. When Anon looked, he saw the general fall to the ground, and one of his legs had exploded. There was no longer a foot where it used to be. If you think I would have any mercy for you guys that create a game out of hunting and killing others, then you are wrong. The fact that you do this willingly and are with Immortality, I already know what you guys are like. Quinn said. The punch that Quinn had delivered wasn't just any punch, it was a blood forest punch. The blood was absorbed from the hit into his body, and he was immediately able to feel its effects as it went through him. There was this light cooling sensation through his veins, and almost he could feel it bubbling around his body. 2/5 of the great demon race's blood has been absorbed. Blood evolution has progressed. Blood of demon general has been absorbed. As expected. Quinn thought. I knew the Durham demon was one of the 5 great races, and after absorbing the last demon general, it looks like I only need to find 5 demons at the general level to evolve my blood aura even more. The main reason why Quinn was happy about this was because the demon generals were no match for him, at least the ones he had met so far, so upgrading his blood aura should be a walk in the park. He also already had an encounter with the yak-type demon as well. Now, there is a reason why that attack didn't hit your head, Quinn said. And you should be thankful that you are still alive. I'm not here to change this world, nor am I here to save it. I only want to do one thing, so I need you to give me some information, Quinn said. At this point Lexer knew his life was already in Quinn's hands. Sure, if the Demon King or Immortality found out about this he would be dead. In a way he was a dead man in a way. The look on his face said it all, and it was as if Quinn knew that. With the mask on his face, Quinn started to turn the side of the dial. Small sparks appeared, and he soon knelt down with small sparks appearing on his hand. There are a lot of things I can do, and I'm pretty skilled when it comes to controlling blood. As Quinn said this, the blood around from the demon started to rise up in the air, and then moved to his fingertips. Small sparks occur on the blood, hitting it constantly until it turned into nothing. I never tried to use my powers in a way to inflict as much pain as possible. I know you demons might not have any emotional feeling, but I'm sure you can feel pain. Quinn grabbed the already severed foot, and sparks of red aura left his hand, entering the Lexer's body. From the inside, from his blood vessels and all around his body, each cell, each organ. Blood was everywhere in one's body, and Quinn was able to control it all, electrifying every single part. Causing an immense amount of pain, so much that it looked like Lexer wanted to end his life. The only thing was due to the blood shock that Quinn was using. He was unable to use his hands. Quickly though, stopping the blood shock, he started to use his chi to control the cells ever so slightly in the demon's body. It looked like even demons had a life force-like energy that Quinn could control somewhat. Using this power, he was able to soothe the pain. I can keep on doing this, or you can answer the question I asked before, Quinn said. I am just a lowly general, Lexer said. I know next to nothing about the Demon Kings as they never get involved in the affairs of the other, and Immortality might as well just be an imaginary figure. A name that we only all know and see destruction from him once in a while. Quinn was getting ready to use his blood shock again, although it seemed like maybe Lexer was telling the truth. He needed to make sure, and needed to get everything he could out of him. Seeing this, Lexer was quick to speak. I do know of one power, a power that both Immortality and the Demon Kings share. Lexer explained. The natural energy that is all around us, all over in the air, the energy of the dead. Our universe is sometimes called the land of the dead, but that is not exactly correct. The world of the dead is a very real place, but this is not it. However, this world has always been closely linked to the dead. When beings die from all over, they more so turn into a different form of energy, and this is what is in the land of the dead. This universe, for some reason, has always had energy speed into it, the energy that comes from the land of the dead. That is the red mist that covers the planets and the space all around that you see. This energy, it is not meant for the living and seems to have some sort of effect on them. There is a theory that maybe it was the energy that made the inhabitants the way they were before we even came. Regardless, the energy around, it is naturally absorbed into one's body, giving a slight boost in strength, but we aren't able to control it. However, for the Demon Kings and Immortality, they can freely control the energy in this world, and that is what makes them so powerful. Quinn knew the energy around them was different. It wasn't like blood aura, but to find out it was this type of energy. Immortality was a god that was closely linked to death, and wondered if it was something related to him, or was it something that occurred before, as they stated. As Quinn looked at the energy around him, he could see it was reacting. The demon king that killed the clone. It's coming. The clones created from the Godslayer tier boots were certainly special. As stated before, each of them had their own consciousness. They thought and worked in the same way and exactly as Quinn would. So when he gave them certain tasks or orders, he could trust them because in turn they were himself and he knew himself well, at least he thought he did. However, only limited information could be passed from the clones, and only when the clones had disappeared would all of their memories, their visions, and all of what they had experienced be transferred to the real Quinn. When fighting with the clones, Quinn didn't pay much attention to this, because he would only be using them for a limited time. It was the first time he had extended out his clones and had really used them in such a way. Currently the real Quinn was in the camp, still with the demon General Lexer in front of him. The air around them had changed, it was vibrating. The others could feel that something was up, but were unable to sense what was actually going on like Quinn could. He could see that the energy in the air was moving in a certain direction being drawn, and just moments ago, the clone he had created had been defeated. In doing so, all of the information had directly entered the real Quinn. You did a good job holding on, Quinn thought. I guess it's now my turn to finish off what you started. Turning around, Quinn had quickly thrown both of his hands out. No aura came out from his hands. Nothing could be seen physically coming out. Yet all three of the Scullies that had come with him felt as if they were being pushed by an invisible force. It was incredibly strong, lifting them off their feet and sending them back far and to the edge of where the forest was. The Scullies that had been hiding in the forest and watching so far leapt up in pairs, grabbing hold of the others, catching them before they were seriously hurt. What the? Why would Quinn just suddenly attack us like that out of the blue? Toonie held onto his chest. He and the others were now standing on a thick branch. They were noticing that many of the other Scullies were there with them, standing on the outside looking in at the camp. I don't think it's that, Anon said, as he stood up and bowed his head slightly, thanking the other Scullies. You saw how easily he killed those other demons. Do you really think that if he wanted to kill us, he would have done something like this? Most likely he just wanted us to get out of his way. What Quinn had done was actually extremely skillful. He was using the third stage of Chi, but had to use the energy in such a way where it would stop after touching the outside of their body. That way it felt more like a strong push. Because if he used it how he usually would have, the Chi would have struck them, killing them on the spot. It was an action that Quinn himself had done on autopilot, perhaps living his whole life trying to protect those around him. He just couldn't help himself, even though he had tried his best to set up a barrier in his head. If he wanted to get rid of Immortality, then that needed to be the only task in his head, especially if he didn't want those close to him to be hurt. The energy around him was moving violently now and pushing off the ground. Quinn quickly moved out of the area to the edge of the base camp, and at the same time, from above something had come crashing down into the ground like a giant meteorite. The stone from the floor flew up and cracks were seen coming out all the way to the edge, even reaching where Quinn was standing. What is all this? A deep grinding voice said. How could so many of us have been killed? As the dust started to settle, Quinn could see who it was, but he already knew who it was, since he had seen him before. But what had come as a surprise was the fact that he wasn't alone and there was something else behind him, stuck onto his back, retracting its long, sharp red spikes. They had been removed from the champion's body, and in doing so, he fell to the floor, blood oozing from the multiple wounds that were all over his body. The Scullies that were in the forest immediately recognized him. It was the champion, the one who ruled the plane before the demons had arrived, the great Scully Calva. That's the champion. The champion is here, one of the Scullies said, excited. He's tied up and injured. He doesn't look like he can do much, which means the other one with him must be the Demon King. Two terrors are here together, all to deal with the intruder. I wonder what will happen. If the intruder will be okay. The one the Scullies were referring to as the intruder was Quinn. It was strange to see these strong powers in an area like this, and the feelings of the Scullies were mixed. Because in their mind, Calva, although had the name champion, was one that terrorized them before the demons had arrived. Although in the past there wasn't anything as cruel as the hunting games in the past, Calva did as he wished. At times, if he had a bad temper, he would destroy an entire village, wiping out many of the Scullies. In their heads, the best result might be if everyone was just to get rid of each other. But that won't break the cycle. Anon mumbled to himself, thinking the same thing. If the Demon King dies, then another Demon King will just replace him. If Calva disappeared, then one of the Scullies would take his place. It is our desire to prove that we are strong and fight against each other. Even Anon felt it himself at times. It was hard for him to control, but they all had short tempers. The thing was, it almost felt unnatural, these feelings, but since it had been this way for them since his own existence, it was played as the nature of all beings in the universe to be like this. Despite being heavily injured and chained up, Calva was quite awake. His face didn't show great signs of pain, and using his knees and feet, he stood up from the ground, blood dripping from all over his body. The current image of him with the blood all over his own body made him look more frightening compared to before. "Don't worry, I won't try and escape," Calva said. "These restraints greatly weaken my power. I'm not a fool to fight a losing battle." "So you admit that I am stronger than you?" Cronker, the Demon King, said. Calva didn't say anything because he was weaker than him, at least with the chains still on his body. Now that he was standing up, he started to look at the scene around them as well. The pile of dead bodies, how many Scullies had been killed? How long had they been doing this for? This was something that the demons had done, to try and convince him to fight for them, but he didn't care. At least he thought he didn't. The sight of the pile of dead bodies was something that was hard for even him to stomach. His eyes soon lingered, though, on the dead demons that were spread out on the ground, with several sword-like marks on their bodies. This wasn't done by a Scully. Who could it have been? Was it that man from before? He was capable of doing this, but he is dead now. Lifting his head up, though, on the other side, the person he was thinking of was right there in front of him. Calva blinked hard a few times, wondering if the image would disappear, if his mind had generated an image, but it wasn't the case. Did you escape to here?" Cronker chuckled, thinking he was in luck. He happened to come to where the person had escaped to, which means he could finish him off. "Escape," Quinn said, as he started to gather blood aura in his fist. The red aura surrounded his entire body. It was being pushed out, and all of it was swirling to his hands. Immediately all of those in the forest could feel the power, and the look on Cronker's face had completely changed. His crystal-hard eyebrows pointed inward. "What is this mass amount of power? It's covering the entire planet. Let's see if you can take a punch from the real me," Quinn said, as the aura condensed down. Being a Demon King didn't mean one was just powerful or born with natural power. Although there was perhaps some talent involved, they weren't born this way. Just like the vampires, the Durham demons were a simple existence, and through many of their kind being produced, stronger ones eventually appeared, and this was the same for Cronker as well. Because of this, he had been through many battles, all of them in the current world they were in. Still, he was sensitive to energy and could tell the person in front of him had a large amount of energy that was affecting the whole planet that they were on. This energy, it's not only large, but all of it, it's his own energy, Cronker thought. He isn't using the energy from the air around him. All of this is his own energy. Right now, he has enough energy to match us, the Demon Kings. It was greatly confusing Cronker because he was sure the person he was looking at now was the same person that he had faced moments ago. So how was there such a large difference in energy between the two? After finishing condensing the energy in his fist, Quinn rushed forward. Cronker had braced himself. The crystals on his body shifted slightly, tightening up. His body was acting without even realizing it. What is this? Am I afraid? Me, the Demon King of the Durham race? I am one of those that is meant to go up against the gods. How could I be afraid of another demon? In an instant, moving faster than the clone had before, Quinn had appeared right in front of Cronker, his fist still consoned with the energy. He threw it out, slamming right into the center chest of the Demon King. A large dragon erupted from behind, coming out from the back of his hand. The blood dragon was large in size, gigantic, almost as big as the champion Calva. The sheer power had caused Kronker's feet to slide back across the floor, and it wasn't just a few inches. This time he was moved back a few meters. For a moment, Kronker looked down at his chest. The hard crystals on his body were still intact. They weren't damaged or broken. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the Demon King's face. That was a strong hit. I can't remember the last time I was hit so hard. Maybe when I went up against Immortality. But the red crystals, each time they are broken, grow back stronger. My crystals are stronger than they were back then. This person is not stronger than me. The champion Calva was still amazed though. The punch, it was far stronger than what he had seen before, and the attacks that had been produced before. How did this person suddenly get stronger? Wait, is this even the same person as before? Calva thought. I can see your smile. Quinn said. Did you not learn anything from our fight before? The words had confirmed what they thought before about this person being the same one, but were confused about what he meant. When looking at his fist, they could see remnants of a red shadow covering his hand. Images started to enter the Demon King's mind, as he remembered about the blood shadow. Suddenly, a great force just as strong as the last hit him right in the chest. The image of a dragon made out of the aura, for a moment like a ghost flashed and the large power had hit in the same place. Kronker's legs were pushed back even further on the ground. Sliding across the floor, it was more powerful than one could imagine, as a few bodies of other Durham were on the ground, and Kronker's foot just went right over them, crushing them and breaking the crystals on their back. This time, the Demon King had been pushed back almost to where the champion was, and when he finally stopped, a cracking sound was heard, and the tip of one of the red crystals on his chest, a large chunk, had snapped off and fell onto the floor. The Demon King was speechless, and it was as if time had moved in slow motion for him, as all he could do was watch it fall onto the floor. My crystallized body. It broke, and it didn't just break, but broke from a single hit? The champion Calva now had an idea of just how strong that hit was, because he too had once gone against the Demon King, and in his attempt, although it looked like a good fight between the two, he was never able to break the crystals of the Demon King. Out of a rage of blind anger, the Demon King lifted his bladed hand once more. The red mist around it started to swirl, surrounding the arm before it was infused with a large amount of energy. Swinging it down, he was ready to slam it on the floor. It was the same move that had been used last time, that had been used to defeat the strange invader, so he would just use it again to defeat him. The bladed hand then crashed onto the ground and dust, and the red energy spilled out to the side. The scullies in the trees could feel the power, and they had to hold onto the trees, otherwise the shockwave would blow them away. The attack, though, wasn't the same as last time. The crystallized bladed hand was still in one piece. It hadn't broken down into small crystals. Looking at the end, he could see a dark, covered purple shadow hand holding onto the blade. Quinn had condensed his shadow to a single arm, covering the gauntlet, and with his strength he stopped the sword. My attacks were going right through the shadow before. He was killed when he was hit a single time. None of this is making sense, Kronker thought. The way his attack had just been stopped, it was hurting his pride, hurting all of the years he had been gathering power. How could a nobody do this? It was driving him slightly mad. Meanwhile, Quinn wasn't just going to be holding on to the bladed hand. With his other hand free, he threw out one fist of blood aura. It was fast, and hit Kronker in the chest again. The aura splattered on the outside, and started to move slightly, but it didn't hurt, and more felt like a fly had landed on him. Still, there was a slight pull and itching sensation where the attack had landed. After such a powerful attack, why would one produce something so weak? There was a reason behind Quinn's actions though, and one that only he would understand. Blood Forest Fist has successfully absorbed blood. Blood from a Demon King has been absorbed. The powerful blood is raging through your body. The blood is mixing with the demon within. If a demon general increased his blood powers, Quinn always wanted to know what a Demon King would do. So one of the first things he wanted to do before finishing off his enemy was to absorb their blood. A new quest has been received. Oh. A new quest was what Quinn had somewhat expected from absorbing the Demon King's blood, but it wasn't quite what he had expected. A new quest has been received. Absorb the bloodline of the 5 great demon races at the Demon King level. A new demon trait skill will be unlocked. Demon trait skill. The only demon skill I have at the moment is to transform myself, but while transformed, I don't keep my consciousness, so I don't even know if I can use the system, or what skills I have as a demon. What had come as a larger surprise was that it wouldn't evolve his blood aura to the next stage, or a stage further than that of the demon general's blood. From what I learned from the general before, all of the demon kings as well as Immortality have the power to control the strange energy in the air. They can use the energy around them and add it to their own. Maybe it could be a skill like that. While Quinn was in the middle of reading the system screens, Kronker was quick to act. That energy was gathering all around his body and was absorbing directly into the red crystals. Parts of his body started to enlarge and soon they cracked off and headed right towards Quinn. There were hundreds of shards around the same size as a football. Throwing them with his arm up, Quinn leapt back slightly. As the crystals came towards him, he whacked each one of them away. His speed was fast and his power was strong, hitting them all of them a distance into the ground. After getting rid of the first chunks, he could see several more coming towards him. These chunks of crystal are being fired faster, larger and with a lot more power than all the other demons. I can see why this one is a tier above in power compared to the rest, but in my case it only helps me out more. With the next set of red crystal shards coming towards him, Quinn drew a shadow circle. The crystals went through, and they soon went out another shadow circle, which was aimed directly back at Kronker. The large shards had hit him from behind, aimed at his head. As the crystal hit his own crystal attached to his body, the shards would simply fall to the floor. While he was getting hit by this though, Quinn wasted no time in continuing to act. 2 large blood spears had formed in his hand, and he hurled them both toward Kronker. They flew through the air, spinning and created 2 large tornadoes of blood. Matching this, swirls of energy from the air started to surround the bladed parts of Kronker's hand. He slashed right at the spears, trying to slice them in half. There was a struggle in the air, as the 2 powers were pushing against each other. The flashes of power that were being used could be seen from space. Watching things, no one knew who had more raw power in terms of energy. However, the champion was noticing something. The Demon King's attack will win out, the champion Calva thought. If anything, I would say I would give a slight edge to the intruder's power being slightly stronger, but it's not overwhelming the other. As the 2 attacks hit, energy slowly starts to fade out of the attacks as they hit each other, at least for one of the attacks. Due to the Demon King being able to use the energy from this very world, the energy is practically unlimited, and will continue to grow and smother any of the attacks. Just as the champion had predicted, the blood spears were losing power, and the bladed crystallized hands were starting to slice through the spears, but it was only a distraction in the first place. Quinn had appeared directly underneath where Kronker was, and rather than his fists, this time it was his entire leg that was covered in the dark red shadow, going up to his knees looking like black flames surrounded him. Quinn spun his body on the ground he was on, then bent his knees. A kick can produce a lot more power than a punch. From underneath, the side of his foot slammed into the center of Kronker once more, and an after image of a giant black rhino had been created from his shadow blood aura. The power dug in deep, and at a singular point it was pushing Kronker into the air. He was unable to fight against it as he felt his body being pushed upward. He was already 20 meters off the ground and in the air. The crystal on his body still hadn't broken, even though Quinn felt like this was a stronger kick compared to the punch he had delivered. Perhaps the crystals that are closer to the skin of his body are even harder than those on the outside. This fight reminds me of the troubles I had when I went up against the behemoth. Still, it's not over yet. Due to the effects of the blood shadow, a second strike struck again, and in the same spot, an incredible amount of energy was pushing the Demon King up higher into the air. I can't waste too much time on you. You are not the one I need to defeat, Quinn said as he advocated the skill of his shoes. A puff of smoke appeared and now, there were 3 Quinns standing in the same place. That puff of smoke, it was the same as when he was hit last time. Calva noticed. Wait, that was an ability of his? So was the Demon King from before fighting some type of clone? No wonder this one was so much stronger. But the clones weren't weak either. Seeing how there were now 3 of them, Calva couldn't imagine how much power there would be in this next attack. But he was unaware that there was more. Quinn's arms, they suddenly changed. And there were now 6 of them on the one in the center. Turning the dial on the mask on his face as well, small sparks could be seen. The lighting attribute causes the most internal damage, and with this next attack, I'll try every type of blood fist I have and see what's the most effective. Swinging his arms, all of the Quinns started to throw out blood fists. All they could see was a rain of blood aura, being shot up from the floor, going up towards the sky. There were so many coming out, it looked more like a single stream attack, and they were all constantly hitting Kronker, not allowing him to even drop to the floor. All of the Scullies, as well as Calva, were just staring up into the sky in disbelief. Was this really a great Demon King that they all feared? How was this even possible? Anon, watching this, was biting down on his teeth. I can't just do nothing, Anon said, as he went to rush off. Wait. Where are you going? What are you doing? Ikik and Tuni started to follow Anon. They could see he was heading toward the direction of the camp, where the fighting was taking place. The only reason why they were still alive was because they were keeping distance away from what was happening. If they went in closer, there was a good chance of just death from the intense energy. I have to rescue the champion, Anon said. When is there ever going to be an opportunity like this again, where there is someone who is strong enough to go against the Demon Kings? Although Quinn is strong, there are 4 Demon Kings left, including Immortality, and an entire army of his. If the Demon King dies, they won't just stand back and do nothing. After this fight, I'm sure Quinn will be tired, and that's when they will strike. Which is why I have to free Calva. The clones Quinn created were unable to use many of the active skills that the Godslayer armor possessed, and it was one of the many reasons why the fight that was going on against the Demon King was incredibly different compared to before. Kronker was being slammed with all sorts of different fists. They all looked slightly different from each other, though some were the same. Luckily for him, he could tell next to no difference between these fists because his durable red hard crystal body was taking in everything. He's broken my hard outer shell crystal before, which means he will be able to do it again. I'm not sure how much longer my body can last. Kronker was hearing strange noises he had never heard before as the fists hit the outside of his armor. At the same time, the strikes were producing this strange electrifying power. Although the crystals were able to nullify most of it, he could feel a tingling sensation inside. If my body breaks down from this, then I'll die. I can't lose the fight like this. Due to the constant hits, it was hard for him to move, even trying to make an attack of his own. His arm was being hit back before he could do anything, so there was only one way he could break this cycle. While being constantly hit, the energy around the Demon King, the energy that was high up in the skies, started to move again. This can't be it, Quinn thought, as he relentlessly continued to swing his arms. Due to the limitless armor set ability, he didn't tire, and if he had to continue to attack this way for several days to defeat the Demon King, he could do it, but there was something nagging him at the back of his mind. These Demon Kings are said to only be a little less in strength compared to Immortality. I was expecting a harder battle. When I went against Ray, it was harder than this. There has to be something else other than just its hard shell, Quinn thought. The energy in the sky started to form on the back of Kronker. Then as the crystals expanded on his back, they all broke into small glitter. It was the same as he had done when using his fist from before, but the crystals on his back were more plentiful. Moving to the side away from the fists that were coming towards him, now this pink glitter was coming towards Quinn like they were 2 large tornadoes. The clones that were helping with the attacks towards the body of Kronker decided to concentrate on the tornado of pink crystals. They continued to swing their fists, hitting the shards with a strong, powerful blood aura. When the fists hit the crystals, it broke them up, and bits could be seen coming off from the large tornado, but the shards that had fallen off would rejoin the tornado of shards that were coming towards them. A troublesome attack that I can't get rid of too easily, Quinn thought. If I'm going up against something named a Demon King, then it should at least be this troublesome. 4 of his hands continued the barrage, and now it wasn't enough to keep Kronker in the air. His body was starting to fall slightly as the power wasn't enough, but he was still falling down slowly. With two of his hands, Quinn started to gather the shadow around them. It was a solid dark purple, close to black in color. He then pressed it on the two clones that were by his side. The shadow surrounded their body and touched the shadow that was covering their bodies. Letting go of them, shadow was no longer covering his arms, and instead both of the clones had complete shadow bodies, from head to toe. No one would even be able to tell that they were clones of Quinn now. The biggest issue with the clones was the fact that their bodies are weak. If they are hit in the slightest, they puff into a cloud of smoke. But with this, they can overcome that weakness a bit. Quinn thought as he looked straight ahead. The best way to take down this Demon King was to attack it directly like he had been doing the first few times. Quinn stopped his barrage of punches as he jumped from the ground, running through the air, while the two clones went off to the side, to the tornado of shards. The fight had gone from the ground to a battle that was mid-air, and that's when Anon decided to take the opportunity. He had rushed on the ground, and not far behind him were the recent two allies he had made. They stayed with him because the two of them felt like it was only because of Anon that they were still alive. They just seemed to have more of a stroke of luck staying with Anon. But even then they were hesitant. All three of them could feel from the energy coming off from the fight that the area was heavy. Just walking near the fight was quite damaging to them, to the point where all three of the Scullies had to transform themselves so more of their exoskeleton bone was out on display. With the goal in front of him though, Anon had eventually reached the champion, standing there chained up on his 2 feet, looking at the fight ahead and ignoring the newcomers that had arrived. "Champion Calva!" Anon shouted at the top of his lungs, not staring away from Calva's eyes. Hearing his own name, he turned his head, and was relatively surprised to see 3 Scullies in front of him. If he was in their shoes and had as much power as they did, he wouldn't have stepped foot on the battlefield. There was a good chance that they wouldn't make it back depending on how the fight went. For more years than we can remember, this world has been ruled by Immortality and his demon kings. In the past, you, along with the other champions, fought and lost. Although the world was not a good place before and was filled with death back then, at least it was of our own accord. At least we weren't forced into situations that we didn't agree with. Back then, when Immortality came, we fought against him separately, and there's a lot of regret with all of us inhabitants. I'm sure you thought about it a lot back then as well. What would have happened if we were to fight them all together? We thought it was too late and could only live with this regret, but now after all this time, there is an opportunity. There is someone that can go against the Demon Kings. There is a chance that we can get rid of Immortality as well as the regret that we all have from back then. The words spoken by Anon were powerful, and they truly were how many of the Scullies felt. His way with words was what convinced Toonie and Akik to team up with him. If Anon was unable to convince the champion, then who could? "I see. So are you here to make a deal? To free me, as long as I agree to work together in taking down Immortality?" Calva asked. The old him would have never thought of doing such a thing. But after seeing the pile of corpses, he was curious and wondered how much the world had changed. In Calva's mind, there was killing people because they were annoying, because they challenged one, or as a reason to prove oneself. In his head, all of these were a valid reason. However, killing for fun wasn't something that he could understand. Yet he was also realistic with himself. He wasn't great working with others. They would do things that annoyed him, and in turn he would wish to get rid of them. The reality was, though, he wasn't strong enough to take on Immortality. "Do you guys even know who you are helping, though?" Calva asked. "Because the one that is fighting the Demon King at the moment is a demon himself. So let me ask you, do you want me to help a demon, or do you want me to get rid of them both?" There was no reason for the champion Calva to lie about the fact that Quinn was indeed a demon. Not unless he just wanted to stir trouble, but the Scullies had more reason to believe him than to not. After all, they all had their doubts when they first saw Quinn. An inhabitant that they had never come across before. Of course that was possible, the world was incredibly large, but one that was this strong appearing out of nowhere. The most likely answer was that it was a demon, and one that was going against the Demon Kings and Immortality. He's a demon. Then even if he defeats the Demon King, won't he just end up replacing him? Toonie said. Then, it's just going to be the same again. Ikik and Tuni were clearly disheartened by this fact. But for Anon he felt differently. Calva can maybe sense the demons better than us, especially since he went against so many of them in the past. But even if Quinn is a demon, does that matter? The words he spoke before, when he said he wished to kill the Immortality, I could feel it. His anger, it's just as strong as ours, and his determination, it's probably above ours as well. I want you to help him, Anon said. As part of the deal, if we get you out of here, then I want you to help him. Even if he is weak, even if he is hurt after this fight, you are not to attack him. Wait. You want him to help another demon? You're asking too much, Ikik argued. Before, when they were unsure whether or not Quinn was a demon, it was fine. But now they knew what he was, it was hard for them to stomach. The demons were what ruined everything, so then why would they want to help one, even if they were temporarily on their side? There has to be a reason why he helped us, Anon answered, clenching his fist. Think about it, he could have killed us at any point in time, yet he saved us. No, not just us, but he saved countless Scully's lives that are all back there in the forest. He even saved us by hitting us away in the middle of the fight, before it had even started. He had no reason to do any of that. If you ask me, he has done a lot more than even Calva had done back in the past. Calva had a large smirk on his face. He never thought he would meet a Scully that was so brave to say words like that in front of his face, even if he was tied up. He wasn't angry though, because the words were true. What did he care? I'll leave the decision up to you, whether you think it's smart or not to attempt to unbind me, Calva said. In the first place, is it even something possible that you guys can do? And if you are successful, how do you even know if I will keep my word? There is nothing that will force or bind me to do such a thing, only our word. This was the part where Anon was struggling. Would Calva feel indebted to them for breaking him free? Was he a person of his word? There was too little known about him, and the way he was acting now, it wasn't giving them a large amount of confidence. The two shadow clones, when coming close to the tornado of crystal shards that were as small as glitter, started to use their shadow powers. They were so stronger than they were before due to the boost that the real Quinn had given them. Making a fist, it started to grow larger with the shadow around it, and when close to the mist tornado of crystals, the fist was thrown out and a giant shadow hand was created, spread out larger than that of the crystals. As it hit the outside of it, a large bulk of the crystals had stopped, and this was true for the other side as well as the other clone was doing the same. However, the crystals almost seemed to have a mind of their own, as if they were a swarm of bees. Seeing how touching the strong shadow stopped them from advancing, part of the tornado of crystals that had yet to touch the shadow went around the side and went straight for the shadow body. The crystals moved fast, and due to how small they were, it was hard for even the clones to keep track of where every single one was. They used more of their shadow powers to block what they could see, but small parts were attacking them. The shadow bodies were doing well, blocking small parts of the crystal, but it looked like eventually they would get through. The real Quinn was rushing through the air, toward the falling Demon King, but now that it wasn't getting hit, it was able to act. From its body, large chunks of the crystal were being chucked out. With two of his large fists, Quinn swung out, hitting the crystals away. It didn't take long for Quinn to be within a close range of Kronker and could see the large bladed hands heading his way. Lifting up two of his hands, Quinn grabbed onto the sword, while with a third he punched the side, knocking it away. Similarly, with the other bladed hand, Quinn was able to kick the air and immediately went in the other direction, and three of his fists hit at the other bladed hand. The entirety of Kronker's arm was swung back. However, Kronker had somewhat expected this and was ready to fire his crystals away from his chest. Only there was no target for him to hit. Out from a portal behind his head, all six hands raised above his head, the vampire god Slayer slammed all six of his fists on the top of the crystallized head. Several waves of blood aura were sent with it, and Kronker went through the air heading straight to the ground. The attack had a second boost, slamming him into the ground even further. Not checking on the condition of what the Demon King would be in, Quinn wasted no time, as he started to throw his fists one after the other, again and again, throwing out blood fist after blood fist right where Kronker had fallen. The ground was cracking more and more. It was spreading wider as Kronker was sent deeper and deeper into the ground from all of the hits. From the side, the glitter like crystals had appeared, forming into a shield. They were blocking off the majority of the punches. Seeing how his strange defense has come back, that means the clones have been defeated. Quinn thought, and he was right. Still, his attacks, his powers, his abilities were all getting through to the Demon King, and he was chipping away bit by bit. As he fell through the sky, Quinn created a shadow portal sending him back down to the ground and away from Kronker. He was most cautious about the small crystals. They were so fine in size that he believed that there was a chance he could even breathe such a thing in, and then it would affect him greatly. From the large crater that had been made in the ground, movement could be heard. It was no surprise that Kronker had survived those attacks because he had survived everything else so far, but as he stood up there were large differences in his appearance. There were multiple cracks on the crystals all over his body, and a few shards looked to have even fallen off. Fuck! 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 Kronker screamed. How could a new demon type do this to me? You forced my hand. There's a big difference between me and you. You're a fake. Us Demon Kings, we are true demons. You will never be able to achieve the pinnacle of what we can do. I will show you. The eyes of the Durham started to glow, and rather than the energy from the outside world heading towards where he was, a dark rippling red and black aura started to ripple out from Kronker's body. It spread out in the air, pushing it away, spreading out across the floor. It was changing the entire area around them, making them feel like they had moved to a different world altogether once again. Demon transformation detected. He's transforming. That's what this is. Does this mean they have a form just like me? Quinn wondered, and wondered just how much stronger the Demon King would be. The energy that was spread through the air and the ground had reached him, and as it did, he felt his heart thump almost 10 times stronger than it did before. The energy on the floor was being absorbed by his feet, without him willing it to. Demon energy detected. The demon energy within you is running rampant. Demon transformation will now begin. The energy that covered the planet, the energy that seeped in from the land of the dead, would usually continuously move towards those of the living. It was naturally attracted to them to a certain degree, and the inhabitants had always been taking in this energy bit by bit. For the ones known as the Demon Kings, as well as Immortality, they were able to control this energy and harness it to be used in a certain way, almost making their body like a magnet that would attract the energy. However, the moment Kronker, the Durham Demon King, unleashed the powerful energy from within, his body started to transform. The energy was leaking out of his body, and it looked almost as if the energy in the air was frightened, attempting to move away. Yet, the demon energy being unleashed was consuming everything within sight, and it was growing. The air above where the Demon King was, it was condensing to a darker red as it was gathering. Those that were living on the other planets could see it from a distance, they could even feel it. The energy in the air was feeling different compared to what it was before. The Demon King's transformation was one that was affecting the whole world. The other Demon Kings immediately knew what was going on. Kronker had to transform. When was the last time something like that happened? One of the other Demon Kings thought. It makes me wonder, who is he going up against? As the energy seeped out of Kronker, his body was starting to change. All of the hard crystals that covered his body started to light up. They grew slightly bigger, and when they reached a certain point, the crystals started to crack. It started from his chest. Then they were cracking all over, until eventually they burst, breaking out into a tiny million glitter shards that just fell to the floor. The scene looked almost like a bird that was breaking out of its shell, because what had come out looked almost like an entirely different being compared to what Kronker was before. The odd shape due to his large crystallized back had disappeared. He now was a much more completely muscular being, bigger in size, around 10 meters in height, full of muscle. Now that the crystals were no longer covering Kronker's body, his flesh could be seen underneath. A deep dark red in color, making it look almost black, while being lit up by a bright red energy throughout. The red energy soaring through Kronker's body was glowing with power, and there was power coming out, surrounding his body, glowing, as if it was unable to be all contained within the body. The most significant changes to Kronker were in 3 distinctive parts. The first was his wide chest. There was no armor or crystals on its body, but the glowing energy seemed to concentrate around his chest. It had done so in such a shape and pattern that it almost looked as if there were two eyes around his chest. The next section was his face. His large white sharp teeth could be seen, with his small red eyes glowing. The facial features had sharpened and refined edges that poked out like the crystal form before, while just above the eyes were two horns that swirled slightly towards each other. Down the center of the face was a small set of spikes, similar to that of the Dalki only on a much smaller scale. From the top of his eyebrow they grew slightly larger as they went down his head towards his back. Then there was the back itself that had changed, now having these large flowing tentacle-like structures. The being as a whole in front of them all truly fit the name demon. "It's over now," Kronker said, and even his words carried great power within them. Energy was spewing out from his mouth, swirling about. His confident laugh, though, had come to an abrupt end, as he noticed something strange was happening. When transforming into their demon form, Kronker and the other demon kings unleash an incredible amount of this demon energy. The energy spreads out far and wide, and that energy had entered Quinn. As it did, he was unable to stop what was happening to him. His body was taking in the energy, and when it did, something inside him was changing. Something inside him felt like it wanted to burst out. A large thump was felt in his chest. It felt so strong as if it had hit his rib cage. He immediately fell to the floor and took in a large breath. The system messages had appeared at that point, and it didn't take long after that for him to completely forget what had happened afterwards. Kronker was completely unaware of what was happening at the time, due to his own transformation, but the others had witnessed it, the champion along with the other Scullies. Lifting up his head, Quinn screamed, his mouth open wide. His eyes were glowing red. Not a single part of white could be seen coming from his eyes. Instead, a dark red substance started to leak from the bottom of his eyes. It looked like tears of blood, having the same consistency. The color was completely different, almost the same as his shadow blood. Out straight from his mouth erupted his aura mixed in with his shadow. It poured out of his mouth and started to cover his entire body, his mask, as well as the rest of the armor from head to toe. The power had covered Quinn completely, making it almost look like a fountain of energy. The energy pouring out from Kronker and the energy that was pouring out from Quinn was bashing against each other. But eventually the fountain of energy had stopped, and a shape was starting to show. The energy that was on the floor started to move towards the figure that was standing there, reaching Quinn in his demon form. "I was right, he is a demon, he is just like them," Calva said. "Is he?" "But the two of them, they look so different," Anand stated. When looking at Kronker in every sense of the word, he looked like a demon, whereas Quinn's form was a stark difference. Although just like Kronker, his body had completely changed. For one, the main difference was the color of his skin. It was now completely white in color. It wasn't pale like most vampires. Instead, the skin was almost like a chalk color. As for the size of the demon Quinn, he was the same size as he was before, and had the same shape as that of a human. However, calling him human, that was a long shot. On his back, there were two large wings, seemingly made of hardened blood. They spread out relatively wide, and had the shape of feathers, but they were constantly moving, and even now at the very bottom, dropping onto the floor from the wings, was blood. Strangely though, when the blood dropped to the floor, it would move, joining back up with the wings. On Quinn's body itself, there was no longer any armor. All of it had disappeared, and instead there was a cloak. There was no hood to the cloak. It was pointed at the top, while being open, revealing the center of Quinn's body and skin, showing his well-defined body. However, there was something strange about the cloak on the body. It was constantly moving and was a dark purple color, almost black. The cloak itself almost looked as if it was made out of the shadow, and although it truly did look like a cloak, it almost looked as if it was part of the body. There was nowhere to see a separation from the skin and the body. This was the same for what was on his legs. His legs were covered by the same dark purple substance, but it was constantly moving and flowing. Although his white pale chest was shadowing, a marking could be seen. Just like the cloak, there were black markings on his chest, looking almost like a tattoo. There was no pattern, but it was part of his skin, flowing and moving, running from the sides of his chest and slightly up his neck, until it reached his face. The black markings continued on his white pale face, mainly concentrated under his eyes. They came across his cheeks, covering the sides of his face, and making his glowing red eyes stand out even more. Finally, there was a sharp smile on his face, a smile that was so sharp in the corners of his mouth and so sinister that it tilted his eyes. It was a smile that if anyone could see it, it would be seen in their nightmares for their entire lifetime. This was completely different to the last time Quinn had used the demon form. In the past, he had tried his best to stay conscious, and he had somewhat remembered his body changing in certain parts. His previous transformation was much more like that of a bloodsucker, only more vicious, although there were also parts that were the same, such as the white chalk skin on his body. Your demon form has fully materialized. Vampire demon form transformation complete. Due to the transformation that had taken place, and the energy that was swirling around the place, Calva had felt something. The energy had hit him as well, and the chains that were wrapped on his body were being weakened by the energy. This is my chance. I can do this now, Calva thought. He wasn't going to waste this opportunity. White energy surrounded his body, and his arms started to whiten with the hard bone-like substance. He pushed, and then breathing out when he felt there was a tiny bit of give, he exploded the force of energy he had from within. The chains broke off, falling to the floor and disappearing as if they were only made of aura. Anon, along with the other Scullies at the time, were too busy looking at what was happening, and only noticed Calva breaking out at the last moment. "Hey, looks like the deal is off," Calva said with a smile. However, as a favor, Calva, with his large hands, picked up 2 of the Scullies, and then went to pick up the third with his other hand. He started to run around to the edge of the camp at an incredibly fast speed around the place, and when reaching the walls of the camp, he leapt over them, landing in the forest. "If you stayed there, the 3 of you would have died," Calva said, as he placed the 3 of them in high trees and got himself in a better position to look outward toward the fight at hand. The other Scullies were cautious of Calva, even moving away, but they wouldn't run away. He wasn't attacking them, nor did it feel like he was going to. Instead, he was watching the great spectacle that was about to begin, just like all of the others. 2 fully transformed demons stood apart from each other, but there was a difference between the 2. Not just in appearance. The energy that was radiating off from the 2 of them was drastically different. There was a visible aura, thick red and uncontainable, which was coming off from Kronker's large body. If one got close to him, they would feel as if they would get killed just trying to touch his body alone. That was how powerful his form felt. Meanwhile, Quinn's current form, it felt as if there was nothing. There was no radiating power around him. Yet, for some reason, the smile that was constantly on his face was frightening. The fact that even when faced with this situation, he was smiling like so. "What is this? I can sense his energy. It is like us. It's like that of a demon," Kronker thought. "The initial powerful feeling I felt from before, I can't feel it now. It's almost as if it's disappeared." Even though Kronker was in his demon form, he realized when looking at Quinn, he was slightly afraid for some reason. "Ha! Ha!" Kronker laughed. "This is your big play, this form of yours? You look just as puny as before. You are nothing like us demon kings." The last few words were shouted out, and the energy from Kronker came out of his mouth, straight towards Quinn. The ground on the floor was disappearing from seemingly an invisible force, and when it reached Quinn, though, it did nothing but ruffle the shadow cloak he had on his body. It wasn't an attack, so Kronker expected Quinn to react this way, but the fact that he stood there not saying a word, not even reacting to the situation, was getting to him. "I'll show you the difference between a demon king and you." Sparks emerged from the top of his 2 horns as well as his mouth, and a ball of aura was starting to gather. It was growing larger, and the red aura was growing darker in color. Every time it would expand to a certain size, it would condense down, getting smaller, then growing bigger again, repeating the process again and again as the ball was getting darker and darker. Arg! The red ball of aura left from Kronker and went straight for Quinn. The small beam grew incredibly large, covering nearly the entire area of the camp. Would Quinn move? Would he use his clones? Would he use his shadow? No one quite knew what he would do, and they were unable to see what he did as the energy blast covered his entire body. They could only see a shadow of Quinn for a few moments as the energy continued to be blasted at where he once was. Kronker continued to press, pouring energy into his attack. It had already destroyed the back wall of the camp that was behind Quinn, and the energy blast was continuing further than the eye could see. Eventually, the energy blast started to dwindle. "Ha! I thought as much. You couldn't even avoid my strike," Kronker said. It was true. Quinn hadn't avoided the strike. He had been directly hit by the demon blast. "Ha ha ha ha!" A deep laughter sounded out. It echoed through the sky somehow, and it was deep and dark, while being high-pitched at the same time. It almost sounded like there were two voices, one that was deep and low, while another high and ear-screeching. One slightly delayed after the other, creating a horrifying laugh that made one wish to cover their ears. "Ha ha ha!" The laughter continued, and with the beam of energy having disappeared, they could see Quinn standing there, still unharmed by the blast. Calva, now having a clear look at his face, could tell. He's not the same as before. That is not the same person. He's completely lost his mind. He could tell from the look in his eyes that it wasn't the look of someone who was conscious of what they were doing, which worried Calva, because when one was unconscious and the mind wasn't making decisions, then it meant something else had to be doing it for him. Was it his instincts, the raging power inside? And worse of all, what would the result of all of it be? The dreaded laughing sound had finally stopped. It was dead silent. Everyone felt the hair on their bodies standing up, waiting for something to happen. Quinn swung both of his hands back, swinging them to the side. For a simple swing, the dark red aura, mixed with an outline of purple, came shooting out from his hands. It wasn't an attack directed at anyone. He was just moving his hands back, and a burst of energy exploded out to the ground behind him, creating a large formation of rocks as big as a mountain behind him. Kronker reacted, gathering another blast within his horn, not as condensed as the time before, and fired away. Two orbs of energy were swirling in Quinn's hands. He threw them out, and the dark energy smashed into the red energy. There wasn't a battle of power as Quinn's energy exploded in size on impact. It had reached the skies, consuming all of the demon energy and encasing even Kronker in it. It exploded, and gusts of wind with piles of rocks were sent out in all directions. The large trees with branches as thick as tree trunks were struggling as some of their roots were being pulled from the ground. Eventually, out from the giant whirlwind of power, Kronker could be seen coming out from the side. His body had been hurt, his energy was still strong, but his skin and more had been badly damaged, as well as a bit of blood trickling from his mouth. "Where is he?" Kronker said, no longer seeing Quinn in the same spot. To his side, flying in the air, with his wings leaving a trail of red blood aura in the air behind, creating some type of barrier, Quinn was there looking at him with his smile and a single hand pointed out, gathering the dark aura once more. The dark blast came out from Quinn's hand, but Kronker was able to avoid it as he pushed off with his tentacles from his back, while also blasting towards the ground on the floor, giving him a shot of boost. "He's fast. Is he faster than me, even in my current form?" Kronker thought. He had never seen someone so fast before, and as he said those words, Quinn had appeared right in front of him again. He swung his clawed arm that was covered in the dark shadow-like substance. Kronker in these types of situations would usually bulldoze himself forward and attack back. That was how he won his fights, with his sheer strength, but in this case it wasn't something he would do. Leaning back, the fingertips of Quinn had ripped right through the chest of Kronker. Blood splattered out from his chest and went flying in the air, while a black mark of shadows was left on Kronker's chest. That wasn't the end of the attack though, as the blood that had come out from Kronker didn't fall to the ground. Instead it floated towards Quinn's mouth, who opened wide and gathered his own energy, including the blood, to let out a deadly breath blast. At close range it smashed into Kronker and slammed him into the ground, and the beam of blood energy continued. Calva, the champion, was the only one that was just able to keep track of the fight, and he still didn't quite understand what was going on. But it was clear. This fight was a huge mismatch, and any thought of him coming in and taking out the one left had left his mind. At close range, Quinn had shot out a dark-colored blood aura directly at Kronker. It had smashed him in the chest, throwing him to the ground. The blast was so large it had covered his whole body, and one was unable to even see a single part of Kronker. This blast wasn't just any blast, as it had even used Kronker's own blood in the attack. It was clear that this attack was stronger than the blasts that had come from Quinn before. While the stream of energy continued to burst out from Quinn's mouth, something else was happening. From his blood wings, small orbs looked to be dripping off. They were floating in the air just beneath. Droplets of blood from the wings were forming into something the same size as a football. When the blood ball had been fully formed, it moved, heading straight for where Kronker was. It crashed into the ground, causing a large explosion of power that reached up to the skies like a nuclear explosion. A powerful shockwave was sent out in all directions once again, punishing even the power that was mixed into the air. "If you want to live, then get behind me," Calva shouted to the other Scullies. It didn't take them much convincing as they could see the shockwave coming towards them, and rather than just a blast, this seemed to have some remnants of energy with it. Calva's body started to glow white, and just as the shockwave was about to hit them, the energy from his body exploded, allowing for the dark red energy to be pushed to the side of them. The Scullies had braced themselves, covering their eyes and their faces, and when they realized they were still alive, they could see that much of the thick forest that was claimed to be indestructible was getting destroyed bit by bit. Roots, large tree trunks and branches were being destroyed by this fight. That wasn't the only large explosion either, as the blood balls were continuing to be created from Quinn's wings, and each time they would be thrown down to Kronker's position, creating an equally powerful explosion. After around 6 large explosions, the blood balls as well as the blasts from Quinn's mouth had stopped as he went ahead and fell to the ground. "The Demon King, there's no way he survived that, right?" Anon said. "He has to be dead. The Demon Kings are Demon Kings for a reason, so I wouldn't count on it," Akik replied. Just as Akik said, emerging from the deep crater that had been made, where one would unlikely be able to see even the bottom, a hand reached out from the crack and pulled itself up. Kronker had crawled out, but he didn't look to be okay at all. Parts of the skin on his body looked as if the flesh had been torn off and the inner parts of his flesh could be seen. But the most damage that had been done to him was his arm. His right side had completely disappeared from his shoulder. There was nothing there onwards. His aura seemed to still be active surrounding the wound, stopping it from bleeding, and even with his image his aura still seemed to be just as strong. "Ha ha!" Kronker laughed. "Do you think that could kill me? You must have used up a lot of energy in that last attack. And I can see you still have no idea how to use the energy around you." Kronker opened up his mouth wide, and the energy from the air around that had moved out of the way, started to come towards him and towards his mouth. It soon entered and the aura was shining more vibrant than before, but his arm was still missing. "A Demon King can fight forever," Kronker shouted as he charged forward. Aura attacks and blasts weren't working, so he would have to do something else and fight directly instead. With his tentacles on his back, he practically had 2 additional limbs, and in this form he was incredibly fast and powerful. Although he now only had 3 limbs. Throwing out his left arm that was still intact, he attempted to hit the Demon Quinn. His hand was hitting nothing but air, as a smile was still on Quinn's face, avoiding each of the hits. The tentacles were also being used trying to get a decisive and killer blow on Quinn, but he just continued to avoid them all. As a large strike came with his wing, Quinn had whacked the arm away. Then with his own clawed arm, he swung down right at the shoulder. Kronker looked to his left and he could see, in that moment, his other arm being detached from his body. How can he slice through my arm so easily? This makes no sense. Although my body is no longer made of the red crystals, the trait of the Durams in my demon form, my current skin is actually around 10 times harder. It's an evolved form of the crystal. Crystals, hard and flexible like skin all over my body, and he can break through it with ease. What type of demon is this? Right after his other arm had been sliced off, a fist was felt grabbing the back of his head, while another hand slammed him right in the stomach. Blood gushed out from Kronker's mouth, but rather than falling to the floor, it had gathered in the palm of Quinn's hand. With just a single hand on Kronker's head, he moved behind him and lifted his entire body from the back, slamming it into the ground where they were. Cracks formed and pieces of the land lifted up in the sky from the sheer strength that had been used, and fell back down onto the ground. With the blood ball in Quinn's hand, he then threw it down right at Kronker's chest, creating another large explosion. It hurt deep, the power spread through Kronker, and although his body was still intact, he wasn't sure how much energy he had left. When the energy and the dust started to settle, Kronker could feel a foot on his chest. It was Quinn's foot, and the crazed smile with the red eyes was looking at his face. It had come to this, the Demon King felt like he was on his last legs. It had been a long time since he felt this way, but at that time he had admitted defeat and had decided to work for Immortality. There was a big difference between the two losses though. With Immortality, there was a greater fear in his defeat. If I am going to die, then I might as well take you with me, Kronker thought. All of the energy from within, all of the aura from around his body and the outside air started to gather where his spikes were, between his eyebrows. Sparks of power were forming a ball of energy near his head. It was a final attack. After this he would have nothing left to give, so if this didn't defeat Quinn, then the fight was over. When one person had nothing to lose, they would often be more dangerous, and this was true for Kronker's situation. Die! Kronker shouted, as the energy was unleashed. Seeing this though, the black markings on Quinn's chest and under his eyes started to glow. The cloak that was seemingly attached to his body all started to move towards his right hand, making it slightly bigger in size. With it, Quinn grabbed the energy blast before it could get larger. He was holding it as it pushed against his arm. This is impossible, Kronker thought. With his right hand, Quinn continued to push the energy blast down. He was pushing it until the energy blast had stopped coming from Kronker, and now it was left just in Quinn's hand as a ball of energy. Ha ha! Quinn laughed with the deep and high-pitched sound, as he used his right hand, and slammed the ball of energy right into Kronker's head. It pushed in, disintegrating his teeth, while the sheer strength of Quinn's hand and the ball of energy allowed for his hand to completely crush and go right through Kronker's skull. There was now a large hole in the Demon King's head, with nothing but his horns and ears showing. It was clear the Demon King had been defeated, and there was no coming back from it. The Demon King of the Durhams is dead, Anon said in disbelief. The other Scullies were moving from behind Calva to take a better look, and they could see it was true. Quinn stood up, above Kronker's body. It was unmoving, and there was no more of his energy swirling around in the area. For Calva, he had a big worry on his mind now. What was going to happen now? Because Quinn was still in his demon form. The hunting grounds and the camp itself was no longer what it used to be. Before there were clear borders to where the base would be, a wall that was built around with bases and more, but all of that had broken down and was just a part of the rubble that was around them. Even the great forest that looked like it was made for giants, with roots that were deeply integrated into the ground, had been pulled up, half destroyed, or disintegrated, and all of it was just from the shock waves of the battle. They hadn't been attacked directly, yet all of it was destroyed due to the battle between two greats. If it was a planet with the same structure as Earth, it left no doubt that perhaps all of the landmass, an entire country, or maybe even part of the planet itself would have been destroyed. The structure of the planet they were on was just different. It was as if the planet itself had adapted due to all of the fighting that occurred on it, allowing it to become more tolerant of such attacks, but not one of this scale. Out of the great battle, there was only one left standing, the one left the winner, and they stood still looking down at their enemy. He's still in the same form as before, and he hasn't moved for a while, Calva thought. This just confirms my guess from before. He's not conscious, unlike he was before. He was just fighting on instinct, but now that there is no enemy, I thought he might have turned back. I was watching the fight carefully. There was a trigger, and that was when the Demon King had transformed. It must have triggered the demon transformation, or that intruder didn't think he could beat him without going into this form. If he hasn't turned back now that the Demon King is dead, it means one of two things. One, that he still has a lot of energy to keep up the form he is currently in, and he needs to tire out somehow. Or we need to get through to him for him to turn back. The problem with the latter was that method would often only work if someone was close to him, or knew a lot about the attacker, but it was most likely that Quinn was strangers to all of them. For now, the best thing to do is stay in this range. If we move, we could catch his attention, and if we go in closer there is a good chance he could attack us. Calva didn't know his relation to the other Scullies, but he did seem to be somewhat considerate of them during the fight, and it was the same for them as well. The Demon King is dead. Does that mean the hunting games are over? That stranger did it, that man did it. Yes, he did, we have to thank him. The Scullies were overjoyed, and since their longtime enemy had been defeated, they started to climb through their destroyed trees and moved directly to the floor and headed toward their savior. No, wait, Calva said, reaching with his hand out. Sweat was running down the side of his face. He wanted to stop them, but his own legs wouldn't move. As the Scullies had entered what used to be the camp, Quinn's head had moved from looking at the dead Demon King for the first time. His head tilted and now was staring in the direction of the oncoming Scullies. The expression on his face was a dead stare, and suddenly the corner of his cheeks rose up. The red blood wings flapped once out wide. In doing so, particles of blood had splattered out and were floating about in the air. Seeing this, even the Scullies stopped dead in their tracks. Wait, is he going to attack us? But I thought we were on the same side. I knew it was just demons fighting against other demons. Not all of the Scullies had come out of the forest. They were too afraid after what they had seen, but a good amount of around 10 had done so, wishing to thank Quinn or to see the dead demon that had tormented them on the ground, and now they were regretting their actions. Before the Scully could finish its sentence, all 10 of them dropped to the floor, with a bullet hole through their hard outer skull that stuck out from their heads. In an instant all of them had been killed. No! Anon shook his head. He and the others had stayed next to Calva for the time being. They could also somewhat feel something was wrong compared to the person they had met before. This isn't what was meant to happen. He was meant to help us take out Immortality once and for all, not be another threat to us. That's justy what happens in this place, Calva said. You can't rely on others, and in the end, it's just a world that is survival of the fittest where if you aren't strong, you can't do anything yourself. However, the worst was about to happen, because after killing the Scullies that had come out towards him, Quinn was now looking deeper into the forest. The smile was still present on his face. In a blink, he was no longer standing next to the dead body of the Demon King. Instead, he was in the forest, and his hand had swiped right through another Scully's neck, causing the head to fall straight to the floor. The other Scullies started to retreat back deeper into the forest. One had turned its back, but a dark hand had already pierced through the center of its chest. Quinn lifted the Scully in the air, and the blood from the Scully was dripping down his arm. It wasn't falling to the floor. It was as if it was attached to the skin of Quinn. When it eventually went onto his pale white skin, the body had absorbed the blood, and his eyes glowed brighter for a moment. Is that the source of his power, the blood? Calva thought. If it is, it means as long as he keeps killing and getting blood, he's going to be in this form for a long time. If we move, we die. If we stay still, we die. What are we meant to do now? Tuni said. Quinn is even more dangerous than the Demon King. If we couldn't beat the Demon King, how are we going to beat him? Fighting is the only option. Calva the champion said. If you want to live, then fight. The champion had to act whether he liked it or not. The universe that Immortality was in wasn't currently as large as the one where Earth resided. Nonetheless, it was still a universe, so the space would seem infinite to most, and if one tried to attempt to travel and visit every area possible, it would be a next to an impossible task. Not unless one had special abilities or use of a certain type of travel that the gods tended to use. Nevertheless, the battle between the great Demon King and Quinn had sent shockwaves through the universe. The particles of energy in the air were sharing the vibrations of power on and on, making the one and only Immortality aware of what was going on. Not only that, but the region where the great fight was taking place, Immortality had quite a few close to the area, since that was where the champions resided. Although 2 of them were willingly working for Immortality, he never felt they were loyal like that of the Demon Kings. It was a trait of his if he faced someone he deemed strong to force them to comply with his side. Because Immortality was always looking at the bigger picture, building up his army and strength to go against the Ancient Ones and the Celestials. There would be next to none on his side when the battle came, so he needed to use everyone he had. At times, Immortality felt like him being sent to this world wasn't a punishment but a gift that allowed him to have a second chance at what he really wanted. News has just been received, Immortality said. Traveling there was a thick red dust cloud not allowing a single person to see what was inside. But the presence of two more individuals on top of Immortality were felt in the thick smoke. The two demon kings he would always have by his side. It looks like Kronker was defeated. The other two demon kings were stunned into silence. They didn't know what to say for a few moments, until one of them eventually shook their head. Kronker was a Durham demon. They are ones that get permanently stronger after every battle they participate in, especially ones that push them over the edge. One of the demon kings said. Kronker wasn't there during the time against the champions, but he felt strong enough to fight against you. You were the last significant battle that Kronker would have had. Immortality knew what his fellow demon king was saying, that the Kronker who had been defeated was one that was stronger than the one that Immortality faced. I knew he was strong and one that had great power since he was the key to opening up the portal, but to take a demon king out on his own and that quickly, he is beyond my predictions. The other demon king stated. Tenebris and Luce were the two demon kings that were always by Immortality's side, and they were the first creations from Immortality's powers, the first demon races that Immortality had created. Due to how long they had been with Immortality, they weren't afraid to speak their mind when they were worried, concerned, or excited. It was how they always were with each other. I believe I might have made a mistake, Immortality said. They were rare words that came out of Immortality's mouth which caused Tenebris and Luce to listen carefully. Originally, I thought it was best to avoid the area completely. If a fight were to break out or they saw me having to go toe-to-toe against a newcomer, I thought there was a good chance of an uprising of some sort. Honestly, it would be a lie if I said I thought Kronker could take on Quinn on his own. This news had come as quite a surprise to the other two. It seemed that Immortality had great respect for a being that had been raised in another world. It was perhaps the first time they had seen this, or maybe the second time. I thought that the fight would go on for long enough that I would be able to order help from either of you two or the other demon kings before Kronker met his demise. But somehow, Quinn was able to defeat Kronker at an incredible speed. Now, I feel like if we are to leave Quinn be, we will have the same issue. The other champions, as well as the natural inhabitants, will learn of one of the demon kings falling, and there's a chance that they could all try to turn on us. The demon kings hadn't realized it until now. They should have noticed it before, but it was clear that Immortality was being cautious. When it came to matters with Mundus or the Ancient Ones, they understood his cautiousness, but here they thought Immortality was simply trying to have fun with Quinn, but it certainly wasn't the case. Would you like one of us to go deal with Quinn? Tenebris asked. Thinking about it for a while, Immortality eventually came up with an answer, and it was one that neither of them expected. No, Immortality replied. You two go to where the champions and the other demon kings are. Make sure there is no chance of something crazy happening. If there is any sign of them trying to rebel, feed them to Unzoku. Although I would like to use their strength in my battle with the Ancient Ones, we can't lose at the first hurdle. Unzoku, the name of another one of the demon kings. They didn't like the order, but they had to listen to Immortality in the end. Wait, if you are sending us two to the champions, then what about Quinn? Who is going to deal with him? The king of the Yaks, Armati? Luce asked. The Yak race was a giant demon race that had been created by Immortality, one that Quinn had a run-in with already. I have decided, Immortality said, that I will deal with him myself. All I need is no distractions from the outside. How long had it been since the two demon kings had seen Immortality fight in person? Sure, he had fought against Mundus, but it was hard to call that a fight since Mundus was only trying to buy time back then. In their minds, it was a shame that they wouldn't see Immortality fight in person since they had been put on guard duty. But with him dealing with the problem, they knew it would be dealt with. The two demon kings escaped from the thick red mist and like a blur were off in different directions. As for Immortality, the red mist that would usually expand was coming into his body. This has been a long time coming, Quinn, Immortality said. The ultimate team had been formed and they were going after Quinn, but they weren't going in with the intention of saving him. Instead, this team was going in with the intention of supporting him. A task that might cause Quinn to risk too much, or for him to not come back. Either way, whatever it was that he made need, they would be there to help him. The team consisted of longtime friend Peter. The two had met at the academy and had been friends from the beginning, but their true bond formed after Peter had risked his life to save Quinn and ended up becoming one of the first turns by Quinn. Ever since, he had been loyal. Now, with the help of the four kings of the familiar's world as well as his celestial form and his white powers, he was ready to face what was ahead. On top of that, there was Syl, who Quinn had met at the academy. His powers needed no introduction as to why he was selected to come aboard. Chris and Russ, although not the closest to Quinn and had met him through strange ways, both had strong powers. One physical as well as a set of unique traits due to being a werewolf, while the other hugely diverse and with the power of the Black Sword as well as a Godslayer item. He was stronger than he was before. Lastly, there were the two vampire originals, Edvard and Hickel. Although the originals no longer had power comparable to the others, for Edvard he had been gifted the special red dragon armor, one belonging to one of the strangest beings in existence. As for Hickel, having gone through an experiment of Vincent's, he had achieved great changes in his body that put him beyond the rest. All of these people were strong, but they were heading possibly to the most dangerous place in existence. Using the power of the Bone Claw, they had no idea where they would end up, but were ready to battle as soon as they went through to the other side. Portal had opened up. In a dark space, there was little light around the room, apart from a few glowing touches that were on the side of the walls in the distance. Right out of the portal, zapping out at the same time, were all six of the group. It had nearly shot them out, as all of them tumbled to the ground, some falling on top of each other. The portal flickered for a few moments, before disappearing. "Get off me!" Peter shouted, as he shoved Chris' large body from him. A few of the others were untangling Themslevs as well. "I guess the Bone Claw really did use up the last of his energy to bring us here in the end," Edvard said, brushing off some of the dirt on his red armor. He had come in wearing the red armor in case they needed to fight from the get-go. "All right, the good news is, it seems that everyone has made it to the other side all okay," Hickel commented. "You mean bad news?" Peter commented, looking Russ' way. Hickel already felt this was going to be a headache. Although this might have been the ultimate team in terms of power, it certainly wasn't when it came to teamwork. Thankfully, he did have a little bit of experience with this due to the vampire originals being the same way. So, the big question would be, where are we right now? I thought we would have at least been able to see the sky, or maybe dreaded monsters would be all over us, or the world ending due to Quinn's and Immortality's fight, Edvard commented. Each of them looked around the room, and it was clear they were somewhere dark. It felt like they were in an underground cellar as the whole area was covered in brick. But what was even more surprising was that there were other living things in the room, a lot of them. With their advanced eyesight in the dark, they could see what these beings that were down with them looked like. They had a human shape, a head, arms and legs, and the same amount as well. Although with a squint, they noticed that they had 3 fingers, and their heads didn't exactly look normal either. Where their eyes were, there were things slightly like an elephant trunk on 2 sides. For both Chris and Peter, this was a trip down memory lane. It's the same thing that attacked us on that Greylash planet, that celestial, right? Chris said. That thing wasn't the right word to use, since there were perhaps 50 of them in the room that they could see all with the same features, just different shapes and sizes. At the time, the Celestials had tried to get rid of the high number of Godslayers that were coming from Earth, and Mundus had sent a fighter Celestial that had come from this world, which is why Peter and Chris felt like they had seen this person before. "Well, if they are all as strong as the last guy, then we're in big trouble," Chris said. "Alright, so what do we do? Do we try break out of here, use Syl's powers to teleport us to the land and start searching for Quinn, or what?" Russ asked. "I think we should try and figure out where we are first. Maybe we should talk to these guys that are down here," Hickel suggested, although there was something off about the others. They had practically arrived through a teleporter, and looked nothing like the local inhabitants. At a guess, they had to be beings of intelligence, yet they weren't batting an eye at the strange visitors that had entered. Hearing Hickel's suggestion, surprisingly Peter was the one who acted first, and started to head towards one of the inhabitants. They were up against the wall on their own, minding their own business. Peter bent his knees, trying to get eye level with the person. "Hey, tell us, what is this place, where are we?" Do you know a man named Quinn, or where that bastard Immortality is? And if you don't feel like answering us, I'll punch you in the face, but if you do then you can keep your face. Peter said, making a fist. Ah yes. Let's send out our best communicator. Russ smiled. Surely with those elegant and kind words, the stranger will be inclined to answer us. The person looked up at Peter, and just let out a chuckle. The others flinched a little worried for what Peter might do based on this reaction, but they soon started speaking. This place is hell. Killing me would be doing me a favor. The person answered. Just what kind of place had they been transported to? The group looked at all of the other inhabitants that were down in this cellar with them and felt like even if they were to ask the others the same questions, that they would be met with the same answer. The fact that they would rather be dead, it meant they were in a troubling place to say the least, and the feeling of the place was the same. It was hard to tell if it was the energy that was coming off from these beings or the air itself. All were quick to notice that the air itself had some sort of energy to it. "Hey!" Peter said, grabbing the man by the scruff of his neck. They had very loose clothing that looked like rags on them. It hardly covered their body, nor could it be used as any form of armor or such. "Answer my other questions about Immortality and Quinn," Peter asked again, thinking that perhaps the person didn't believe in this little threat of his. Instead though, the man just laughed as if he expected it. Peter threw out his fist straight to the man's face. He couldn't take the Cockney laugh. The more time they spent messing around, the higher chance there was that something would happen to Quinn. He couldn't deal with people the way they were now, and it was clear he was on edge a lot more than usual. Before the fist could hit the man though, an armored hand grabbed onto Peter's fist, stopping it in its tracks. "Let's not just go around killing people in a world we don't know much about, especially when they're not trying to attack us," Edvard said. Peter was relatively surprised as he pulled his fist back and let go of the man, alien, whatever it was. He wasn't surprised that his punch had been stopped by Edvard, but the fact it was possible for Edvard to stop the punch. "That armor must have improved your strength quite a bit." Peter also sounded as if he was sulking. "Let me try a different approach," Edvard said, getting to eye level as well. He had a large smile on his face and looked a lot more welcoming than Peter. "As you can probably tell, we are not from around here, and we have happened inside here by accident. Can you tell us where is here, and what is this place for? Maybe we can help in some way," Edvard said. His eyes were glowing red when he said these words. He was attempting to use the influence skill. He wasn't sure if it would work or not, and judging by the look in the other person's eyes, it hadn't worked. Seeing the red glowing eyes, the person seemed to have some sort of reaction, looking deeply at Edvard. "You're right. I can't figure out what you are," the person said. "You are definitely not a chrono, or any of the other inhabitants from this world. Could you guys be demons? But if that's the case, then why are you here?" They had learned some information. The beings that were in the cellar with them were known as Chronos, so at least it seemed that Edvard's approach was working a lot better than Peter's, so far at least. "You guys are quite unlucky to have accidentally come in here," another Chrono said, walking towards them. Their eyes looked dead as well, but a little less compared to the others. "I saw you come through the portal, so I know the words you say are true," the Chrono said, walking over. It felt unthreatening, so the others didn't even react when it got in close to them. Chris was finding it hard to believe that the one they had faced in the past was the same race as the rest of these. "It's as the man said, where you guys are right now could be seen as a type of prison. Although it is hard to call it that, because those that are here haven't committed any crimes, at least most of us." The Chrono started to explain. "This prison is controlled by the Demon King, and when the sunlight falls, that when hell begins, and don't even think of trying to escape. Many have done in the past, and they have all failed because guarding this place is one of the champions of old." The group listened to everything the Chrono had said, and he was already turning around, walking the other way as if he had no more to say to them. Even the one that was sitting up against the wall was no longer looking at them and just staring at the ground. "All your questioning did was bring us more questions," Peter complained. "It would have been simpler to beat them, and let the guys come to us. We're going to have to fight them all anyway, with or without Quinn. You have to remember this is a whole other universe," Chris stated. It would be best to just go after our enemy and not make the whole universe our enemy. Besides, I'm curious about what he said. Do you think this Demon King could be Immortality? If that was the case, then the fight between him and Quinn would have destroyed this place by now. Syl said. If anything, I would say that Quinn isn't here due to the lack of fighting. If he came in here with a goal, he would be quick to try and complete it. Then again, it could be that Quinn is in a similar situation to us, and is trying to gather information. In the end, if we both try to find Immortality, we should run into each other. The logic made sense to them all as they nodded away at this. But there was a major worry on all of their minds. They didn't want to waste time. I have a suggestion to make, Hickle said. Someone with the name such as Demon King could give us valuable information we need. There is a chance that Quinn might even be here, but since we're not sure, we could just be wasting our time. I suggest we split up into 2 groups. With Syl's power, I'm sure he could teleport a group of us out of here. They will continue to search for Quinn on the outside to see how this Demon King is doing, and if they know anything. There is also this guard that they call the champion as well, but I don't think they're anything we have to worry about. Splitting up in a dangerous place wasn't always the best idea, which was why Hickle thought only splitting their force by half was the best choice. 3 of them should be strong enough to face most of what they would come across in this world. However, there was another problem. How would they even split up the groups? Hickle could feel a headache coming on because once again it felt like it was left to him to try and sort out who would be going with who. There were sensible and insensible ones, and then those that just were more laid back. All right. So I think I got it sorted, Hickle said. In the first place, Russ is unable to travel with Syl due to the Black Sword. If he was to use its powers, then it would cancel the teleportation. So, for now we're split the group between those going with Syl and those staying with Russ. If that's the case, then it would be best to split up Peter and Russ, since them two seem to get along the worst together. The 2 of them glanced at each other for a moment. I'm happy with that. I want to find Quinn as soon as possible. Make sure to cover yourself when you see him. You don't want to show him that you're too excited to meet him, Russ commented. Standing in between the 2 was Chris, just before Peter could try anything. In terms of regrouping, me and Edvard can sense our energy relatively easily, and we can smell each other out. Of course, I don't think Syl will have a problem getting back to us, but just as a precaution, I think it's best if the 2 of us split up, Hickle explained. With that, it was decided Russ, Hickle and Chris would be staying put with one group, while Syl, Edvard and Peter would continue the search elsewhere. After saying good luck to each other, they wasted no time. Syl gathered the 2 of them around him, and using his powers they were able to teleport out of the area they were in. Whether it would be a better or worse situation than what they were currently in, only time would tell. The 3 remaining hardly knew each other. With the others gone though, it did feel a lot quieter, but they didn't want to just sit back and do nothing. I guess that the champion that is guarding this place is unable to detect that people have left, Hickle commented. Although, not many would have a teleport ability as strong as Syl's. What do you think's the best course of action? Chris asked. Should we attempt to break out of this place, or question more of the others to see if someone will talk? We could just wait until the sun goes down. That's when this hell event thing is meant to start, Russ said, thinking that the more time went on and passed, the more likely it was that this whole situation would resolve itself without needing him to do anything. Thinking about the many possibilities, the first thing they needed to do was scout the area. The room they were in was incredibly large. It felt like it was an area that could fit 1,000s of people rather than the 50 or so that were in there. On one end, there was a strange barrier of sorts. It was red in color and they were unable to see what was on the other side. When looking at the floor though, they could see that multiple magic circles were on the ground right where the barrier was. Letting out a little of Hickle's aura, he tried to use it to get past or through the barrier, but it wasn't working. It was hard to tell if a high-level attack would allow them to break through the barrier in the first place. After that, the group went over to the other side. On this side, strangely, there was a staircase that led up. It seemed to reach another floor, yet not a single person was heading up there. While standing by the stairs, Chris started to sniff the air. You can smell it as well, Hickle said. The smell of blood. Oh, a voice said from behind. You guys are still here, but I haven't seen your friends around. It can't be. Don't tell me they went up the staircase. The one speaking was the chrono who had spoken to them before. They could tell because the eyes of this chrono were a lot closer together compared to the others, a trait they were able to recognize. I thought I had already told you guys that if you try to leave this place, then the champion will stop you. I'm afraid your friends are already dead. Just like before, after saying those words, the chrono walked away from them. Is it just me? Or is talking to these beings incredibly frustrating? Russ said. I'm starting to agree more with Peter, with the suggestion that these guys can do with a good whacking. Ignoring Russ' words, the others were now thinking what the best option was. Should all of us go up there, or maybe just one of us, to see just how strong this champion is? Chris asked. I think I might have a better idea, Pickle said. Why don't we use Russ' power? Can't he conjure something to go up for us? It will allow us to see just how dangerous this place is, while letting us explore at the same time. Russ didn't like the fact that his name was suggested and that he would perhaps need to do some work. All right, and what should I make? Adalki, perhaps I should just have a copy of Quinn running around the place. That would cause them to have alarm bells ringing in their head. It was a good point to make. They needed a figure that was strong enough to face the champion to test it at least, but one that wouldn't cause alarm. The reason their presence hadn't caused alarm seemed to be the fact that they were so confident in nothing getting in or leaving. You can use me, Chris said, pointing to his head. A while back, me and Peter fought against these Chronos. They were working for the Celestials and were incredibly strong. It took everything we had back then to take it out. Of course, we're stronger now, but even if we were to face it, I still think it would be a dangerous enemy. Sighing, Russ didn't have any clever remarks or anything to try and dissuade them from this idea, because it was actually a good one. All right, but this person better be as strong as you say they are. You better have had a good impression of them. Let's hope it's not because you're weak. Using his powers, Russ entered into Chris' mind. It didn't take long after that for a figure to appear in front of them. It was like the other Chrono, only this one had a more menacing aura around it. And in its hands there were two katana-style swords. All right, let's make some noise. The summoned Celestial had brought back memories for Chris. There was a part of him that wished to face it again, so he could see whether or not it was something he could defeat on his own. One thing that was a habit for him that he never stopped was trying to make his body stronger. In a way, for his own mental health, it was the only thing that was driving him in this current world. Last time, they needed the help of many others. Yet, he had to let it be as it was to go against the one that was named the champion. Russ was the one who was to give orders to his creation, and he could tell it was relatively strong, based on the amount of MC cells it had taken him to summon such a thing. If this guy loses, then it looks like we might have quite the conundrum on our hands. Russ thought, but didn't say this out loud and allowed for the two-bladed chrono to make its way up the stairs. I really want to watch, but we are just going to have to stay here from a distance, Chris said, trying to focus on his hearing. Walking up the stairs, the chrono Russ had created took a step at a time. Slowly it climbed the staircase that seemed to be at least 100 steps high, until finally it had reached a level flooring. It still had yet to leave the building, but now there were far taller ceilings and hallways that seemingly led off to different directions. But before all of that was another chrono at the other end. Only this one looked completely different to the others. It had the same facial features with the trunk-like eyes that curled outward and the same dark gray skin. However, it was far more muscular than the others. It wore a vest piece like armor that covered its entire chest but allowed its arms to be on display. The shoulders were rounded and muscular, which matched the rest of its body. On the floor itself there were several pillars that were covered in blood, that included the floor as well, with body pieces that were left to rot. Bones that had been there for who knows how long. Strangely though, although the blood was splattered all over the place, the bones and pieces of flesh were put to one side. It's been a long time since someone has decided to climb those stairs. Usually only when a group of newcomers come in, someone tries to climb, the champion said, lifting his head and coming off from the wall he was leaning on. A pair of large axes could be seen on his back. When he saw who was in front of him, he soon stopped. His hands were still by his side and slightly shaking at who he could see. Hinto, is it really you? The man known as the champion said, "It has to be you. You recognize me, right? It's me, Shinto. Don't you recognize me, brother?" The person who Russ had pulled from Chris's imagination was Hinto, a celestial that worked for Mundus and the Celestials. Originally, Hinto was a chrono and was from this world, the world that was called the Red Space. The different planes and worlds had names. The Red Space was where they currently were at. Then there was the Mystic Space where the familiars resided, and there was Earth. It was known as the Golden Space. This was mostly due to Celestials wishing to work with planets in this particular space due to the abundance of life that could be seen through the universe, which helped them complete their conditions a lot easier. Whereas the Red Space and Mystic Space got their names due to different reasons. Hinto was originally from the Red Space and had quite the reputation in the Red Space. He was one of the strongest fighters, but eventually ended up on the run from Immortality after killing several demons in a significant skirmish. Because of this, he had been recruited by one of the Ancient Ones. Those in the Red Space were unaware of this and assumed Hinto was still in hiding or had been killed. "Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you recognize me after all this time? Or have they done something to you?" Shinto demanded, his voice turning desperate. He glanced left and right, as if expecting someone might overhear him. This was an opportunity for Shinto. With his brother, perhaps they could oppose Immortality or the Demon King. "Hinto, I've grown stronger, much stronger. After you left, I thought they had killed you. So I decided to fight against them. I fought against Immortality and his demons. But in the end, it wasn't enough. I was unable to beat him and was assigned here to guard this place. But I haven't neglected training. I've been striving to grow stronger each day. With the two of us, we can do something. Please, Hinto, remember." Both Chris and Hickle stood at the bottom of the staircase, listening to the conversation above. Even Russ had transformed part of his ears to resemble a vampire's so he could hear better. "This has turned into a very interesting turn of events," Chris observed. "I knew they looked like each other. Is there a way we can use this to our advantage? Can we pretend that's the real Hinto and trick him?" "I'm afraid not," Russ replied. "If I were directly controlling them, I could speak through them, but it would still just be me. I think they would quickly realize something was amiss. Our best chance is to try to kill him while he thinks we're his brother. Otherwise, sooner or later, he will find out that something is wrong." Hickle and Chris weren't so sure. It was a chance to gain a powerful ally, but ultimately, Chris was part of the group that actually killed his brother. If this truth came out, they would face the wrath of this champion, and they still had no idea just how strong they were. "Screw it. I'm doing it," Russ declared. The command was given, and now Hinto was walking towards his brother, sword still clenched in his hands. "Hinto!" Shinto called. "Hinto!" He shouted his name, but the lack of response was causing him concern, and he reached to draw his axes. "I knew it, they must have done something to you. Damn it, why did it have to come to this? If you are as skilled as you were back then, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back without killing you. Otherwise I would lose my own life." Just then, before a grand battle could begin, a large bell tolled, resonating through the lower floors. The sound echoed off the walls and was piercing to all of their ears. "The sun has set," Shinto stated. Inside, all the other Chronos began to rise. The hell was about to commence. The sound of the bell made it clear that something was about to happen, and even more so now that they could see the lifeless Chronos in the room sprinting to life. They were standing and more energetic than before. It looked like some type of switch had been flicked. Before, it felt like they were in an energy-saving mode. It was the perfect time for Russ to act. Since he had created an awkward situation, he decided to quickly make it unawkward by getting rid of the Hinto he had made. "Hey, what are we going to do now? Are we changing the plan?" Chris asked. "I already got rid of the Hinto guy," Russ replied. "I think we need to focus on what's going on down here at the moment. It seems like we might need to focus. However, I would have liked to have known just how strong our opponents we are going to face are." The reason why Russ wanted to know about his opponents so much was because of his MC cells weakening with each summon or use of his powers. If he had an idea of the strength of his opponent, he could summon something that was just strong enough to beat them. This would allow him to summon and use more of his power as he went on. Summon something too strong and use up all of his MC cells, then he was literally a sitting duck. Sure, he had 2 more special weapons on him now, but his skills with a sword weren't the best, and summoning the one from the sword took a lot. Holding on to the sword, Russ started to walk up to one of the Chronos that had their backs facing away from the others. "What are you thinking of doing?" Hickel said, standing in his way. "We weren't able to figure out how strong the champion is, but we should at least get an idea of how strong the general beasts and people of this world are. If you want to survive, then this is the best option, and I'm telling you now, I didn't come to this place to die." Russ answered. Russ went to walk forward again, but Hickel refused to move. "That is not the vampire way. These people have not attacked us. There is no reason for us to do them any harm. Even if it's to increase our chances of survival, I would not be able to live that way." "Are you stupid or something?" Russ replied. "Do I need to remind you? I am not a vampire." After splitting up Peter and Russ, Chris thought that these problems would disappear, and if the two were to fight, he wondered what he should do. "I really wish Quinn was here. He would be able to sort these two out." In the middle of their small argument, they could hear the sound of footsteps coming from the staircase to their side. There was only one person on the other side, so it meant the champion Shinto was coming down. Naturally, all 3 of them started to move from the staircase and headed to where all the other Chronos were. Since they looked different from all the others that were down here, they felt like getting caught would bring them trouble. All 50 of those in the underground area with them were lined up, close to the red barrier from before. The group mixed themselves within the people. Suddenly, the red barrier disappeared. Immediately, all of the Chronos ran from their position and into the other area. They were fast, faster than the average vampire. Based on how heavy their footsteps were, they seemed to be strong as well. Vampires were fast in a different way through movement of their limbs, while the Chronos seemed to be a mixture of strength. They had exploding movement speed. On the other side of the red barrier, the area was completely different from where they were. They could feel the wind and the strange energy in the air stronger here. When looking up, they could also see the sky. Looking around them, there were incredibly tall high walls. No, they weren't walls because they weren't built out of any structure, and it felt like they were incredibly thick. That's when they realized that they were in a giant hole. The area was incredibly large, twice as large as the underground part they were in before, and due to it being nothing but a hole, it was quite dark where they were. This wasn't a problem for the 3 as they had traits that allowed them to see in the dark. But it appeared that the Chronos struggled a little more. They could see this as the Chronos reached around the floor as if they were looking for something. What was spread all across the floor were weapons. Weapons just stuck in the ground or lying there, all different types, all different shapes and sizes. Chris went ahead and picked up one of the weapons. As he infused his chi into it, he activated the weapon. "These are amazing," Chris said. "I'm not sure if they're beast weapons or not, as they don't quite feel the same, but the power I'm receiving back from them is at the demigod tier level. It's pretty close to even being at the demon tier level." Just in case, Chris picked up a few of the other weapons, and they were all the same. All of the weapons spread on the ground were of the same caliber. "All of these weapons are close to the demon tier level, and the beings using these aren't weak either," Hickel said. "Not allowing them to escape, yet allowing them to use weapons like this. Whoever trapped all of these people, they must be confident despite all of this." Russ had noticed something, and using his powers, he took on the features of the Chrono, changing his body. He started to blend in and spread himself out away from the other 2. They saw this but decided to ignore Russ. He was doing his own thing. As long as he didn't get in their way, then it would be fine. As for the 2 of them, they tried to hide their presence as much as possible, because from the entrance they could see Shinto standing there, looking at all of the participants. He didn't have his weapons drawn, and it was hard to read the face he currently had on, yet Chris felt like he once had a familiar feeling in him. It was as if he had the look of someone who didn't agree with what they were doing, but felt like they could do nothing about it. A feeling that Chris knew very well. The loud sound of the bell went off again. It rang clearer than before and was coming from above. When they looked up, they could see creatures crawling in from above, attached to the wall on the sides. A distinct smell had hit Chris's nose. All of the hair on his body was standing up. Hickle's own body was shaking as well as he could see the creatures. How could they be in a place like this? This makes no sense. Why are there werewolves here? At the vampire settlement, they had been without their original leaders, Quinn and others, for a while now, but it was safe to say that things were running smoothly. With the original leaders having gone into slumber, not wanting to deal with the current mess, they had all been replaced with newer leaders. Thankfully, all the newer leaders, at least on the surface, seemed to be quite big fans of Quinn and were willing to do whatever would help him best. Even though Muka was running things, they felt like helping her was helping Quinn in a way. Still, she wasn't on her own. There was also Xander who, once he had regained his memories, was in shock for a little while. He felt guilty for forgetting about Layla and the rest and had actually left the settlement for a while. He eventually had come back, and in doing so took up a lot of the administrative roles, which he was used to because he did a lot of that work when he was part of the Red Vampires with Layla in the past. The days were going by as normal. There were no attacks from familiars or beasts, no takeovers from Immortality trying to cause trouble. The settlement was still relatively on high alert with guards everywhere, but the people felt like they could relax a little, and it also meant that the children could return to school after the little attack they had experienced. In school, Minnie was sitting in her normal seat with the rest of her classmates. Miss Bedford was at the front, the real Miss Bedford this time, and was teaching the rest of the class. There were still guards, but they were outside of the classroom rather than inside, and these were heavily vetted to make sure there was next to no connection with Immortality. Of course, that might have been somewhat impossible, but they tried their best. The subject of the current lesson was quite an interesting one. As it was a history lesson, it was the subject of werewolves. Werewolves are creatures with a history that dates back even further than ours, Miss Bedford explained. Unfortunately, werewolves no longer exist today, and that is due to us, the vampires. When you are a bit older, we will go into the details of the Great War between us two races, but for now you will learn a few details of why they were considered very dangerous beings that needed to be rid of. Firstly, I want you to think back about the duty of a vampire. We were considered as higher beings compared to humans. We lived longer than them and were naturally more powerful than them, which is why we naturally took on our role of protectors. But you see, werewolves viewed humans as mere hunting tools, and on the night of the full moon, they were unable to control themselves, killing whatever they could get their hands on, human or vampires. Which was why in the end the vampires stepped up their natural duty, and felt like it was their need to get rid of them. The lesson continued on not explaining much about werewolves but did show images of what they looked like to the class, as well as some paintings of werewolves and vampires fighting, which excited the students. When it was break time, the students were so excited that they started to play a game of werewolves against vampires, where the vampires would have to capture the werewolves. It was similar to a human game called Cops and Robbers, only the vampires were the police and the werewolves were the criminals. Watching all of this, Minnie had a strange thought in her head. Miss Bedford said that the werewolves were extinct. But isn't Uncle Chris a werewolf, and he is a nice person as well, Minnie thought. Minnie didn't ask Miss Bedford in class, nor did she ask any of the other teachers because she knew that they wouldn't tell her the truth. She knew that there were things that were hidden from them, that her father and mother told her to never speak about, so they were unlikely to know much. When she had a question like this on her mind, there was one person that was best for her to go to. When the day ended, Minnie had headed home with her mother, and she quickly asked the question if she was free to go to a certain place. Her mother of course didn't mind, and that was how she had ended up in a lab. "Hello, Uncle Vincent," Minnie said as she jumped up on the lab table, careful not to knock over any of the experimental items or equipment that were there. Vincent stopped what he was working on, and immediately went to a special fridge he had in his room. Opening up, there was a cold juice pack. He quickly threw it over to Minnie, who caught the box and started drinking straight away. It brought a smile to his face. He knew he was spoiling her, but he didn't care. "Minnie, how many times do I have to tell you?" Vincent said. "Although I look young, I am your many great-grandfather. You can just call me Granddad. No need to call me Uncle." "Okay, Granddad," Minnie said, already having finished her juice box. "Granddad, I wanted to ask, are all werewolves bad?" It was a sudden and strange question, Vincent thought, and he had to think about it before he gave an answer. "Of course not," Vincent said. "Just like vampires, there can be good and bad werewolves. Although during my time, there were a lot of fights between us and them." Then, Why aren't there a lot of werewolves today? What happened? Minnie asked. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe the vampires were scared of them. You see, there was something special about their attacks. When hurt or bit by them, they stopped our natural healing process, and if we were bit by them, then our blood aura would fade away as well. But I'm sure I read somewhere that there was a time period where werewolves and vampires had even got on for a while. So it makes me wonder. As Vincent explained, he was alive during the time werewolves existed, but wasn't there during the war between the two races. He had escaped from the settlement at the time and had bigger things to worry about. Then when he gave up being a vampire, putting all of his powers in the book, he really gave up on knowing about the supernatural world altogether. However, somewhere between then and when he woke up again, the war that wiped out the werewolves must have happened. Now even Vincent was curious about the answer, and he felt like there might be someone who knew. Logan had received all of the information from Richard Eno. Before, Vincent thought that Richard had gone into a deep slumber, but later they had found out he had faked it and continued to live, watching everything, so he was bound to have some records of what had really happened between the vampires and werewolves to turn their relationship so sour. A long time ago, Quinn and Logan had traveled across space to come across the base of Richard Eno. Even in his death, it seemed like he had left a significant legacy behind, and during his long life, he had gathered a vast amount of information. Thankfully, that information was all left in the hands of Logan Green, someone whose family had had a close connection with Eno during their time, and it was someone who he believed could make use of the information. Although Logan had access to all of this information, it was challenging for his mind to process it all. Using technology, he noted things down, recorded events, and created a database where he could access the information whenever he wished. However, due to the vast amount of knowledge, it wasn't as if he would just know about certain things if someone asked him about them, and that was also why he didn't just spew out information or facts to the others. It was on an access basis only. Vincent, knowing all of this, decided to ask Logan for a favor, to see if he could send over all the information he had on the werewolves. Due to everything happening, it was never something that piqued his interest. Now that he had more free time to do research, one of his great pleasures, his curiosity was taking over. Ah! Vincent exclaimed as he continued to type away and look at the large holographic screen in front of him. It looks like there are quite a few texts to do with werewolves. Here it states the same as what you were taught in school. How the vampires didn't like the fact that werewolves were killing aimlessly. At the same time, the werewolves seemed to have a more apex predator mindset. They knew they were stronger than humans, but many times vampires would be compared to them. From what I can gather, some vampires would hunt werewolves as a sign of their strength, and it seems the werewolves would do the same. That would explain why there is so much bad blood between the two. Vincent explained. But then what about the war? Minnie asked. If it was the vampires and the werewolves were bad, why did there need to be a war where one of them was wiped out? Vincent continued to read the articles. His eyes were darting all over the place. And that's when he noticed one of the files had been marked by a star. Something that Logan often did when he felt like something might interest him. Pressing on the star, before the file even opened up, there was a little note. From what I can tell, a lot of data that was inputted into here seems to have been corrupted, and it was done so on purpose. Logan's note read, "This was already the case when I received the information, so it has to have been done by Richard. Although there is some information that can be extracted which I think you will find extremely interesting." Opening the file, it was exactly as Logan had said. It was corrupted. Video files were unable to be played. Even basic text documents had multiple words and paragraphs scratched out to the point where not even full sentences could be made. Yet, there were a couple of full sentences that could be read, appearing as bullet-pointed notes. After reading what he could, Vincent was left scratching his head. "Now this is a real head-scratcher," Vincent commented. Minnie moved over so she could see what Vincent was looking at, but it didn't make any sense to her, at least not anything that would cause the type of reaction he had. "What's wrong?" she asked. "At the time of the war, there were a few alpha wolves," Vincent explained. "Now this is strange in itself because whenever there was more than one alpha, the werewolves would often fight amongst themselves. An alpha wolf is the head of a pack. Think of it perhaps like a family leader that the vampires have, but for werewolves they feel as if there can only be one true leader at a time. Now technically, if I was the strategist at the time, it would be the best time for a vampire attack. While the werewolves are fighting amongst themselves. Perhaps this was the trigger that started it all and the vampires saw a good opportunity. However, the case files state differently. They say the war started when an alpha werewolf who went by the name Gary Dem struck hard. The fact that there is more than one alpha werewolf name written on here makes me think maybe they work together, and that in itself is a scary thought. The werewolves had always been a problem for the vampires, and that was only with one alpha, so he couldn't imagine an army with more than one. The war must have been extremely difficult for them. Then, is this Gary Dem the bad guy? Minnie asked. I wouldn't say for sure, Vincent replied. You have to remember that history is written by the victor. We only get to hear one side of the story, and no one can say otherwise whether it was true or not. Of course, the vampires would claim the werewolves attacked them first. Although, this information is by Richard Eno, and I would say he was one that was more inclined to record the truth, rather than recording something due to a personal bias he had. Minnie just nodded along pretending as if she understood. But the words being used and the situation was getting a little too complicated for her. So what's the problem? Minnie asked. Vincent then zoomed in on some of the text on the screen, highlighting a name. Minnie read the name a few times before it clicked for her as well. Talon, Minnie shouted. That's Dad's family name. Why does it say Ty Talon? Yes, it is, which is what I'm currently scratching my head at, Vincent said. Me and Richard are Enos, but we share the same blood with Quinn. He is a part of our family, otherwise he would have never been able to open that book. I had a son and a daughter before I passed on my consciousness into the book. My daughter must have had a daughter who at some point married into the Talon family line. Vincent didn't voice another thought he had in his mind, but the ancient dragon Ray was a Talon as well. Vincent wasn't related to him, but it was clear that this Talon bloodline had to be somewhat special. The thing is, in our bloodline I was the last vampire, having given up my powers. The last vampire in our bloodline until Quinn got the book and became a vampire. Between my slumber and Quinn, the war with the werewolves occurred, which means there were no vampires with our bloodline during this time. Of course, apart from Richard Eno. So then why does Ty Talon's name appear? Someone from the Talon family? In a document talking about the war between vampires and werewolves? The celestial space where time moved slower, and where the gods resided to make deals with each other while observing the many planets in the golden space, was peaceful once again. It felt like something was happening in the celestial space, and great events were going on one after the other. Many of them still remember when BB had entered and decided to face off against the Celestials one after the other, attempting to destroy as many as he could. They remembered watching the fighting Celestials go up against the Godslayers of Earth and the eventful fights one after the other. It had become a big event among the gods because everyone felt the pressure that there was a good chance that the Ancient Ones would get involved. Still, there were some things that were kept secret: Quinn's escape, him becoming an agent for the gods to eliminate other Godslayers, and the fact that Immortality was behind many of the grand events surrounding Earth and was attempting to escape. All of that felt behind them now as the Celestials concentrated on doing what they did best, fueling their conditions, feeding off the celestial energy that they would gain. For one Celestial there was a big difference in how they would spend their time, a Celestial that was relatively infamous among the others. Hey, I was wondering which planets would be best for my condition? A Celestial asked. Ah, you know who would have known the answer to that, the all-knowing XOX. Another answered. XOX. Oh yeah, he used to talk to everyone. And he knew a lot about the planet's history and everything, but I haven't seen him around. That's impossible, he practically lives in this place. No, it's true. He hasn't been around. I think XOX must have left this place. His days of, I guess, being an informant are over. But it makes me wonder, what is he doing now after a life of living in the celestial space? What can he do? As for the infamous XOX, he was currently on a particular planet, looking up at the blue sky on a shady white beach. He had buried half of his body into the sand. The heat of the sun warming up the sand was nice and cozy for XOX. This is a nice, relaxing feeling. I don't know why I used to worry myself so much going after celestial points, XOX said. By his side, a large hole had been made in the sand and it was filled with seawater. Laying down in it like a hot tub was another celestial, Yongbu, the celestial of the Memorials. He too was relaxing as he laid there side by side with his friend. The two of them didn't know each other well before, but as fate had it, the two had run into each other quite a few times, and then the two of them had even been tasked with a high-level job from Mundus, a very stressful job. Now it was the end of it all. The two had decided to relax a little, to not get involved with celestial business. Not try so hard to meet their conditions because it seemed lately that it would just bring the two of them trouble. I'm surprised how relaxing this is. After all, we used to just do nothing in the celestial space all the time, XOX said. I have lived a long time, and I guess just not fearing for our life is best. I agree. I have even decided to not get involved with the Memorials and cut loose my ties with other celestials on planets to complete my condition. Yongbu replied, although part of his reason was for fear of meeting BB again if he did get involved. Speaking of, there was something I never found out. XOX replied. What was your condition? There was silence from the two of them for a while, as if Yongbu was trying to decide whether it was a good decision to tell XOX or not. Ah heck. We both have our embarrassing moments. I will go ahead and tell you. My condition is to have as many living beings know how to swim as possible. Yongbu answered. What? What? XOX repeated, shouting their second time. I thought conditions were meant to be things that the universe deemed necessary, and if that's your condition, then why did you get so involved in those living with the Memorials in the first place? I mean, your entire race where you came from can swim. Why don't you just go to other planets teaching them the great ways? Do you think I could live that down? Yongbu said. The other celestials would critique me and think of me as a not-so-powerful god, then taking advantage of me. It's much easier going to planets and creating a disaster involving water. That way they are forced to learn to swim or decide to teach it to those in the future. Although XOX now knew the details of Yongbu's condition, he still didn't know the exact details. For some celestials, conditions were easier than others. For example, those that could swim, would Yongbu get celestial energy from that? Or was it only those that could swim due to the result of his actions? It was the same for maybe one who had the condition of death. Did they get celestial energy from all those that died naturally or only those through their meddling? So let me ask you a question. What is your condition? Does it perhaps have something to do with why you spent all your time in the celestial space in the first place? Yongbu asked. I just want to stay out of trouble now. The less I'm in the celestial space, the less chance there is of Mundus or others asking us for help. Right? XOX excitedly said. Yet there was then a strange feeling around his body. He could almost feel it turning into nothing but energy particles. His physical body was turning into something similar to the celestial body he would have in the celestial space. This was something that had never happened before, at least not in a forceful way like so. Eventually, his whole body disappeared. Yongbu blinked a few times looking at the hole left in the sand. XOX was nowhere to be seen. Reappearing in his energy form, XOX was in a dark space. It was completely black with no sign of light at all, apart from that which came off from his own body. It made it impossible to see just how large the space was. In a panic, the ball-shaped celestial was flying around all over the place. This wasn't the celestial space, so where was he, and how was he dragged here? In the back of his mind, he had a theory of who it could be, but why would they want to contact him? Celestial XOX. A booming voice was heard directly in XOX's head. It sounded peaceful and gentle as he heard it, but that didn't make XOX feel at ease. I am in need of your skills to go unnoticed as an informant. The voice said, I need you to keep an eye on the Earthlings and report back anything you find out that is strange, and to also keep an eye on Quinn. Of course, I don't think I have to tell you, but no one is allowed to know of this. Not a single celestial is allowed to find out, and that includes Mundus. If they do, the consequences will be grave for you. After everything XOX did to avoid situations like this, he wondered what he had done to deserve this type of treatment or get involved with all these large figures. The voice didn't explain why. The voice didn't say anything yet, because he knew XOX would follow the order. Just as quickly as he arrived, he was sent back and found himself in the hole in the sand he had created. You're back. Where did you go? Yangbu asked. XOX didn't say anything, but he was sure of it. An ancient one had made contact with him.